World of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626, Condensing the Battle Spirit. It took me a month and 10 days to barely decipher the 21st stone tablet. Recalling the experience of the past 40 days, Duan Mukwon still had lingering fears. These stone tablets are not simple. Once you sense and connect with them, you will bear the impact of the stone tablet's pressure. If you are a warrior with insufficient cultivation talent, let alone comprehending the mysteries in the stone tablets, just sensing and connecting with the stone tablets will cause serious injuries. Walking down the 21 stone tablets, the pressure of each stone tablet is heavier than the other. The first 10 are nothing, and they are easily passed. From 10 to 20, the difficulty suddenly increased by a level, but Duan Mukwon can barely cope with it. After the 20th, the 21st, it is even more terrifying. Duan Mukwon spent 40 days on this stone tablet alone. Insisting on deciphering this stone tablet is already the limit that Duan Mukwon can bear. Looking at the endless Emperor stone tablets ahead of the road, Duan Mukwon sighed bitterly. The gap is too big. He had only the 21st stone tablet, and his potential had already been exhausted. The difficulty of the following stone tablets can be imagined. Duan Mukwon didn't know how many stone tablets were left. The Emperor's Road, after passing it, will be crowned as an emperor. It is no empty talk. And the Emperor level powerhouses who can pass the Emperor's Road are definitely not ordinary stuff. They are probably the top level among the Emperor level powerhouses. There are always people who are better than you. I originally thought that my talent was the best among all the young heroes of the same generation in the blood killing clean, but I didn't expect that Lin Ming would completely suppress me. If I compare myself with those geniuses in the ancient times, I'm even worse. Duan Mukwon shook his head in self-mockery. This Emperor's Road was mostly built in the ancient times for those young heroes to experience. He has only walked the tip of the iceberg and has reached the limit. What level should the young heroes of the ancient times reach? It's time to leave. After 160 days in Tangshan Tower, my strength has greatly improved. I wonder how I will compare to Lin Ming. Duan Mukwon is the most recognized genius in the blood killing plane besides Lin Ming. He was born in the Shenmu Holy Land, which is close to the 6th grade sect. He is also from the fairy tribe. His understanding of the laws has reached a very high level. His comprehension is also extremely evil. At a young age, he has mastered the core skills of the Shenmu Holy Land. Because the fairy tribe's degree of conformity to the laws is naturally higher than that of humans, and with the personal guidance of the great elder of the Shenmu Holy Land who has reached the level of a 3-star demon emperor, Duan Mukwon has a high level of attainment in the artistic conception of time and space. He is also good at the artistic conception of life, water, and wood. In terms of understanding the artistic conception, he is confident that he is not inferior to anyone. Duan Mukwon believes that, even if his overall talent is not as good as Lin Ming, his strength may not be worse than Lin Ming. After all, he is older. And leaving aside other talents, Duan Mukwon believes that he is better than Lin Ming in terms of comprehension and understanding of the laws. And the road to becoming an emperor is a test of one's comprehension and understanding of the laws. The stronger these two aspects are, the more things one can comprehend from the emperor's stele. By the 21st stele, even with Duan Mukwon's understanding of the laws, he had already exhausted all his strength. He really wanted to know how far Lin Ming could go. Lin Ming, I wonder which stele you have comprehended? If you don't reach the 20th stele, it will be disappointing. After leaving the Tower of Babel, I'm looking forward to fighting with you. Duan Mukwon muttered to himself, with a strong desire to fight. Most people think that it is a pity to be born in the same era as a demon, but Duan Mukwon doesn't think so. If he is alone at the top, he will only feel lonely and waste his potential. On the contrary, with a competitor, they can make progress together while chasing each other. This is the confidence of a top genius. 161 days after entering the road to becoming an emperor, Duan Mukwon came out of retreat. Duan Mukwon's coming out of retreat caused a great sensation in the Yangxiao Tower, and even the nearby Tower of Babel knew about this news. It is said that when Duan stepped out of the Emperor's road, his every move caused the surrounding space force to stir. This is a situation that only occurs when one's understanding of the law reaches a very high level. The so-called speaking and following the law is also similar. Duan is still far from this level, but it is also terrifying enough. Duan now gives people a feeling of being unfathomable. So far, among this group of geniuses who have entered the Emperor's road, only Lin Ming has not come out, which makes people especially want to know what kind of improvement Lin Ming has gained in the Emperor's road. A dazzling flame flashed in the world of will. Lin Ming and his gun became one, like a meteor, instantly piercing the will of an Emperor-level strongman in front of him. Boom. The will exploded and turned into countless streams of light that enveloped Lin Ming and slowly merged into Lin Ming's body. A feeling like a spring breeze swept over Lin Ming's body. I have been on the Emperor's road for 5 months, and finally I have barely adapted to the suppression of the Emperor's martial will. Lin Ming exited the world of will and swallowed a soul-nourishing pill. Now, the best soul-nourishing pills have been consumed by him, so he can only settle for the next best thing and use the middle grade and upper grade soul-nourishing pills to nourish his soul. Fortunately, every time he kills a wisp of the consciousness of an Emperor-level strongman, he will get a pure soul power to repair the damage of the will body. Otherwise Lin Ming's spiritual sea may have been left with hidden injuries. Looking at the endless will lights in front of him, Lin Ming took out a best blood evil crystal and began to meditate and regulate his breath. For 5 months, he spent all the time in battle, frequently enduring the pain of tearing the will. This kind of severe pain is more unbearable than physical pain, not to mention enduring it for 5 months in a row. After so many days, I still haven't been able to condense the battle spirit, but my cultivation has reached half a step to the Zuanden, because of the repeated use of the best blood evil crystal. Because Lin Ming has a solid foundation, there is almost no bottleneck from the innate to the Zuanden, and the best blood evil crystal is originally very beneficial to breaking through the bottleneck, so the improvement of his cultivation can be said to be a natural result. As for the battle spirit, although it was still unformed, Lin Ming could feel that in his sea of spirit, there seemed to be a hazy fog gathering together. It was a pure power of will. Every time his willpower was improved in battle, the fog would become thicker. Another 40 days passed, and Lin Ming had been on the road of the Emperor for 200 days. In the past 200 days, the Emperor's martial will has been constantly strengthened, but Lin Ming's willpower has been improved faster, which allows him to always adapt to the huge pressure from the world of will. The fog in the sea of spirit became more and more condensed, almost turning into droplets. Crack. The dazzling lightning broke through the world of will, and a will of the Emperor was shattered by the lightning and turned into pure soul power. Finally, I defeated the will of the 3-star Emperor. Lin Ming half knelt on the ground with the purple spear. There was no intact part of his body. His left shoulder was completely useless. His chest was bloody, and a lot of blood was flowing out. His internal organs were already a mess. If it were the real world, this situation would have long lost his combat effectiveness. Lin Ming had been fighting with the will of the 3-star Emperor who had just died for 10 days, and finally defeated him today. Pure energy flowed into Lin Ming's body, and his broken body was repairing rapidly. The feeling brought by this repair was indescribable. The pure soul power was like a drizzle that moistened everything silently, making people feel extremely comfortable. Lin Ming was immersed in this comfortable feeling. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly felt a pain in his brow, and then he felt as if all the strength in his body was rushing to the point in his brow, as if it was about to erupt. This is. Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes, and he suddenly found that the thick fog that had been lingering over his spiritual sea suddenly shrank. Could this be? Lin Ming suddenly realized a possibility, and felt a sense of disbelief in his heart. Haha, kid, congratulations, you succeeded. Mo Guang's arrogant voice sounded in Lin Ming's mind. Battle spirit? Is it really a battle spirit? Lin Ming was ecstatic. He watched the mist in the sea of spirit undergo incredible changes. During this time, a trace of pain of twisted will entered Lin Ming's mind, but this pain made Lin Ming inexplicably excited. Hard work pays off. Lin Ming spent nearly 7 months enduring the huge pain from his soul, persevering in sharpening his will, and condensing the battle spirit. Finally, he succeeded today. For this, he did not hesitate to sacrifice his cultivation speed and gave up comprehending the emperor's stele. Now, at the moment when the battle spirit condensed, Lin Ming felt that all the sacrifices he made and all the pain he endured were worth it. To be able to condense the battle spirit, Lin Ming's efforts and dedication were one aspect, and his own firm will and talent also accounted for the most important proportion. Lin Ming's original martial arts heart was extremely tenacious. In addition, he repeatedly swallowed the ownerless soul fragments in the magic cube and practiced the Tai soul art. Not only did his willpower get strengthened, but later he obtained the reincarnation martial arts intention, which made Lin Ming's willpower have a qualitative leap. In terms of willpower, warriors of the same level are far behind Lin Ming. Soul attacks are like a joke in front of Lin Ming. If you don't have the willpower talent like Lin Ming, it will be useless to sharpen your will. Excessive sharpening will cause permanent damage to your soul due to excessive overdraft of willpower. Is this the war spirit? Lin Ming looked inward at the sea of spirit. Above the sea of spirit, the mist had faded a lot. In the middle of the lingering mist, there was a faint blue misty short gun, which looked very illusory and blurry. This gun was only as thick as a chopstick and half a foot long. The gun head was only the length of a finger joint. It was blue all over, and had a cold light. Is this my war spirit? This was the first time Lin Ming had seen a war spirit. His memory of the war spirit was very vague before. He didn't know what the war spirit looked like. Mo Guang chuckled and said, yes, everyone's battle spirit is different. For some people, the battle spirit is the weapon they are used to, such as a gun, a knife, or a sword. For others, the battle spirit is the power of the five element that they are proficient in, such as fire, ice crystals, and lightning. There are also some special battle spirits, such as beasts, plants, medicine cauldrons, etc. Cultivate your battle spirit well. Your current battle spirit is like a baby, but even so, it is very terrifying. You are really a pervert. You have condensed a battle spirit before the Zuanden stage. I wonder how terrifying it will be when it grows up in the future. Chapter 627, Leaving the Seclusion. In the darkness, a cold light flashed, and a low-grade earth-level sword was thrown into the air, spinning and falling. At this moment, the air around the sword suddenly became agitated, and a vortex of knife formation was rolled up, and the space was trembling because of it. Only the sharp sound of crackling was heard, and the earth-level sword exploded out of thin air, and turned into countless metal fragments. After the air vortex crushed the sword, these metal fragments also rotated, with a cold light and a faint whistling sound, as if tearing the space. If there was a warrior in the current knife formation vortex, he would have been minced into pieces. This is the attack power of the war spirit. In the will world, the war spirit is the most terrifying combat weapon, but in the real world, the war spirit cannot be used for direct attack, but must be attached to a certain object. Just now, Lin Ming attached the war spirit to the air in front of him, and set off a knife formation whirlwind, to crush the earth level treasure. Attaching to the air was not strong enough. The strongest state of the battle spirit was when it was attached to a treasure weapon. Lin Ming now wanted to find an opponent to fight and test his battle spirit. I wonder how much my strength has improved. Lin Ming muttered to himself and stopped activating the battle spirit. The metal fragments in front of him immediately fell to the ground. After comprehending the war spirit, your defense, the thickness of your true essence, and your speed have not improved much, but your attack power has definitely increased a lot. Even if it is only the prototype of the war spirit, it is very terrifying. When your war spirit grows up, you don't need to make any moves at all. Just the war spirit can kill people invisibly. Even later, when your war spirit is fully developed, you can attach it to the armor to enhance your defense. In short, as your strength grows, the proportion of your strength occupied by the war spirit will become larger and larger. It is also for this reason that warriors with the same strength, warriors with strong combat power in the will world, are often more respected than warriors with strong combat power in the real world, because they have more room for growth. You have comprehended the war spirit before the Zuanden, and your future growth space is unlimited. Mo Guang sighed. Lin Ming's opportunity is indeed enviable. I don't know if I'm now the opponent of the 10,000 Demon Lord. Lin Ming has been in the road of the Emperor for more than half a year, and the improvement of his cultivation and moves is not great. The only leap in strength is comprehending the war spirit. Now let him face the 10,000 demon lord. He still has no confidence. However, even if he could deal with the lord of 10,000 demons now, Lin Ming would not do it. He still wanted to use the name of the lord of 10,000 demons to enter the eternal demon pit. It was too early to kill the lord of 10,000 demons. It is estimated that there will not be much time left before the eternal demon pit opens. It is too late to break through the Xuanden. It is better to use this time to sharpen the war spirit. Lin Ming continued to walk towards the next emperor's lamp. He could not test the power of the war spirit in the real world, so he would test it in the will world. When he entered the will world again, Lin Ming had a completely different feeling. He felt that his body and everything around him were extremely real, no different from the real world. His perception became extremely sharp. His body was full of strength. His speed, condensed true essence, and understanding of the law were all back. In front of him was the will body of an emperor-level strongman, wrapped in a thin layer of black mist, and it was not appropriate to see, kill, or thought flashed in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming did not make a move at all, but a sharp spear appeared out of thin air in front of the will body, and pierced the heart of the will body with one shot. Blood spurted out, and the will body slowly dissipated, turning into condensed true essence that flowed into Lin Ming's body, nourishing his will. Is this visualization? Lin Ming recalled the feeling just now. As Mo Guang said, in the world of will, he is a god, and can visualize and transform into any weapon or beast. If the strength is sufficient, even a divine beast can be transformed, and these visualized weapons and beasts will become the most deadly killing tools. The difference in strength between having a war spirit and not having a war spirit in the world of will is too big. Before I had the war spirit, I had to fight to the death with a serious injury to kill the will body of an emperor level powerhouse. Now that I have the war spirit, I can actually kill him in seconds. In fact, what Lin Ming killed was not the true emperor's will, but the energy body similar to the emperor's will that was condensed by the emperor's road, based on its memory of those ancient emperor level powerhouses. The combat power possessed by these energy bodies is naturally not as good as that of the real emperor level powerhouses. Otherwise, even if Lin Ming comprehended the war spirit, it would be difficult to win. Next, Lin Ming swept all the way. After possessing the war spirit, those emperor's will bodies were no match for him. In such a battle, the prototype of the war spirit in Lin Ming's spiritual sea continued to solidify and grow. Feeling the increasingly powerful war spirit, Lin Ming was very eager to fight in the real world, to see how much his strength had improved. One day, when Lin Ming stepped into a new world, he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure descending on him, causing his blood vessels to stagnate, and his blood to surge. Looking up, Lin Ming saw a vague face in the sky, illusory and surrounded by clouds and mist. "Young man, you are not my opponent. Stop here and go back." A voice came from the sky, echoing in Lin Ming's ears like rolling thunder. Lin Ming was shocked when he heard this voice. Before this, he had killed dozens of emperor-level powerhouses' will bodies, but he had never heard them speak. Lin Ming subconsciously believed that those will bodies were dead things, or simulated by the emperor's road. Otherwise, every time he entered a top genius, he would kill these emperor's wills, and they would have been extinguished by now. Is there really a trace of the residual soul of an emperor-level powerhouse in this will world? As soon as Lin Ming had this thought, he felt an overwhelming pressure coming down, and his body shattered. The next moment, he had already exited the will world, sweating all over. The gap is too big. From the last will world to the current will world, the difficulty has soared countless times. This is an emperor-level powerhouse who has condensed the spirit of war. He even has a trace of real soul left in the will light. I'm not his opponent at all. The gap just now was as big as the gap between heaven and earth, which made Lin Ming unable to think of resisting at all. Is this the limit? Lin Ming looked at the long will lights in the distance and shook his head slightly. He had such a long way to go before he reached his limit. There was still a long way to go. Boy, you are still not satisfied. In Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the magic light jumped out and said unhappily, the will light's road is more difficult than the Emperor's steely road. Now you have walked more than half of it. What else do you want? You are only halfway through the Xuanden. If you can walk through it, it will be terrible. The Emperor's road includes not only the will light's road, but also other parts. However, now Lin Ming has chosen the Will Light's road. If he enters the Emperor's road next time, he will come here to continue. Before he finishes this road, he cannot enter the Emperor's steely road. In this case, there is no point in staying any longer. That's it. Lin Ming took a deep breath. It was time to go out. In a blink of an eye, Lin Ming stayed in the Emperor's road for 7 months. He had celebrated his birthday again unknowingly. When he came out of seclusion, Lin Ming was already 20 years old. At this time, the eruption of the eternal demon pit has stopped. In another 2 months, when the energy is stable, the 12 Tangshan towers will open the entrance to the eternal demon pit. At that time, all young heroes and masters will enter the eternal demon pit to seek opportunities. Lin Ming's coming out of retreat at this moment naturally attracted great attention. Lin Ming will be a strong competitor for them. The eternal demon pit is a place of killing. Since ancient times, many young heroes and masters have fallen here. Some were killed by the dangers of the eternal demon pit, and some died at the hands of other warriors. Even this part of people accounted for the majority. In the eternal demon pit, opportunities are everywhere, and there are no rules. Murder and robbery are common, especially the new eruption of the eternal demon pit, with more opportunities and treasures. Many warriors have already wiped their killing weapons before entering it. For warriors who walk the path of killing, it is destined to be a bloody battle in such an environment. However, the warriors who can enter the eternal devil pit are either geniuses or lords. All of them are tough guys. No matter how powerful you are, you have to be careful when facing the same group of tigers, otherwise you will be killed instead of killing. Therefore, getting information about other entrants is also a necessary preparation before entering the eternal devil pit. Lankin, Duanmukwon, Herishi and others are of course the key observation targets, and there is no need to mention the lords who have been famous for a long time, such as the Blood Flame Lord and the Three-Eyed Lord. And Lin Ming, as a rising star who killed the Dark Lord, cannot be ignored by others. Before entering the Emperor's Road, Lin Ming had the strength of being ranked in the upper middle of the Polar Star Tower Lords. After entering the Emperor's Road, I'm afraid he has already entered the top 3 of the Polar Star Tower Lords. In the Cloud Tower, more than a dozen lords who were about to enter the Eternal Devil Pit in their lackeys were analyzing the strength of other competitors, and naturally mentioned Lin Ming. Another lord said, among the 12 towers to the sky, the overall strength of the Lord of the Polaris Tower is only in the middle and lower ranks, while our Cloud Tower, the Lord's overall strength ranks first. Lin Ming's strength is indeed strong, but if it is ranked in the Cloud Tower, it is not too exaggerated. Lin Ming is a strong competitor of ours, but there is no need to be too afraid of him. I don't know how Duanmukwon and Lankin compare to him, especially Duanmukwon. His original strength is not necessarily inferior to Lin Ming. This time he has entered the path of the Emperor, and his cultivation has been further improved. Not to mention his comprehension of the laws, he must have gained a lot. These warriors were discussing, when suddenly a sound transmission node lit up in the hall. After the lord who was leading the group received the news, he immediately looked strange. Chapter 628, Entering the Eternal Devil's Pit. What happened? The others noticed the strange look on the face of the leader, and asked in confusion. Lin Ming came out of the Emperor's Road. Finally came out. This guy has been in there for 7 months. The Emperor's Road is different from the King's Cage. If you don't have the strength, you can't stay in the King's Cage for a long time, but the Emperor's Road can be used for a while, so it doesn't necessarily mean that the longer you stay, the stronger you will be. But, I'm surprised that Lin Ming doesn't seem to have broken through the Zuandan. The leader frowned and said with some doubt, "What? 7 months and still haven't broken through the Zuandan?" When these words came out, the warriors present were stunned at first, and then a hint of joy flashed across their faces. Lin Ming didn't break through the Zuandan, which was really good news. For top geniuses, the Zuandan is not a big bottleneck, and it is natural to break through, not to mention entering a place like the Emperor's Road, where it is very easy to improve strength. Lin Ming has been in the Emperor's Road for 7 months. After such a long time, they originally thought that Lin Ming had broken through the Zuandan, but they didn't expect that he was only half a step into the Zuandan after he came out. Each major realm of the Juan system is divided into 4 minor realms, namely the initial stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and the extreme stage. From the innate extreme stage to the half-step Zuanden stage is not a minor realm at all. The half-step Zuanden stage is actually just the peak of the innate extreme stage. In other words, Lin Ming only improved half a minor realm after entering the Emperor's Road. Compared with Lankin, Duan Mukwan and others, it is really eclipsed. How could this happen? A warrior said in disbelief. He was used to Lin Ming creating miracles. This time, Lin Ming's poor performance was incredible. There is nothing strange. It is estimated that he encountered a bottleneck. Otherwise, Lin Ming's comprehension is not good. He didn't understand the Emperor's stele. A dwarf demon warrior laughed. He was the Black Kui Lord of the Yangxiao Tower. There were 16 lords in the entire Yangxiao Tower, and Black Kui ranked 9th. Originally, he had no confidence in dealing with Lin Ming in the Zuanden stage. After all, it was a big leap for a warrior to go from the innate stage to the Zuanden stage. But now that he heard that Lin Ming did not break through the Zuanden stage, he suddenly became more confident. Don't be careless. Lin Ming's comprehension is definitely not bad. Otherwise, how could he comprehend the realm of time and space? I don't know what this kid did on the road to the Emperor, the leading lord said with a puzzled look. Brother Yunsha, you are just too cautious. Your strength can also be ranked in the top 5 in our Yangxiao Tower. Why bother about a junior? Lin Ming is a genius, but he is too young. He is only half a step into the Zuanden. If he didn't meet us during this trip to the Eternal Demon Pit, it would be fine. If he met us, Lord Hiki smiled sinisterly, not hiding his murderous intention. Lin Ming's name was well known in the Polar Star Tower, but it was greatly discounted in the Yangxiao Tower. First, there are always exaggerations in the comments, and second, the overall strength of the lords of the Polar Star Tower is much worse than that of the Yangxiao Tower. Lord Yunsha groaned, and finally said nothing. No matter what improvement Lin Ming had made in the road to the Emperor, it was a fact that he failed to break through the Zuanden. Okay, that's enough about Lin Ming. Let's talk about another powerful person who needs attention. Three-Eyed Lord. When the name of Three-Eyed Lord was mentioned, the arrogant Black Kui Lord also restrained his smile. Three-Eyed Lord has been famous for a long time, and he is not comparable to a junior like Lin Ming. Polaris Tower, Tower Master Hall. In the Den Hall, the Polaris Tower Master, wearing a black cloak, sat on the obsidian chair and frowned at Lin Ming standing in front of him. Beside Lin Ming, there were several other lords of Polaris Tower. They were all members who entered the Eternal Demon Pit this time. Before Lin Ming came out of retreat, Polaris Tower had many speculations about Lin Ming's strength improvement. People generally believed that after Lin Ming came out of retreat from Polaris Tower, his comprehensive combat power could enter the top 3 of Polaris Tower lords, and even compete with Blood-Flamed Lord. However, in fact, after Lin Ming came out of retreat from Tangshan Tower, his cultivation level only improved by half a small realm, which caught everyone by surprise. This is too bad. Even if he comprehends more laws, his cultivation level should not be improved by this much. If it happened to someone else, it would be okay, but Lin Ming is a top genius of the Shura level. He can stay in the King's Cage for 108 days. After coming out, his strength has skyrocketed to a terrifying level. So how could his strength not improve after entering the Emperor's Road, which is even more terrifying than the King's Cage? Lin Ming, what did you experience on the Emperor's Road? Why did you delay for so long? Why can't I feel that your strength has improved too much? The Polestar Tower Master was silent for a long time before asking. This time, he allowed Lin Ming to enter the Emperor's Road and lifted the previous order that did not allow Lin Ming to break through the realm privately, which was to prepare for the other party to break through the Zuanden. Although after breaking through the Zuanden, the slave seal he planted was a little unstable, but for the trip to the Eternal Demon Pit, the Polestar Tower Master was willing to take this risk, but he never expected that Lin Ming would dawdle on the Emperor's Road for 7 months before reaching the half-step Zuanden. Lin Ming bowed and said expressionlessly, I spent most of my time on the Emperor's path comprehending the Emperor's stele, and I have further comprehended the laws. Apart from that, I have no special experience. The Polaris Tower Master did not doubt that Lin Ming was lying. His slave seal was planted in Lin Ming's spiritual sea. He could still clearly feel that with the slave seal. Lin Ming could not lie. After 7 months of comprehending the Emperor's stele, I only gained this little improvement. Even Kaiyang's entry into the Emperor's path would be far more than this. Lin Ming's comprehension was definitely not just that. Otherwise how could he comprehend the realm of time and space? Did I hurt Lin Ming's comprehension when I planted the slave seal? It stands to reason that the slave seal would not hurt the soul of a warrior. The person who was planted with the slave seal had no abnormalities, except that he was absolutely obedient to the Polaris Tower Master. However, the human brain and soul are the most difficult things to explain. Maybe it was really because of this slave seal that the comprehension was hurt. You can go down. The Polaris Tower Master waved his hand with some dissatisfaction. Yes. Lin Ming replied lightly and left. Master, Feng Shen has entered the Emperor's road this time. His cultivation has been upgraded from the initial 1-star Demon King to the 2-star Demon King. It is hard to say how much his overall combat power has improved. When I saw him a month ago, I could faintly feel a trace of the power of law in him. I estimate that Feng Shen has already reached the strength of the top 5 masters of the Polestar Tower. After Lin Ming left, a master in the hall talked about Feng Shen's situation after entering the Emperor's road. After all, Feng Shen is a descendant of the Holy Land and is not on the same level as Yanqi and Maha. Before entering the Emperor's road, Feng Shen could only be compared to the masters ranked 11th and 12th in the Polestar Tower. Now he is ranked 4th or 5th. This improvement is quite terrifying. The Lord continued, if we change the realm of Feng Shen into human terms, it is roughly equivalent to the human's promotion from the early stage of Zuandan to the peak of the middle stage of Zuandan. In 5 months, Feng Shen has promoted 1.5 small realms of Zuandan, while Lin Ming has used 7 months to improve half a small realm of Xianshan. The gap between the two is too big. It is indeed difficult to understand. Another lord echoed. His subtext was that Lin Ming's performance was really bad, and it was really unimaginable that this would happen to a titled Shura. It is not surprising that some geniuses suddenly run out of potential. Lord Shengong said in the corner of the hall. He and Lin Ming did not have a grudge, but because of the matter of Xingshan and Lord Darkness, Lord Shengong would definitely applaud if Lin Ming was unlucky. In the position of the General Lord, the Lord of the Polestar Tower remained silent. 7 months and a half small realms, still in the Xianshan stage. For an Emperor level genius, there can be such an improvement without entering the path of the Emperor. Say that Lin Ming deliberately let it go. Firstly, he had no reason to do so, and secondly, he was planted with a slave mark by himself, so it was impossible for him to do so. If it is true that his comprehension was enslaved, Lin Ming's value is greatly reduced. He cannot be cultivated, and he has taken up one of my enslaved places. It is better to give up on him. Well, let him enter the dangerous area within 1,200 miles this time, to see what opportunities he can find for me. It can be regarded as a waste utilization. It would be best if he can find it. If he can't find it, he will not be able to grow up in the future. Let him fend for himself. The master of the Polestar Tower thought so in his heart, stood up and said in a deep voice, there are still 2 months before the opening of the Eternal Demon Pit. Everyone should prepare early. Today is over. The time for the opening of the Eternal Demon Pit is getting closer and closer. Lin Ming has been sitting on the stone bed in his training ground these days, meditating and breathing, while sharpening his will. 2 months is unlikely to be used to break through the Zuandan. Instead of doing so, it is better to sharpen the battle spirit, so that the battle spirit can grow up as soon as possible and reach the extreme attack power. The 12 warriors of the Tangshan Tower were also preparing themselves. The lowest warriors who could enter the Eternal Demon Pit were the 7-star Heavenly Demon Warriors. The others would die if they entered. A group of strong men gathered together, and the fierceness of the fight could be imagined. In this way, time passed silently, and the day when the Eternal Demon Pit was finally opened came. On this day, Lin Ming and all the warriors who wanted to enter the Eternal Demon Pit gathered on the 4th floor of the Tangshan Tower. In addition to the 12 masters, only one of the 7-star Heavenly Demon Warriors entered the Eternal Demon Pit. Feng Shen, Dagu and Zuanji finally chose not to participate. Kaiyang, Maha, and Yanqi all died. There was also a 7-star Heavenly Demon Warrior who left the Tangshan Tower. In the end, only Feng Shen was left. Therefore, the number of people who entered the Eternal Demon Pit from the Polar Star Tower was 13 in total. The Polar Star Tower Master led everyone into a teleportation array on the 4th floor. With a flash of light, they came to another space. The Master of the Polaris Tower glanced at everyone and said slowly, "This is the 5th floor of the Tower of Babel. The entrance to the Eternal Devil Pit is on this floor." The 5th floor. Lin Ming took a breath. He already knew that the Polaris Tower of Babel had a total of 5 floors. What was on the 5th floor had always been a mystery. It turned out that this was the entrance to the Eternal Devil Pit. Chapter 629, A Gathering of Talents. The Polestar Tower Master led everyone forward. The 5th floor was not as high as the first 4 floors. It seemed to be only a dozen feet high. It was very quiet all the way. However, there seemed to be a suffocating sense of oppression in the space, forcing the warriors to use their energy to fight against this pressure. Lin Ming was very familiar with this pressure. This was the heavenly demon force field. It might not even be a single Shura force field or Emperor force field, but a fusion of the 2 force fields. Swish. The quiet space echoed with the footsteps of the crowd. The dark corridor seemed to have no end. On both sides of the corridor, there were lonely lamp holders. These lamp holders were similar to the will lamps that Lin Ming saw in the Emperor's Road, but the flames on these lamp holders had long been extinguished and were only covered with a thick layer of dust. After walking for 3/4 of an hour, the Polestar Tower Master finally stopped. In front of him were 2 black doors that could be opened by both hands. The doors were 10 feet high, and the ancient door panels were carved with complex and strange patterns. All the patterns were centered around a 12-winged demon sculpture in the middle of the door. The demon sculpture stared with its empty eyes wide open, and its 12 wings spread out wantonly, full of oppression and mystery. "We are here. This is the entrance." The Polestar Tower gently held the handle of the door and said, "Flying is prohibited in the Tower of Babel, and the Eternal Demon Pit is no exception. It is located thousands of feet underground. If you can't fly, you can't get down at all. However, there are exceptions, such as, here." The Polestar Tower Master suddenly pushed the door open with force. After the door opened, Lin Ming took a breath of cold air when he saw the scene inside. Behind this door was the boundless starry sky. It was unclear whether the shining stars were real or illusions formed by the formation. "Go in. This is the only passage that can fly into the Eternal Demon Pit. The passages of the 12 Tangshan Towers are connected together. Flying down is the real entrance to the Eternal Demon Pit," the Master of the Polestar Tower said as he flew into the starry sky first. His body disappeared immediately, then followed by the Lord of Red Flame, the Lord of Shengong. Lin Ming was the 5th to go in. He jumped into the endless starry sky and immediately felt the dense and terrifying evil spirit coming towards him. All the way down, the temperature was getting lower and lower, and the evil spirit was getting thicker and thicker. Lin Ming did not use his true energy to fly. He completely relied on gravity to descend rapidly. His speed quickly increased to several dozen feet per breath. There was a whistling sound of wind in his ears, and the evil spirit was so dense that it almost condensed into substance. The Eternal Demon Pit is more than 10,000 feet deep underground. In addition, the Polestar Tangshan Tower is originally 6 or 7,000 feet above the ground. This time the descent is nearly 20,000 feet, equivalent to more than 100 miles. This is a very terrifying number. Lin Ming felt that he had been descending for a long time before he saw that the fewer lords who fell in front began to slow down. Lin Ming also used the wind state to slow down suddenly. At this depth, the cold penetrates deep into the bone marrow. If you exhale a breath, it will be full of ice crystals. If a mortal is in this environment, he will be frozen to death. The lower you go, the colder it is. At this time, the Master of the Polestar Tower stopped in midair and began to fly in one direction. The others followed. Lin Ming flew indifferently. The whole space was dark, without any sound, and dead silent. Looking up at the sky, you can see the stars hanging high in the sky. It is incredible to be able to see the starry sky underground. I don't know if this is really the starry sky or just an illusion. The speed of the Master of the Polestar Tower is not fast. He flew for half an hour before landing on an open space. Many people have gathered on this open space. These people gathered together, intentionally or unintentionally emitting a palpitating momentum. There is no doubt that they are top masters from other Tangshan towers, including the Lord and the 7 demon stars. Among them, the Lord accounts for the majority, and the 7 demon stars only have a small number, and this small number is still the top few people among the 7 demon stars of the various Tangshan towers. If you enter the Eternal Demon Pit at any other time, there won't be so many experts gathered, but it's different when the Eternal Demon Pit erupts. Even the tower masters of the major Tangshan towers will not miss this opportunity. High risk also means high return. Lin Ming, the people in front of you are from the Cloud Tower and the Blue Silver Tower. The forces of these 2 Tangshan towers are stronger than ours. The comprehensive strength of our Polaris Tower is probably ranked 8th or 9th among the 12 Tangshan towers, and this Cloud Tower can rank 1st, and the Blue Silver Tower can also rank in the top 5. As soon as Lin Ming landed, he heard the true essence transmission of Lord Bloodflame. After being controlled by the Polaris Tower Master, Lord Bloodflame has been loyal, and Lin Ming, who pretended to be controlled, was regarded by Lord Bloodflame as a companion who can be fully trusted. So, is there anyone among them who is stronger than Brother Bloodflame? Lin Ming asked casually. This time when entering the Eternal Demon Pit, anyone could become an enemy, so it is necessary to understand the information of the opponent. Of course there are. Yunsha and Yunayan from Qianxue Tower are both stronger than me. There are a few who may be similar to me. In addition, although Duanmukwan from Qianxue Tower is not a lord, his strength is more terrifying than most lords. Duanmukwan was born in a super holy land. When he had not yet entered the road of the emperor, his strength was already much stronger than that of the gods. Now that he has entered the road of the emperor, his strength is probably not inferior to mine. Lin Ming was not unfamiliar with Duanmukwan's name. Following the description of Lord Zuan, Lin Ming could not help but take a look at Duanmukwan. The other party was tall and slender, handsome, and just stood casually. His whole body naturally exuded a breath that made people feel like spring breeze. He was as handsome as jade. Such temperament, appearance, and strength were really impeccable. Lin Ming just took a look, and Duanmukwan seemed to have sensed something. He turned around and smiled at Lin Ming. Lin Ming also nodded in return. With the small movements between Duanmukwan and Lin Ming, many people noticed Lin Ming. As a human, Lin Ming stood out among the warriors composed of trolls, goblins, barbarians, and dwarf demons. Coupled with his age and cultivation, his identity was obvious. Staying in the king's cage for a full 108 days, this alone made Lin Ming famous in the blood-killing plane. He is Lin Ming? Yes, it should be correct. He really didn't break through the Zuanden. It's really strange. For the top emperor level geniuses, from the innate extreme to the Zuanden, it only takes 1 or 2 years to complete the breakthrough if they don't enter the emperor's path. Lin Ming entered the emperor's path and took 7 months to improve half a small realm. It doesn't make sense anyway. Let's test his strength, said a dwarf demon warrior who walked towards Lin Ming. He was the Black Kui Lord of the Cloud Tower. He was going to suppress Lin Ming with his momentum and force Lin Ming to show some of his true skills, to see how strong the opponent was. Don't make trouble. Lord Yunsha stopped Heli Kui and frowned, saying, Heli Kui, what are you doing? After entering the Eternal Demon Pit, everyone is an enemy. If you offend people before entering, it will be easy to be attacked everywhere and be bullied. Even if Lin Ming has not made any breakthroughs in the Emperor's Road, he is not a character that can be bullied. Lord Yunsha obviously has a good status in the Qianxue Tower, so Heli Kui had to give up. However, he still disagreed. In terms of comprehensive strength, the Qianxue Tower is the well-deserved first among the 12 Tangshan towers. He always felt that Yunsha was too cautious. As time went by, several more warriors from the Tangshan Tower arrived one after another. They were the 5-color tower, the white stone tower and the giant axe tower, plus the blue silver tower, the Qianxue Tower and the polar star tower, a total of 6 Tangshan towers. These 6 Tangshan towers were relatively close to each other. Their gathering place was at the southern end of the Eternal Demon Pit, and the other 6 Tangshan towers were at the northern end of the Eternal Demon Pit. The 12 Tangshan towers just formed a circle, surrounding the Eternal Demon Pit in the center. After all the people from the 6 Tangshan towers arrived, an old man in a black robe stood up and said, Everyone, I will now announce the rules for entering the Eternal Demon Pit. The old man who suddenly appeared caught Lin Ming's attention. This old man's cultivation level was a 3-star demon king, equivalent to a late-stage Zuundan strongman, or even better. In the blood-killing plane, almost no one had a life-falling level, because once they had passed the life-falling level, they would be cursed by the mysterious power deep in the blood-killing plane. The higher the level of life falling, the greater the chance of being cursed. I'm the supervisory deacon of the Blood Evil Temple, and I'm in charge of the opening of the Eternal Demon Pit this time. Although most of you present are already familiar with the rules, I still have to explain them again. The edge of the Eternal Demon Pit is 1,000 miles away, and is an absolute life-restricted zone. Anyone who enters will die. In addition, from the edge of the Eternal Demon Pit, a distance of 1,000 miles to 10,000 miles is the periphery of the Eternal Demon Pit. There are opportunities everywhere, but there are also murderous intentions everywhere. What you can find depends entirely on your personal luck. The deeper you go, the more opportunities you have. In principle, killing is prohibited after entering the Eternal Demon Pit. However, there are always people who forget their principles for the sake of profit. In such a situation, it is reasonable to kill others in self-defense. When the old man said this, Lin Ming was speechless. What is self-defense is reasonable. It sounds good, but killing is still prohibited. Who can investigate the real cause of death of a warrior who died in the Eternal Demon Pit? However, there is one thing that must be noted, that is, killing others in the Eternal Demon Pit can also accumulate blood evil energy and nourish the heavenly demon tattoo. According to the rules of the Tower of Babel, the middle stage of the 10 wings is the limit. If you exceed this limit, I will use some methods to disperse some of the blood evil energy on your body. These methods will not cause any harm to you. Please cooperate with me. When the old man said this, Lin Ming suddenly understood. So that's why he saw that many of the heavenly demon tattoos on the bodies of the lords were in the middle stage of the 10 wings. He was surprised before. Generally, after becoming a lord, warriors will no longer participate in the life and death battles in the blood-killing field. Where do their evil energy come from? The evil energy required to go from the early stage of the 10 wings to the middle stage of the 10 wings is not a small number. At least 2 or 3 lords of the same level must be killed. If only 8 winged heavenly demons are killed, the increase in evil energy will be quite slow. Besides, even 8 winged heavenly demons are not cabbages. Chapter 630, Space Gate. It turns out that the 10 winged mid-stage heavenly demon tattoos of those lords were all condensed in the Eternal Demon Pit. However, I remember that the Pole Star Tower Master was already at the peak of the 10 winged heavenly demon, so why didn't the old man remove the evil spirit for him? Lin Ming felt vaguely that the identity of this Pole Star Tower Master was not simple. Lin Ming was thinking about the Pole Star Tower Master, and the voice of the Pole Star Tower Master suddenly rang in Lin Ming's mind. After entering the Eternal Demon Pit this time, you will enter a range of 1,200 miles to seek opportunities for this lord, understand? Seek opportunities for you within 1,200 miles? That is a place with a very high probability of falling. After entering, you will risk your life for others? Lin Ming sneered in his heart, but he agreed. Lin understands. But, the range of 1,200 miles is extremely dangerous. I wonder if the Tower Master has a map jade slip or something like that, so that Lin will not accidentally enter the dangerous area. Hearing Lin Ming's question, the Polar Star Tower Master pondered for a moment. In the 12 Tangshan Tower, there are many maps about the Eternal Demon Pit, but in fact, most of these maps have problems and omissions. After all, the dangerous areas of the Eternal Demon Pit will change every time it erupts. However, the Polar Star Tower Master does have a relatively accurate map, which has been explored by countless people over the years. It is extremely precious. The Polar Star Tower Master was able to obtain this map because his father was the original owner of the blood-killing plane and the only 12-winged demon in the blood-killing plane. There are several copies of this map, but he didn't intend to give it to Lin Ming. He was afraid that Lin Ming would be killed in the Eternal Demon Pit and then the map would be leaked. If it was obtained by the descendants of the Holy Land, it would be easier for them to obtain resources from the Eternal Demon Pit in the future, which of course was something the Polar Star Tower Master did not want to see. After a slight hesitation, the Pole Star Tower Master said, Lin Ming, I do have a map, but you must not reveal it to anyone. If you are in danger and about to die in the eternal demon pit, you must destroy the map first. Do you understand? Lin understands. Lin Ming replied expressionlessly. The Polestar Tower Master relied on the slave seal, and did not even need to pretend in front of his subordinates. He openly said that he would destroy the map before he died. The Polestar Tower Master stretched out his hand and touched Lin Ming's hand. A jade slip quietly entered Lin Ming's zoomy ring. The perception scanned it, and it was indeed the map of the eternal demon pit. If you are ready, then I will start the formation. You have only half a year to enter the eternal demon pit. After half a year, if you cannot come out, you will have to stay until the next time the eternal demon pit formation is opened. However, since ancient times, all warriors who failed to come out after half a year have disappeared. No one knows where they went. Please remember this for half a year. After the old man finished speaking, he took out 3 black glass beads from the zoomy ring and arranged them on the ground one by one. Lin Ming then discovered that not far from the open space where they were standing, there were grooves, and the glass beads were embedded in them, just fitting in. Lin Ming was also very familiar with these black glass beads. They were the bones of the demon god. After the 3 demon god bones were placed, the earth suddenly shook, and the space not far in front of everyone suddenly twisted. After a moment, the space seemed to melt, and a space door slowly opened. Behind this space door was a grey space. Between the sky and the earth, there was all kinds of fog, stretching as far as the eye could see. At that moment, Lin Ming felt as if a door of mystery opened in front of him. The energy with a strong breath of death rushed from the space, making people feel extremely shocked and depressed. So it's this place. I've been to this place. Mo Guang's voice suddenly rang in Lin Ming's mind. Oh, you've been here? Lin Ming was slightly startled, but soon he was relieved. The Demon Emperor had been to the Emperor's Road, so it was not surprising that he would go to the Eternal Demon Pit next time. Do you remember what dangerous places are in here? I remember a little, but not too many. After all, it was my eldest brother who accompanied the master into this place. According to my eldest brother's memory, the master stayed here for more than 20 years. Lin Ming was stunned. Didn't it mean that, if he didn't come out for half a year, he would never come out? How could the Demon Emperor stay here for more than 20 years? Mo Guang sneered, shook his dog head and said, the master was also a 12-winged sky demon. He broke through the Emperor realm for hundreds of years and encountered a bottleneck before returning to the Eternal Demon Pit. He explored here for more than 20 years. Naturally, he is not comparable to you juniors. The so-called death within 1,000 miles of the Eternal Demon Pit is also for you juniors. Breaking through the Emperor realm and returning to the Eternal Demon Pit, Lin Ming suddenly realized. Generally speaking, since the blood-killing origin mutated, the Eternal Demon Pit has rarely had Emperor-level powerhouses enter, because Emperor-level powerhouses who are not 12-winged sky demons would be killed if they stepped into the blood-killing origin. Therefore, in most cases, warriors who enter the Eternal Devil Pit are young talents, such as the top powers such as the 6-fingered Demon Emperor and the Demon Emperor. They have all achieved the 12-winged heavenly demon in the Polar Star Tower, and then entered the Eternal Devil Pit as Emperor-level warriors. With their strength, as long as they do not enter the Eternal Devil Pit, they can walk on the edge of the Eternal Devil Pit with ease. After the space gate was fully opened, the old man who was responsible for opening the Eternal Devil Pit said, now start to assign teams. Each Tangshan Tower will send 1 to 2 people to form a team of 10 people, led by a supervisory deacon from the Blood Evil Temple, and walk to a place 1,500 miles away from the Eternal Devil Pit. After that, the supervisory deacon will return along the same route, and you will decide whether to follow us back or continue to move forward. First, my team, who will go with me? When the old man said this, Lin Ming was stunned. Move forward as a team? 1 or 2 people from each Tangshan Tower can play a role in mutual supervision. In this way, at least in the first section of the journey, killing will not happen. The presence of the supervisory deacon can completely eliminate the possibility of some warriors secretly becoming the 12-winged heavenly demon. 1 or 2 people came out from each of the 6 Tangshan Towers, and soon formed a team of 10 people, and set off with the old man who was speaking. They walked into the illusory space gate, and their figures soon disappeared in the vast grey fog. Lin Ming, you and Zhu Yan will follow the dwarf demon supervisory deacon. He has the most experience and can ensure that you are safe and sound within a range of 1,500 miles. After that, you can act alone. The true essence of the master of the Pole Star Tower sounded in Lin Ming's ears. Understood. Lin Ming responded and looked at an old dwarf demon among the supervisory deacons. Dwarf demons look old, and Lin Ming didn't know how old this old man was. Looking at his face, the wrinkles were almost piled together, and his skin was dark, just like an old man who had experienced vicissitudes among mortals. Soon, the old dwarf demon walked out of the team. My name is Sada, who will join me? On the Polar Star Tower side, Lin Ming and Blood Flame Lord stepped out of the team together. It was obvious that Blood Flame Lord had also received the order from the Polar Star Tower Lord. There are 7 more positions. Who will come from the other Tangshan towers? Count me in. The Black Kui Lord from the Cloud Tower stepped out and looked at Lin Ming with a smile. Lin Ming remembered this guy. When he first came, he was eager to try. Seeing the fighting spirit that could not be concealed in his eyes, Lin Ming was too lazy to pay attention to this little guy who felt good about himself. There are 6 more positions. Sada said again. Me. With a clear female voice, Lankin from the Blue-Silver Holy Land stepped out of the team. With the appearance of Lankin, several young goblins from the White Stone Tower and the Five Colors Tower were obviously excited. They rushed out of the team. In an instant, Sada's team was full, and there was one more person. This scene made Lin Ming extremely speechless. At this time, there are still people thinking about picking up girls? It's so weird. But think about it carefully. Lankin comes from a holy land, and it's a holy land ranked in the upper reaches. Such an origin is even more extraordinary. For other fairy warriors, if they can really get Lankin's heart and marry her, the good fortune is secondary. Getting more resources is more important. Moreover, these warriors who pursue Lanzin were originally emperor level geniuses. In addition to their relatively ordinary origins, they still have a good chance of matching with Lankin. Although they are far inferior to Duan Muquan, people like Duan Muquan who are better than Lankin can't marry into the Blue-Silver Holy Land. They can only let Lankin marry there, which is equivalent to digging away a future emperor level strongman from the Blue-Silver Holy Land. In this way, the Blue-Silver Holy Land is naturally unwilling. On the contrary, if these pursuers of Lankin are chosen, it is likely that the Blue-Silver Holy Land will have one more emperor level strongman in the future. Which choice is better is clear at a glance. The young heroes of the fairy tribe in the Tower of Babel calculated this point accurately, hoping to climb up to Lankin's high branch and struggle for hundreds of years less. Lin Ming quickly figured out the trick, and this scene was expected. One more. Sada frowned and said, "Hey, brother, can you do me a favor?" The fairy warrior who reacted the slowest and came out last gave Lin Ming a smile that he thought was friendly, hoping that Lin Ming would give up this position. Lin Ming felt amused. He didn't know him at all, so why should he give up this position? You're so long-winded. Sada was a little angry, pointing at the ferryman and said, according to the order of priority, you leave. This sentence was like a basin of cold water, which directly extinguished the ferryman's hope. The other party dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. Lin Ming could see that these 4 or 5 ferrymen were all members of the 7 stars of the Heavenly Demon, not the Lord. Some of them might have surrendered to the Lord and were willing to be his lackeys. Although they were talented, they were young after all, and most of them were under 30 years old. In terms of strength and experience, these people are not as good as a Lord. It is much better to be in a team with these guys than with those lords. Lin Ming touched his chin and wanted to thank Lankin. Let's go. Sada led everyone into the space gate. The figures of Lin Ming and his group quickly disappeared in the misty grey fog. Chapter 631 Evil Thing. Within 1,000 miles around the Eternal Demon Pit, the evil spirit was so dense that it almost condensed into liquid droplets. Lin Ming was in it and felt that the breath in his body was pulled by the evil spirit, and he had a faint feeling of gushing out. Such a dense evil spirit. These grey fogs are formed by the evil spirit condensed into substance. If I can practice magic skills here. Lin Ming thought of this and shook his head. When practicing, warriors often have to enter a meditative state. In this state, the warrior's defense ability is very low. Being in a dangerous place like the Eternal Demon Pit is like seeking death. Kid, how do you feel? The atmosphere here is not bad. An unpleasant voice suddenly sounded in Lin Ming's ears. Those words were like needles piercing his ears, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Ming turned his head and saw that it was Lord Hiki. Lin Ming frowned slightly and did not reply. Lord Hiki didn't take it seriously and continued, "Boy, I guess you've reached a place of 1,500 miles, so you should keep going. Then we can go together and take care of each other. Haha. Sorry, I'm not interested. Besides, you'd better not use your perception to test me with words." Lin Ming's voice was a little cold. Lord Hiki's face rose. This boy was so sensitive. His method of testing was extremely secretive. Most people could only feel that his voice was a little harsh, but when it fell into Lin Ming's ears, he was instantly recognized by the other party. Sada was not in a hurry to move forward. He closed his eyes, felt the wind direction, and said, "Starting from here to the edge of the Eternal Demon Pit, which is 1,500 miles away, the total distance is 8,500 miles. It will take us about 20 days to a month. During this month, you must listen to me. If you encounter some evil things, don't act rashly before they take the initiative to attack, otherwise it may lead to serious consequences." Evil things? What evil things? A young man from the goblin tribe became interested. To be able to come to the Eternal Demon Pit, his strength and talent are naturally needless to say. He also has full confidence in himself. He thought that, if he could encounter any danger, he would stand up. Even if he could not be a hero to save the beauty, at least he could leave a good impression on Lankin. After all, women, even if they are strong, are willing to be protected in their bones. The most important thing about coming to the Eternal Demon Pit this time is to capture Lankin's heart. Compared with marrying into the Blue Silver Holy Land, the little opportunity he can find is nothing. Sada explained slowly, the evil things around the Eternal Demon Pit are all condensed from the dense evil spirit. These things are strange and bizarre, and no one knows how they are formed. If it were just them, we wouldn't be afraid, but some evil things are rejected by the energy flow in the Eternal Demon Pit as it erupts. If we encounter such things, we should run as far as possible. Fighting with them is courting death. Evil things erupted from the Eternal Demon Pit. Lin Ming's heart shuddered. There was no doubt about the horror of the Eternal Demon Pit. The huge claws that stretched out from there could kill 12 Emperor level strongmen with one claw. Anything that ran out of there, even if it was a cat or a dog, would probably not be something he could deal with. Although the few demon youths were arrogant, they were not stupid. When they heard Sada mention the evil things in the Eternal Demon Pit, they all kept silent. They also knew how powerful they were. Okay, if there's no problem, we'll set off. Also remember one thing, don't fight unless necessary. Once you fight, try to suppress your strength. If you can use 30% of your strength to resolve the battle, don't use 40%. Don't create a terrifying torrent of true essence and demon essence, and don't stir up the evil spirit in the Eternal Demon Pit on a large scale. Are you clear? Sada's tone was a little harsh. Seeing the reaction of the young goblin before, he said unhappily, "I'm not kidding. Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? I heard you." The young goblin showed an impatient expression of "I'm not a child" and nodded perfunctorily. Sada rolled his eyes at the goblin and said, "Let's go." The group set off on their journey. The outer 8,500 miles were relatively safe. There was basically no situation of warriors killing each other. With the guidance of the guide, there were few dangers. Correspondingly, there were not many opportunities. A group of people gathered together, and what they could find was very limited, and the Tower of Babel would take away a lot. The next time was spent on the move. The surrounding environment was unchanging, all covered with misty grey fog, which stretched as far as the eye could see. Fortunately, there were stars in the sky to guide the way, so they did not get lost. The ground was full of pits and reddish rocks. Occasionally, some broken stone tablets could be seen scattered among the rocks. The words engraved on them had long been blurred, and it was unknown how many tens of thousands of years they had been abandoned. Such a boring journey did not seem to be a big deal for 1 or 2 days, but after more than 10 days, most people felt impatient. These days, they did not even see a hair of the evil creature, let alone an opportunity. Sometimes they were too bored, and they even wished that an evil creature would appear to relieve their boredom. Can we hurry up? There are nothing but rocks and fog here. We only walk a few hundred miles a day. It will take us forever to get there. It's only 8,500 miles. I can fly across it in a few hours. What evil creature are you talking about? I haven't even seen a single hair along the way. Even the most well-trained soldiers can walk hundreds of miles a day. For these young heroes, this speed is no different from a snail's crawl. Sada suddenly stopped and turned around to stare at the young goblin who was talking like a ferocious tiger. His cold eyes made the young man pause slightly. The eternal devil pit is not as easy as you think. You should be thankful that you can get here safely. You'd better shut your mouth. I have the final say within the range of 1,500 miles of the eternal devil pit. It's up to you to do whatever you want from now on. I won't care if you jump into the eternal devil pit. The young goblin got angry after hearing this. It's really interesting. Did we ask you to lead the way? It was your so-called supervisory deacon who insisted that we follow you. Aren't you trying to monitor us? What? Are you afraid that we will find an opportunity or that we will become the 12-winged heavenly demon in the fight? The young goblin's voice was aggressive. You lead the way, and if you really find something, you can quietly put it away. How would we know? If you really encounter danger, you run away, and we stay behind to take the blame. We are here to find opportunities, not to run errands and be bodyguards or cannon fodder. Sada's face suddenly sank. If you don't want to follow me, get out now. Humph, who's afraid of you? Let's go. We all go. The fairy youth said to the other warriors, but no one responded to him. Following this, Sada really didn't help them find opportunities, but most of them were aiming for within 1,500 miles. If there were no opportunities outside the 8,500 miles, they would just give up. Lin Ming didn't care. These days, he kept on traveling while practicing breathing. Although he couldn't calm down because of the rush, the strong evil spirit here was very suitable for practicing the great wilderness halberd art. The overall practice speed was not much slower than meditation in seclusion. Lin Ming estimated that if he ensured a solid foundation, it would take about half a year to break through the Zuanden in seclusion. If he was in the Emperor's Road, to comprehend the Emperor's stele, it would probably take a few months. Unfortunately, even if Lin Ming entered the Emperor's Road now, he would have to continue on the Will and Light Road, and he would have no chance with the Emperor's stele. Seeing that no one responded, the fairy youth looked a little unhappy. He couldn't save face, and really wanted to leave alone. He was not afraid of leaving alone, but once he left, he would have no chance with Lankin. The young man from the fairy tribe was in a dilemma. He secretly glanced at Lankin, but saw that the other party was breathing and regulating his breath, and did not pay any attention to his intention. Most young heroes are arrogant and stubborn. The young man was about to say a few harsh words and leave, but at this moment, something strange happened. A hoarse scream was heard not far away. The sound was definitely not made by humans. It was like the sound of broken glass stuffed into the throat of some ferocious beast, which was extremely harsh. What? Everyone immediately became nervous and their weapons were used. Sada also drew out a crescent-shaped scimitar, with a vigilant look on his face. He whispered hurriedly, "Don't act rashly without my order." There was another scream, and a grey shadow suddenly jumped out not far away, rushing towards everyone like a sharp arrow. The young fairy who spoke earlier was the first to bear the brunt. "Don't be nervous. This is just..." Before Sada finished speaking, the young fairy who was already full of anger shouted and stabbed with a sword. "Go to hell." The azure sword pierced the sky, and the grey shadow was directly pierced by the sword. The space was faintly trembling, and the wind was howling. The strong evil spirit was cut in half and swept away. This sword was originally a sword to vent. This young man from the goblin clan was able to come to the eternal demon pit. He was also a top figure in the 7 stars of the heavenly demon. His understanding of the artistic conception of wind has reached a great level, and he has even dabbled in the artistic conception of space. The power of a full strength attack can be imagined. Sada's eyes instantly turned red. "Do you want to kill us? I told you not to use your full strength to stir up the true energy storm, and not to stir up the evil spirit. You go to hell." The fairy youth rudely interrupted Sada's words. I won't serve you anymore. You can do whatever you want. And you guys, you have been bullied by the Blood Evil Temple, and you still accept it. I'm not as cowardly as you. Although the fairy youth said that he also wanted to marry into the Blue Silver Holy Land, it was not easy to capture Lin Ming's heart. In this case, it is better to leave in a chic way and have his mind cleared. He vented his grievances and even scolded a group of people around him who didn't follow him just now. He felt extremely refreshed, and at this moment, all the members of the team changed their faces. Lin Ming pointed at the leg of the fairy who was speaking, her face pale. Your leg. Thank you all for your monthly tickets. Thank you so much. Chapter 632 Bloody Land. What happened to my legs? The young goblin was stunned for a moment and hurriedly looked down. When he saw this, his head buzzed. The skin and flesh of his legs began to turn into pus and blood at some point, leaving only the bloody tibia and sole bones supporting the ground. The pus and blood flowed silently and were absorbed by the grey ground, which was extremely red. The young goblin screamed in fear, leaned back and fell directly to the ground, and as soon as his hands supported the ground, the skin and flesh began to rot and then turned into pus and blood. The finger bones and metacarpal bones quickly appeared, and blood was dripping. No. The young goblin was full of fear, and he used his hands and feet to retreat, as if there was something terrible in front of him, but his skin and flesh seemed to be completely rotten. If he took a step back, a lot of broken skin and flesh would hang on the rock. His thighs and buttocks all began to turn into thick blood, and a fishy smell emanated from it. Save me! Save me! The young goblin remembered Sada, and reached out to Sada for help, but Sada took 2 steps back, his face full of doubt, and he shouted, "No one, don't go over there." Sada gave a warning, but no one dared to go over there even without his warning. Everyone was keeping a distance from the young goblin. Crack. The young goblin's leg bones broke, and the bone fragments fell like broken lime. Even the bones were brittle and broke at the touch. This scene was like the human body's decay process of thousands of years compressed into a few breaths. The young goblin's eye sockets began to sink, and his hair grew long and turned white. In just 2 breaths, his hair was like dry grass, and his face was completely like old bark. He tried to stretch out his hand, which was only left with bones, and tried to grab something unwillingly. There was only a hoarse hum in his throat, but in the end it was meaningless. Then, the hand bones also shattered. In front of everyone, the whole body of the goblin youth turned into thick blood, and his internal organs completely rotted. Then, the blood was absorbed by the grey ground, and the bones turned into broken ash. After a while, only a small pile of red ash remained. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Everyone present was completely stunned. Even Lin Ming, who was determined, felt a chill spreading from his back to his head. These warriors all walked the path of killing. Not to mention the dead. The number of people they killed had already reached more than 3 digits. However, this way of death was the first time they had seen it, which was shocking. Even Sada, who was experienced in the eternal demon pit, swallowed his saliva and sweated on his forehead. The eternal demon pit was extremely strange, and there were many ways to die. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. No one said anything. People were extremely vigilant and careful about their surroundings. Lin Ming touched the Zumi ring with one hand, holding his breath. He originally thought that the danger of the eternal demon pit came from those evil creatures. Fighting with evil creatures would cause the warrior to fall, but he never expected that the way of death would be like this. He watched a warrior rot in front of his eyes without even a bone residue left, but he didn't know where the evil creature that attacked him was. Unknown things are the most terrifying. Warriors are not afraid of ghosts and gods. The so-called ghosts are just ghost cultivators, and the so-called gods are just powerful warriors. But the scene happening now makes everyone feel as if they have returned to the mortal era, facing the evil ghost in the middle of the night. How could they encounter such a bizarre thing after going 5,000 miles deep into the eternal demon pit? Lord Sada, what's going on? Lord Zuan asked, using his true essence to transmit sound. He was the only one among the crowd who had entered the eternal demon pit. 10 years ago, he was one of the 7 stars of the heavenly demon, and his strength was about the same as Yanqi. At that time, the eternal demon pit had not erupted, and he had not gone too deep into the eternal demon pit. When had he seen such a scene? I'm ashamed. This is the first time I have seen such a situation. The grey shadow that just pounced on me, according to my experience, should be just a grey horsefly condensed by evil spirits. It has only practiced for a few hundred years, so it is not a problem. I just didn't expect such a change to happen. I wonder if the true essence storm just now has disturbed some sleeping evil creature. Sada did not dare to speak out, and used his true essence to transmit sound to everyone. Sleeping evil creature? Could it be the evil creature rejected by the energy turbulence in the eternal demon pit? Thinking of this, everyone felt cold in their hearts. No matter how confident they were not confident enough to fight against the evil creatures in the eternal demon pit, especially the evil creatures that could not even be seen. They died inexplicably and were shocking. It was simply impossible for people to muster the courage to resist them. Mo Guang, what's going on? The only person Lin Ming could ask was Mo Guang. It had followed the demon emperor into the eternal demon pit and stayed there for more than 20 years. The demon emperor had even reached the range of 1,000 miles of the eternal demon pit. He could only hope that Mo Guang knew what was going on. Mo Guang tried hard to recall those memories that were almost sealed. He was silent for a full quarter of an hour before he spoke. It was my eldest brother who accompanied the master into the eternal demon pit. I did not inherit many memories from my eldest brother. In this situation, I can only guess a little. Maybe an ancient strong man who practiced the blood demon art was buried here, or maybe some kind of evil creature was sealed underground. No matter which one it was, when they existed, I'm afraid they were not comparable to the emperor level strong men of the Xianan continent, and after they died, they were buried for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. I'm afraid they have already condensed into the bones of the demon god, and they are definitely not ordinary demon god bones. Lin Ming had heard from Dagu a long time ago that the bones of the demon god also have levels, and the bones of the demon god circulated in the hands of the Lord of the Tower of Babel are the lowest level. Mo Guan continued, if the bones of the devil are divided into 3 grades, heaven, earth, and man, the bones of the devil you have now are only human grade. For the Tower of Babel, human grade bones of the devil are already extremely rare. I'm afraid that even the master of the Pole Star Tower doesn't have the earth grade. As for the higher level heaven grade bones of the devil, I guess even the original owner of the blood killing origin has never seen them. If there is such a thing, I'm afraid it has already been communicated with by spirits. Warriors who don't have enough opportunities and luck don't even think about getting it. We don't know what kind of bones of the devil will be bred in this strong cemetery underground. But no matter what level it is, you'd better not think about it. This is a very dangerous place. It's better to leave early. Without the warning of Mo Guang, Lin Ming would not have overestimated his own ability to explore the burial place of the ancient mighty or wild beast, otherwise he would really be too old to hang himself. Everyone was alert for a full half hour, and the grey fog gradually enveloped them, and the light dimmed. In the end, nothing happened. It's over? Everyone was sweating all over, and they felt like they had survived a catastrophe. However, no one dared to relax their vigilance before leaving this evil place. Let's withdraw first. No one, don't make a sound. Even without Sada saying anything, no one dared to say anything, and even tried to breathe lightly. Why do I feel it's getting darker and darker? It was Lord Hiki who spoke. He used his true essence to transmit sound. After he said that, everyone found that the fog around them was getting thicker and thicker, so thick that it could almost be cut with a knife, and the darkness was getting thicker and thicker. Logically speaking, the eternal demon pit was underground, and it didn't matter whether it was day or night. The light here came from the sun, moon, and stars above, so it shouldn't be so dark. Sada seemed to have a feeling, and looked up. Sure enough, the starry sky had disappeared in the vast fog. No, without the stars to guide us, we'll get lost if we keep going this way. Fly up and see which direction we are in. Have you forgotten that flying is prohibited in the eternal demon pit? Even if flying is not prohibited, we won't dare to fly. Flying up there is courting death. What should we do? Where should we go? Everyone felt uneasy. They were now shrouded in fog. It was not right to go or not to go. At this moment, a faint fragrance permeated the air, and then a vague singing voice came. A woman singing. The sudden singing of a woman in such a place made people feel cold. The singing seemed to come from the distant horizon, carrying an indissoluble resentment and sadness. After listening to it, people felt as if their souls were trapped in it, and a strong sense of sadness lingered in their hearts, lingering. No one had ever heard the language of this song, but for some reason, everyone could understand its meaning, as if the idea was directly transmitted to everyone's mind through the song. Lonely, lonely, stay with me. Don't listen to this song, seal your ears with magic energy. Sada's expression suddenly changed. He no longer cared about the true energy transmission. He shouted, and the magic energy burst out of his body, forming a layer of energy barrier around his body, trying to seal the sound. The sudden energy burst pushed away the thick fog, and then Lin Ming saw a creepy scene. A young man from the goblin clan had his shoulders drooped softly, his eyes were empty, and his eyeballs were dark green. He seemed to be possessed by evil. He began to scratch his body with his nails, and his body was soon covered with blood. He scratched more and more ferociously. After scratching the skin and flesh, he pulled out all his blood vessels and internal organs, and dug out his eyeballs. The blood all over his body formed a stream and flowed down. Lin Ming instantly judged that the other party had lost the sea of spirituality and became a controlled walking corpse. Lin Ming, front left, rush out. Mo Guang's voice suddenly became impatient. I know what you have encountered. The position in front left. As long as you are strong enough, you can break its cage. Otherwise I'm afraid that you will all end up in the same fate. Hearing Mo Guang's voice suddenly, Lin Ming no longer hesitated, holding the purple Zuan spear, bursting his true energy to the extreme, opening the power of the evil god, and at the same time using the extreme power of the 8 gates of Dunjie. Guanhang. Man and spear merged into one. Lin Ming's body shot out into the void in front, left like a meteor, and there was only a click, as if something was torn apart. The thick black fog was completely broken. Lin Ming crossed a distance of thousands of feet in an instant, and then rushed forward without touching the ground. Run together. Sada saw Lin Ming's action and shouted. Chapter 633, Demon Bone. With his true essence bursting out, holding the purple spear, and thunder flashing, Lin Ming, who was running at full speed at this time, was like a god of war, unstoppable. Right 30 feet, full force attack, charge. Mo Guang's voice sounded again, and Lin Ming did not hesitate at all. He condensed his true essence into the purple spear, and used Guanhang again. There was another click, as if some barrier exploded into powder under Lin Ming's gun. The next moment, Lin Ming had rushed out of the black fog. When he suddenly stopped, everything had returned to normal. The grey fog faded a lot, and the starry sky could be vaguely seen above his head. It came out. Lin Ming let out a long breath, but he did not relax his vigilance. He ran more than 10 miles in one breath before stopping. What exactly was that just now? Lin Ming asked Mo Guang. Mo Guang hesitated for a moment, and said uncertainly, it should be Blood Demon Bone. What is that? When Lin Ming said this, several other people also rushed out of the fog barrier that Lin Ming had shattered. After the sudden change just now, there were only 8 people left out of the 10. They were all in shock and pale. It was terrible. For these warriors who took the killing path, they were not afraid of life and death dangers, otherwise they would not come to the Tangshan Tower. But the weird feeling and the miserable way of death just now made them feel scared and horrified. This little brother is called Lin Ming, right? The leader Sada looked at Lin Ming, a little surprised. Although he had never seen the grey fog array just now, he knew that it was not easy to break. It might even wipe out the whole army. But Lin Ming rushed so casually and broke through it. Yes, Lin Ming replied lightly. Brother Lin, did you see through the dead end just now? Did you find a way to break the formation? Sada just noticed that Lin Ming changed direction once when he rushed out. Was it an unconscious change of direction, or did he see something? After Sada asked, Lankin also looked at Lin Ming with curiosity, and the others also looked puzzled. Lin Ming shook his head decisively and said, I just thought that it was better to fight than to wait for death, so I rushed in recklessly, but I didn't expect to really rush out. After Lin Ming said this, Sada showed an expression of discovery. In fact, he didn't think Lin Ming had this ability. After all, it was the first time for Lin Ming to enter the Eternal Demon Pit. As for the other young goblins, they felt depressed after hearing this. If they had known earlier, they would have rushed in recklessly. Why didn't they think of it just now? Leading everyone to rush out in one breath. A hero saving a beauty. Maybe he could have captured Lankin's heart. Such a big limelight, but in the end, it was snatched away by a human boy. A fairy warrior muttered sourly when he thought of this. In this ancient devil pit, it is easy to get killed if you rush in recklessly or make random moves. This time we are trapped in a desperate situation because of that guy's random move before. Lin Ming naturally heard the jealousy in the other party's words. For this kind of nonsensical jealousy, Lin Ming simply didn't bother to pay attention to it. He and Lankin were not even of the same race. Sada coughed and interrupted the fairy youth, saying, anyway, this time it's all thanks to Brother Lin, but don't be impulsive in the future. Before anyone makes a move, they must try their best to suppress their strength and not make overly violent moves, so as not to alarm the evil creature sleeping underground. Okay, let's take a break and set off immediately. Sada looked at the starry sky and confirmed the direction again. Although it deviated a little from the original route, it was not a big problem. Lin Ming ignored these people. His consciousness sank into the sea of spirit and continued to ask Mo Guang, what is blood demon bone? Mo Guang replied, demon god bones are the energy left behind by these dead powerful beings. They have been sealed underground for hundreds of thousands of years and condensed into glass like crystals. Generally, demon god bones only contain pure energy and their will has long been dissipated. However, sometimes there are exceptions. Some ancient powerful beings, either because their will is too strong or because they have practiced some strange skills, their will has not dissipated after tens of thousands of years, but has slowly weakened. In the end, it will be integrated into the demon god bones, forming a special demon god bone called blood demon bone by the owner. This kind of demon god bone has its own will and will actively absorb the blood of warriors to replenish its damaged spirit. If the blood is enough, it can eventually be cultivated into a demon. What Mo Guang said made Lin Ming gasp. The world is really big and there are all kinds of wonders. The demon god bones are integrated with the will of the emperor, and then consciousness is born and cultivated into a demon. It is incredible to think about it. However, using blood essence to replenish the damaged soul, Lin Ming was suddenly startled. Isn't the magic cube the same? Even Mo Guang wanted to absorb the blood essence of the ancient troll, but unfortunately he failed. This further confirmed Lin Ming's original guess. There is indeed a powerful damaged soul in the magic cube waiting for the blood essence of the strong to repair it. Mo Guang, is this blood demon bone the so-called heaven grade demon god bone? I don't know about this, but even if it is not heaven grade, it is also in the upper middle of the earth grade. If you can get a piece, it will not only help you break through the Zuanden as soon as possible, but also be used to cultivate your battle spirit. The blood demon bone is definitely a good thing to sharpen the battle spirit. Mo Guang said temptingly. No matter how good it is, it's useless. I can't get it. I almost lost my life just now. Lin Ming shook his head, feeling a little regretful. He was still very clear about his own weight. According to common sense, this kind of blood demon bone is indeed not something you can get your hands on, but you have a battle spirit, which is your greatest reliance. Oh. Lin Ming's heart moved. The biggest difference between the blood demon bone and the ordinary demon god's bone is that the blood demon bone contains the will of the emperor. After it becomes conscious, it will actively hunt down warriors and absorb their blood essence. It is like a spider that spreads its web and waits for warriors to break in. The blood demon bone's means of attack is will attack. The two young goblins who were hit just now were first defeated by the blood demon bone in the world of will. In this way, they have no power to resist in the real world. But you are different. You have a fighting spirit, so it will never be like this. Lin Ming pondered slightly. He still remembers the huge gap between him and the emperor's fighting spirit on the road to the emperor. He couldn't help but say, my battle spirit is only in its infancy, but the ancient warrior who left behind the blood demon bone must have already condensed a full-fledged battle spirit. I'm afraid I'm far from being its opponent. Mo Guang shook his dog head, revealing an expression of you only know one thing, but not the other. Of course the ancient warrior condensed a full-fledged battle spirit, otherwise you wouldn't have left behind the blood demon bone, but the age of that mighty man's death was too long ago, at least hundreds of thousands of years. Even the strongest will would slowly weaken. The will contained in this blood demon bone has long been nothing to do with the dead ancient emperor. It's just a blood demon, relying on devouring others' consciousness to become stronger, wanting to cultivate into a spirit. Its strength won't be stronger than yours, otherwise do you think you could have escaped just now? What Mo Guang said made Lin Ming's mind move. If he could really catch this blood demon bone, the benefits to him are self-evident. After breaking through the Zuanden, he will have enough strength to return to the southern sky region. The southern sky region, that's where Lin Ming always cares about. He can't wait to go back immediately. How do I find it? Lin Ming asked. Just listen to me. But I have a condition. That is, after you capture this blood demon bone, you have to give me half of it. Okay. Lin Ming thought about it for a while, and agreed immediately. The blood demon bone is originally a treasure closely related to will, and it can sharpen the fighting spirit. It must be very useful for the magic light, to repair the damaged soul. Without the magic light, Lin Ming could not capture the blood demon bone at all. Moreover, he and the magic light have been mutually beneficial over the years, and each takes what it needs. Moreover, Lin Ming has received a lot of favors from the magic light, so it is reasonable to give it half of the blood demon bone. Okay, I will tell you the key points of capturing the blood demon bone now. The method of capturing the blood demon bone is simpler than Lin Ming thought. After he roughly understood it, he stood up and walked towards the grey fog. Lin Ming, where are you going? Seeing Lin Ming walking back, Sada was stunned for a moment. He still felt numb when he thought of the GD just now. Lin Ming actually wanted to go back. Lin Ming leaned casually, saying, the recoil from my attack just now was too strong, and I ran in a hurry, so I knocked off a Sumeru ring. There are some important things in it, and I need to go back to find them. Lost the Sumeru ring? This is too careless. Generally speaking, a warrior's Sumeru ring has a trace of perception on it, so you will know it once it falls off. However, in the panic just now, it is really possible that the Sumeru ring was lost without paying attention. No matter how precious the things in the Sumeru ring are, they are not as precious as life. A crisp voice sounded, and it was Lan Qin who spoke. In her opinion, Lin Ming might not have the same good luck as before. If he went back now, and he might die. The Lord of Black AUI looked at Lin Ming with an idiot look, and the other few young goblins also looked gloating. Most of them thought that Lin Ming would have a narrow escape this time. Brother Lin, what is in your Zumi ring? You can find more resources, or ask the Lord General to supply you. Lord Bloodflame said, and then he used his true essence to transmit to Lin Ming. Our main task this time is to find opportunities for the Lord General within a range of 1,200 miles. This is the most important thing. If some personal wealth is lost, it is lost. Hearing Lord Bloodflame's true essence transmission, Lin Ming felt really sad for him. He was so impatient that he went to the core area to die regardless of everything, just to find opportunities for others. Brother Bloodflame, my ring is really useful. Some of the weapons, elixirs, and formation flags in it are related to my combat effectiveness. Lin Ming lead again. Okay, then you go. The sooner you go, the sooner you come back. Lord Bloodflame had to give up. Lin Ming, we will only wait for you for half an hour. If you don't return within half an hour, we will continue on the road. Seeing that Lin Ming was determined to return, Sada could only say this. Lin Ming nodded and said, okay. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634, Capturing the Demon Bone. As Lin Ming walked back step by step, the grey fog became thicker and thicker. At first, it was just like a thin veil, and slowly, it almost condensed into substance. A depressing breath, accompanied by a strong evil spirit, spread out. Lin Ming tried his best to restrain his momentum, and at the same time, all his spirit was highly concentrated in the sea of spirit, waiting for the sneak attack of the monster bone. The monster bone was just a high-grade demon god bone and a wisp of the Emperor's will. The only means of attack it could rely on was the will attack. Lin Ming, you pretend to be defeated first. I will find the location of its body, and then dig it out in one go. We only have one chance. Once we fail, this monster will be on guard, and it will be impossible to lure it into a trap again. Lin Ming nodded. According to Mo Guang, the monster bone usually goes deep into the ground for hundreds of feet, and only approaches the surface when hunting. This is also his only chance. Otherwise, in this ancient demon pit, the spirit consciousness is suppressed. In addition, the monster bone itself is also good at hiding, so it is impossible to find it. After walking for more than 10 miles, Lin Ming's speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Finally, he heard the melodious song again. Lonely, lonely, stay with me. It seemed like a ballad sung by an ancient woman waiting for her husband. Lin Ming slowed down his pace and his vision suddenly became hazy. Here it comes. Lin Ming's heart trembled. This time when he heard the song, he was much calmer than last time. He could easily distinguish the mental attack contained in the song. The real function of the song is to charm the warrior's heart and pull the warrior's consciousness into the world of will. If a warrior who has never been in contact with the world of will can't see the clues at all, he will be pulled in without knowing it. The result can be imagined. In the world of will, Lin Ming stood in a green field. Here, he could not feel any murderous intent, but only a strong spring. This kind of scenery, from a dead grey time, suddenly came to such a spring grassland. The visual impact is self-evident. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of him. She was wearing a fiery red dress, with a slender figure and a familiar face. Stay. Accompany me. A gentle whisper sounded in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming was struck by lightning. This woman was Mu Qianxue. The Mu Qianxue in front of him was lifelike, and her every frown and smile was exactly the same as in his memory. At that moment, Lin Ming's soul really lost for a very short moment, but he quickly calmed down. This demon bone made me see Qianxue in my own memory. It can actually call on my memory to make me lose my mind. What a good trick. Lin Ming thought that his will was as firm as iron, but he still almost fell into the trap. If it was someone else, I'm afraid they would have no power to resist. No wonder the two demon youths died so easily. Their wills were defeated, and their bodies naturally became food for the demon bones. Junior brother Lin, I finally see you again. Mu Qianxue in front of him laughed, and her charm was instantly revealed. Her expression and movements were exactly the same as Mu Qianxue's. Although he knew it was an illusion, Lin Ming's heart still trembled slightly. After 2.5 years of separation, he was always thinking about Shenhuang Island, his parents, Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianxue. At this time, Mo Guang's voice suddenly sounded. Lin Ming, I will find it soon. There will be 3 more breaths of time. When the time comes, you will attack with all your strength. With the blessing of the war spirit, you will not be afraid of its will attack at all. 3 breaths. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows and counted silently in his heart. At the same time, his fingers gently touched the Zumi ring, and his mental power connected to the Xingxuan spear, and he remained silent. Junior brother Lin, what's wrong with you? Why do I feel that you have murderous intentions? You are not going to. Mu Qianxue covered her mouth with one hand. Her eyes were somewhat resentful and a little sad. 2 breaths. Junior brother Lin, are you going to attack me? Mu Qianxue stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to touch Lin Ming. 1 breath. Lin Ming took a step back without leaving a trace, avoiding Mu Qianxue's hand. Junior brother Lin, are you really? Mu Qianxue's beautiful eyes flashed, and she looked pitiful. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he said in a deep voice, you should not transform into someone important to me to deal with me. How can I let you stay? The purple spear was unsheathed, and in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the blue-green war spirit roared out, merged with the purple spear, and suddenly stabbed out with a spear, and flames and thunder roared. Mu Qianxue turned pale, and then her extremely beautiful face suddenly became ferocious, and instantly turned into a demon's face. The claws on its hands were covered with animal hair, and a shrill roar came from its throat, and one claw grabbed Lin Ming. HMPH. Lin Ming snorted coldly. In the world of will, the war spirit is king. Crack. Lin Ming's spear pierced the demon's claws directly. The purple spear continued to move forward and pierced into the demon's chest. The demon's ferocious face suddenly revealed a trace of deep fear. Lin Ming, now, don't let it run away. Lin Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed it, shouting, seal. A cage formed by thunder and fire appeared out of thin air, sealing the demon inside. In the world of will, Lin Ming can visualize anything to deal with the enemy, as long as his will is stronger than the opponent. The blood demon bone in front of him only has a trace of the Emperor's will. It is too early for it to condense its own fighting spirit, so it is naturally no match for Lin Ming. It is 1 mile ahead, 30 feet underground. The magic light took advantage of the blood demon bone's distraction and Lin Ming's dealings in the world of will to find the exact location of the blood demon bone's body. Got it. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. At the moment when the blood demon bone's spirit was still sealed in the world of will, his will returned to the body, and the purple spear was pulled out, piercing the rainbow. It didn't take Lin Ming even a blink of an eye to cross a mile. He saw a blazing rainbow streaking through the void, and the ground suddenly exploded. Unknown how many kilograms of earth and rocks were turned up. Lin Ming, along with his gun, drove obliquely into the rock like a nail, and instantly shuttled to the location that the magic light said. There was an energy barrier of several feet in radius, and a red bead that was not even the size of a pigeon egg was hiding in the energy barrier, shining. Crack. How could the fragile barrier withstand Lin Ming's purple gun? It shattered the moment Lin Ming's attack arrived. The demon bone was panicked, and the energy in its body was stimulated, as if it wanted to escape into the soil layer. How could Lin Ming let it do so? Space artistic conception. Seal. The space around the demon bone instantly tightened and collapsed. The force of space formed a cage to imprison the demon bone. With Lin Ming's understanding of space artistic conception, it was impossible to create a stable and long-lasting space cage. It could only last for a few breaths at most, but this was enough. At the moment, when the demon bone was trapped, Lin Ming cast dozens of talismans in one breath. His fingers condensed into thick finger shadows. One after another, golden talismans all fell on the demon bone. This was the method used to seal the thunder spirit and fire spirit. It was also applicable to the demon bone. Ah. The demon bone screamed miserably. It was really weird for a bead to make such a cry. Lin Ming didn't care at all. His hands moved faster and faster. After the seal was completed, lightning threads as thick as hair jumped out from his fingertips, surrounding the demon bone layer by layer, and soon formed a lightning cocoon. Lin Ming was worried, so he sealed a strand of space power into the cocoon, and then took out a jade box, and placed the cocoon in it. Under such layers of protection, the demon bone could not fly away. Mo Guang chuckled and said, well done, you are really fast and ruthless. I thought that the chance of catching the blood demon bone this time was no more than 30%. I didn't expect you to be so clean, decisive and ruthless. You really caught it. The blood demon bone didn't even have a chance to react. Lin Ming smiled and said, this is also thanks to you finding it. Lin Ming could feel that Mo Guang's soul power was recovering rapidly. Originally, after his breakthrough, Mo Guang's soul power was slightly inferior to his own, but in the past few years, it has quietly surpassed him by a large margin. Lin Ming thought that he didn't have the ability to find such a cleverly hidden demon bone 1 mile away and 30 feet deep underground. This is the foundation of the great power of the god realm. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. In a short period of time, as Mo Guang's soul power recovers, the gap between Lin Ming and it will become larger and larger. Lin Ming was about to close the lid of the jade box when Mo Guang said, wait a minute, kid, let me in and enjoy it. Mo Guang rubbed his paws and licked his lips with his long tongue. He looked impatient, just like a pervert rushing into a flower room full of naked beauties. Seeing Mo Guang's expression, Lin Ming laughed dumbly. Boy, what are you laughing at? Don't worry, I will keep your half for you. I won't give you any less. Lin Ming coughed dryly. I don't want to eat what you left. After hunting the blood demon bone, Lin Ming was in a very good mood. He was about to break through the Zuanden, and his battle spirit could be cultivated again. However, this place was obviously not suitable for retreating to break through the Zuanden. He had to find a relatively safe place. Mo Guang said unhappily. What do you mean by what I have left over? I will first subdue the spirit of this little bone, and then divide it into two, one for you, and the other for me. After I have processed it, it will be easier for you to swallow it. By then, you won't be in a state of agony like when you swallowed the nameless divine pill. Lin Ming smiled slightly. That's perfect. Well, there was a fierce battle just now. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave first. In the eternal demon pit, fierce battles and fights can easily awaken those sleeping evil creatures. If something that Lin Ming can't deal with pops up, then there will be no way to heaven or earth. There will be another update at 12 o'clock. Everyone, prepare your votes. Thank you. Chapter 635 Leaving Alone. Mo Guang, now that the blood demon bone has been captured, I plan to leave by myself and let those people think I'm dead. I need to find a place as soon as possible to break through Xuandan. Lin Ming had not been able to break through Xuandan before because he had no chance. When he was on the road of the Emperor, Lin Ming chose the road of will and light, which did not help him improve his cultivation at all. If he practiced on his own, it would take at least half a year to a year for Lin Ming to break through, while ensuring a solid foundation. Lin Ming couldn't afford this time. Lin Ming has always been eager to break through Xuandan. The improvement of each small realm in the innate period has little impact on Lin Ming's current terrifying combat power, but Xuandan is different. This is a real leap in strength, because only after breaking through Xuandan can he officially enter the ranks of masters and be qualified to return to Xianan continent. Even if he condensed the battle spirit before, it only increased his attack power. Now that Lin Ming faces the master of the Polar Star Tower, he is not sure. The real improvement of strength is to break through Xuandan. Boy, you are really impatient. Don't forget that we are now in the Eternal Demon Pit. Where can you find a safe place for you to retreat and break through? Lin Ming said, I have a map given to me by the Lord of the Polar Star Tower. I have looked at the map before. There are indeed some places where you can retreat. They are not absolutely safe, but relatively safe. When the time comes, you will protect me. I will squeeze out 10 days or half a month to break through the bottleneck of Xuandan in one go. Boy, I think you are crazy. I only have a soul body left. How can I protect you? Mo Guang said unhappily. You're going to take over a body, so you can also have some combat power. Fuck. Mo Guang cursed without the grace of master. Do you think you can take over a body at will? The number of times a soul can take over a body is limited, and once it takes over, the soul and the body are incompatible, and they may even fight. It takes a long time to adapt. Even if I want to take over your body, I have to think carefully about it. You want me to take over those rubbish? You're so stupid. When different souls and bodies are combined, fierce battles often occur. It is not a short-term process to merge. If the means are too intense, the body will often be directly damaged. This is also the reason why many mortals will slowly decay after being possessed by fox spirits, and eventually their vitality will be sucked dry, and they will die. Lin Ming stopped talking. He really didn't know that there were so many things to pay attention to when taking over a body. At this time, Mo Guang said again, my suggestion is that you continue to follow that group of people and move forward with them. Although there are many inconveniences, they will act as shields for you when you encounter danger. Generally, when those evil creatures attack, they will start with the weak. For example, the blood demon bone attacked the two guys with the weakest wills before. If it weren't for the way they died that gave me some clues, you would never have thought of capturing the blood demon bone. If there had been no one else acting as a shield just now, the blood demon bone would have directly attacked Lin Ming. Even if Lin Ming used his will to attack and defeat the blood demon bone, he would not have been able to capture it. It would only alarm it and let it escape. What Mo Guang said made sense, but Lin Ming hesitated for a while, then shook his head and said, I have made up my mind. As for shields, I can find them later. I can just join a team. I don't have to be with these people. I need to break through the Xuandan. I need strength. It is true that breaking through the Xuandan is dangerous in this situation. But then again, with my current strength, walking in the eternal demon pit that has just erupted, especially deep within the 1,200 mile range of the edge of the eternal demon pit, isn't it dangerous? The reason I was able to deal with the blood demon bone before was entirely because the blood demon bone could only attack with will, which happened to be restrained by me. What if I encountered one that was good at material attacks? Would I really be a match for those evil creatures? What if I encountered things that were ejected from the eternal demon pit by the energy flow? It's also an adventure, but I would rather choose to break through the Zuanden. Because after breaking through the Zuanden, I will have enough strength to seek opportunities. If I don't break through the Zuanden, I'm afraid my trip to the eternal demon pit will be in vain. Lin Ming had made up his mind. For a person like Lin Ming who had a firm heart for martial arts, it was difficult to change his decision. Such people were often considered stubborn or even overestimating their own abilities. However, as things developed, they were often blessed with good fortune, or because they were absolutely confident in their own abilities. In the end, they could prove to the world with practical actions that their choice was correct. Seeing that he could not change Lin Ming's decision, Mu Qianxue shook his head and said, "Forget it. If you insist on breaking through, then break through. However, it is absolutely impossible for me to take over your body and protect you. These so-called emperor level geniuses are garbage in my eyes. I'm not a Ragbaka." Mu Qianxue has always been arrogant, and the geniuses in the mortal world are naturally not in his eyes. And this so-called emperor level genius is only for the mortal world. It is the name of the people in Xianan continent and Shengmo continent. When it really comes to the god realm, the emperor level geniuses they talk about are completely different. Lin Ming said, "I know. If I really run into danger, you just need to remind me." Time's up. 10 miles away, the hourglass in Sad's hand finally ran out of the last grain of sand. He looked deeply at the direction where Lin Ming was. There was always grey fog there, and there was no trace of Lin Ming at all. Lin Ming died. This idiot. I told him not to go back. Haha, I've never seen such a fool. Lord Haikui sarcastically said mercilessly. In that kind of environment just now, they didn't even know where the enemy was, and 2 warriors died inexplicably. They were 2 emperor level powerhouses, the top few figures among the 7 stars of the 12 Tangshan towers. Even if their strength was not as good as the Lord, it was not much different. Such arrogant people died without any resistance, and they didn't even see the shadow of the enemy. In the eyes of Lord Haikui, this situation can only be explained by one reason, that is, the gap in strength is too big. That evil creature was much stronger than them, so it could play with them at will. As a result, Lin Ming, this idiot, returned to the trap for a Mizumi ring under such circumstances. Isn't that courting death? Not only did Lord Hiki think so, most of the others thought so too. A young man from the goblin tribe said with a seemingly lamenting tone, "We told him not to go back before, but, hey, Lin Ming is just too confident. He somehow managed to break through the grey fog array the first time, and he thought he could break through the second time, but what happened?" When the goblin tribe spoke, a pair of blue eyes kept looking at Lankin, as if trying to see a trace of disdain and ridicule for Lin Ming on Lankin's face. This is the repulsive psychology between male animals. The young goblin tribe knew that the goblin Holy Land would not accept a human as a son-in-law, but Lin Ming stole their limelight, so he was still jealous of Lin Ming. None of them dared to move at that time. Any radical action before would have alarmed the evil spirits, but Lin Ming dared to rush in and lead them out in one go, highlighting their cowardice from the side. Now Lin Ming was also an idiot, and even more stupid than them, which naturally gave them a sense of superiority. The look of the young goblin seemed to say, "Look, Lin Ming is a simple-minded guy. It was a blind cat catching a dead mouse that allowed him to rush out once before. Now he is stupid again, and the result is, die. We are not cowardly, but cautious. In this ancient devil pit, it is right to be cautious. If you rush in recklessly, you will be fine. If you get lucky once, but you will die the second time." After the fairy youth said this, the other 2 fairy youths also echoed, "Indeed, we should be more careful in the future." Lang Yuan, the first fairy youth who died, was also simple-minded, and did not take Mr. Sada's advice seriously, which resulted in the evil creature. Fortunately, we are not with Lin Ming. If he continued to walk with us, he might get hot-headed and kill us all. Several fairy youths talked about it with gloating, saying that Lin Ming was a disaster. Indeed, if there was a guy who got hot-headed in the team, it would be easy to harm the whole team. Lankin didn't listen to their discussion. She kept looking at the misty grey fog in the distance with doubts, and suddenly said, "A quarter of an hour ago, there was a strong energy collision. Did you notice it?" The energy collision that Lankin mentioned was the attack that Lin Ming used Guan Han to dig out the monster bone just now. In that attack, Lin Ming used all his strength, and the energy fluctuations could easily be transmitted 10 miles away. These warriors saw it clearly. Yes, that attack was probably Lin Ming's last struggle. After one attack, he disappeared, proving that the outcome of that fight was decided immediately. And Lin Ming hasn't come back yet, so it's easy to imagine who will win. The young fairy who spoke earlier made a well-reasoned analysis. Although Sada felt something was wrong, he had to admit that the fairy's analysis made sense, and Lin Ming was probably dead. This Lin Ming. The Blood Flame Lord frowned, and didn't hold out much hope. He was the one who knew Lin Ming's strength best among the crowd. Although Lin Ming failed to break through the Zuanden, he was definitely as powerful as the top 5 Tangshan Tower Lords. If Lin Ming could enter the 1,200-mile range of the Eternal Demon Pit, he would definitely be his powerful assistant. At that time, their strong combination would definitely find a good opportunity for the Lord General. Unfortunately, the plan has failed now, and he feels alone. "Lord Sada, let's go," said a young man from the Goblin tribe. After half an hour's time, another stick of incense had passed, and he was more and more certain of Lin Ming's death. Sada sighed and said, "We really can't wait any longer. If Lin Ming is not dead, he should have come a long time ago. Let's get going." Sada had never thought of the possibility that Lin Ming was alive, but deliberately left the team. Without an experienced guide and a team, the probability of a person walking out of the Eternal Demon Pit alive was extremely slim. Chapter 636 July. Cocoon seeks for an opportunity. Lin Ming needs diligence and opportunity to climb to the peak of martial arts. He has diligence, and the opportunity is given by the magic cube. So, Silkworm Cocoon's road to becoming a writer also requires diligence and opportunity. For diligence, please see Silkworm Cocoon's efforts in July, and the opportunity needs to be given by everyone. And this opportunity is monthly tickets. I want monthly tickets. I have never been so eager as today. In July, I said that I want to explode. I really want to explode. In July, Lin Ming broke the Zuanden and returned to Xianan. I want to write passionately and write explosively. 150 votes for 4 updates. 190 votes for 5 updates. Going up. Maybe it's impossible, but if there is, I will still explode. If I can't update today, I will continue tomorrow. So far, Silkworm Cocoon has not saved a chapter, and I'm not lying. Everyone has found that my update time is not stable. I update as soon as I write. I also know that saving manuscripts for explosive effects is good, but I really can't save them. Everyone is urging me to update, but I'm saving manuscripts, and I feel bad. I'm a bachelor rushing towards July, writing this declaration of explosion without even a single chapter in my handwriting. Today, Silkworm Cocoon has experienced a change in life, a very big change. I was hit hard, but I can't fall. I'm now the mainstay of the family. No matter what, I must touch the keyboard in my hand to fight for my chance. I want monthly tickets. I have never been so eager as today. Before this, Wuji had the highest number of 1,500 votes in a single month. This number of votes, I must break this month. And it will be very high. We have 2,100 subscriptions for 24 hours, and an average subscription of more than 4,000. This result is really not high in the books with monthly tickets of 30. Therefore, I want to fight in July, just with my passion. I want to fight in July, just with the support of my brothers and sisters. The curtain of July opens. Silkworm Cocoon asks for an opportunity. I have waited for 8 months to be on the shelf in exchange for the burning of July. I want monthly tickets. I have never been so eager as today. I want to explode. I want a monthly ticket. Chapter 637. Blood Swallowing Demon Bone. While Sada and the others were still wandering, Lin Ming had already run dozens of miles away. Lin Ming, you're on your own. Although the saint knows a lot about the Eternal Demon Pit, there are even more things I don't know. It's true that this saint's soul power is strong, but his combat power is very limited. Unless the opponent invades your spiritual sea in spiritual form, this saint can make and pay the price. If it's a physical attack, you can handle it yourself. Got it. Lin Ming didn't expect much from the magic light. He took a look at the map. The jade slip given by the Polar Star Tower Master was not actually a map, but some experience summary. In the Eternal Demon Pit, any map that indicated where it was dangerous and where it was safe was meaningless, because every time the Eternal Demon Pit erupted, there would be large-scale changes in the terrain, and those evil spirits and demons would often move. As a result, the map that marked the dangerous area and the safe area had no reference value after the Eternal Demon Pit erupted. Only an old horse like Sada, who had entered the Eternal Demon Pit more than a dozen times, or even more than 20 times, could judge the danger of the Eternal Demon Pit based on experience. The map in Lin Ming's hand did not mark any dangerous places, but described the general situation of various dangerous places and safe places. If you encounter the scene described on the map, you can judge whether it is dangerous or safe. The grey fog condensed in front, and the evil spirit formed a turbulent flow. According to the jade slip, this should be a place to bury demons. The demonic energy was soaring, so it stirred the evil spirit. Moreover, because the demonic energy was escaping, the probability of condensing the bones of the demon god was not high. Instead, it would attract some evil spirits to gather here. There is no opportunity in this place, but only danger. It is better to avoid it. Lin Ming made a judgment, based on the tips of the jade slip, and bypassed this dangerous place. As he walked along, he had to admire the value of this map. No wonder the owner of the Polar Star Tower was so careful that he destroyed the map before he died to prevent it from falling into the hands of the descendants of the Holy Land. The value of a map that can be used forever can be imagined. Lin Ming, be careful ahead. In this eternal demonic pit, the energy field will suppress perception, and the grey fog will block vision. Ordinary warriors can only detect a few dozen feet. Even with Lin Ming's soul strength, it is only 100 feet, which is shorter than the vision of ordinary people. Relatively speaking, the magic light is much stronger. Its perception can spread hundreds of feet and find abnormalities at the first time. There are 3 in total. They should be blood flame beasts. In the jade slip, given by the owner of the Polar Star Tower, there is a description of blood flame beasts. Blood flame beasts are a kind of demon spirits bred in a strong evil spirit. This kind of demon spirit is extremely fierce and has low intelligence. The blood flame crystal core in their bodies is their weakness. If they have practiced for 7 or 8,000 years, they can even reach the life-destroying stage. The 3 blood flame beasts in front of them are only equivalent to the mid-stage Zuandan warriors. Lin Ming, try to kill them while suppressing your strength. The bloody aura here is thick, and there may be other evil spirits lurking. If you alarm them, the consequences will not be good. I know. Lin Ming flicked his finger, and dozens of blood-drinking seals flew out, trembling slightly. Just a few breaths later, 3 humanoid beasts with blood-flaming bodies rushed towards Lin Ming with their fangs and claws. The scorching flames on their bodies made people feel a burning pain in their souls. Die. Lin Ming flicked his finger, and the blood-drinking seal flew out. In order to ensure a one-shot kill, Lin Ming fused a wisp of war spirit into the blood-drinking seal. War spirits can attach to any object to enhance its power. Even a dead leaf can instantly become a killing weapon after the war spirit is attached, not to mention the blood-drinking seal, which is already sharp and unmatched. With a sound of crackling, the crystal core in the blood flame beast was instantly cut in half by the blood-drinking seal that was fused with the war spirit. The blood flame beast screamed, and its body turned into nothingness, instantly killing 3 enemies equivalent to the middle stage of Zuandan. Lin Ming has come step by step to the present, and his strength has already undergone earth-shaking changes compared to when he first entered the blood-killing plane. Lin Ming picked up the broken crystal cores. Although these crystal cores are far less valuable than the bones of the devil, they are still better than the top-grade blood evil crystals, so they naturally cannot be wasted. Unknowingly, a few days passed, and Lin Ming traveled a distance of more than 1,000 miles. He did not walk fast, because along the way he carefully analyzed the evil vortex and the terrain, so that he could determine the safest route possible. I guess Sada did the same thing at the beginning, so he led the way so slowly. In this eternal demon pit, it is better to be safe than sorry. After walking more than 1,000 miles, I encountered 7 or 8 dangerous places, and I didn't encounter any safe places. Lin Ming was a little helpless. In the eternal demon pit, there are far more dangerous places than safe places. You chose the path. You thought of breaking through Zuandan in the dangerous eternal demon pit. Mo Guang curled his lips, stretched his waist, and said, "This saint is going to sleep. The evil spirit of this eternal demon pit is very good for the restoration of this saint's soul. When I'm asleep, don't look for me if there is nothing to do, and don't look for me if there is something to do." Mo Guang said, a little rogue. "Sorry, maybe your sleeping plan may have to be postponed. The evil spirit pattern in front, if I'm not mistaken, should be Pandmang, which is a relatively safe place recorded in the Jade Slip." Oh. Mo Guang looked up and saw that in front of it, the evil spirit formed a stream of grey wind, stirring the grey fog. It seemed that the evil spirit was thicker than some places he had passed before. "Are you sure? I feel that the evil spirit here is very strong. Is it dangerous?" Mo Guang knew a lot about the evil spirits in the eternal demon pit, but he had never studied the pattern of the evil spirits, the topography and so on. With the strength of the demon emperor at that time, how could he study these things? He studied how to capture evil spirits, and which kind of evil spirits would bring him the greatest opportunity. Lin Ming said, "According to the Jade Slip, the coiled python terrain stretches for thousands of miles. This is because 2 different evil spirits meet here and rotate around each other, forming a spiral evil airflow like a giant python. The evil spirit is relatively dense in the periphery, and it will become denser and denser as you go deeper. However, in the very center of the coiled python terrain, there is an area of more than 100 miles in radius, and the evil spirit is quite thin, especially in the very center 10 miles. The concentration of evil spirit may be even lower than that of the Tower of Babel. That is the so-called safe place, relatively speaking." Mo Guang scratched the dog's chin and said, "The coiled python terrain stretches for 1,000 miles. It will take you 500 miles to get to the center. These 500 miles are not easy to walk." Lin Ming smiled slightly and said, "So it depends on you. It would be best if you could discover the danger in advance and notify me to get out of the way." "Depend on me? You're using me as a laborer again. Since I woke up, I've been used as a laborer by you. How about this? After you break through the Zuandan, if you get any good things in the eternal demon pit, give me half, and I will reluctantly agree. You want to share half of the money before you know what you got. You are really asking for too much." Lin Ming said speechlessly, "You contributed half of the effort to the blood demon bone, so I deserve half of it. If you can contribute to the next thing, I will still give you half. If you don't contribute, we will split it 20 to 80 as a reward for helping me break through the Zuandan." "I split 80 and you split 20 to 20? Mo Guang asked, pretending to be puzzled. "It's boring to make such a joke." The smile on Lin Ming's face was completely restrained. He didn't have time to argue with Mo Guang at this time. "You are too stingy. 4260, 20, 80, 30, 70, 20, 80. Okay, 20 to 80 is 20 to 80. Mo Guang surrendered helplessly. Lin Ming was a man of his word. It would be boring to bargain with him. Lin Ming smiled slightly, unfolded his body skills, and flew into the grey mist. The evil spirit became more and more intense along the way, and Mo Guang also played its due role. Its perception distance was farther than most monsters in the Panmang vortex. Avoiding these monsters does not mean that Lin Ming is afraid of them, but he is afraid that fighting with them will attract stronger evil spirits. Occasionally, there are some that cannot be avoided, and Lin Ming also uses the blood drinking seal to infuse the fighting spirit and kills them with one blow, without any delay. In this way, Lin Ming came to the central area of 100 miles of the Python vortex without any danger. The concentration of evil spirits here has indeed dropped to a higher level. In this way, Lin Ming no longer suppresses his speed and uses a golden peng breaking void body skill. He came to the central area of 10 miles of the Python vortex in a few steps. This is it. What the Jade Slip said is indeed correct. The evil spirit vortex in the central area of 10 miles is not necessarily as dense as the evil spirit concentration of the Tower of Babel. This kind of evil spirit poor place generally does not have monsters and evil spirits coming here. This place is really barren. Mo Guang looked around and said cautiously, Even he didn't like this kind of place because the concentration of evil spirits was too low. This is it. I'm going to retreat for half a month and break through the Zuanden. After that, I'll go into the forbidden area of 1,200 miles of the eternal demon pit alone. Boy, you're really crazy. Your retreat to attack the Zuanden will definitely stir up the energy flow around you, and the safe place will become unsafe. I hope you won't be eaten by the demon spirit. Mo Guang said lazily, but he still released his perception as much as possible, feeling the situation around him, and being alert for Lin Ming. Lin Ming smiled slightly, took out the blood demon bone from the Zumi ring, and unlocked the restrictions layer by layer. These days, Mo Guang had taken away its half by some unknown method. The blood demon bone shrank a circle, and the originally manic energy was greatly weakened. This made it easier for Lin Ming to absorb. If it was in a retreat that was absolutely safe at ordinary times, it wouldn't matter if the energy was a little manic. Here, it was naturally easier to absorb, and the safer it was. Lin Ming held the blood demon bone in his hand and slowly injected the true energy into it. After a while, the blood demon bone turned into a ball of red liquid. Lin Ming no longer hesitated and raised his head to swallow it. A violent energy suddenly filled Lin Ming's body. The first thing the blood demon bone brought was a shock to his will. Lin Ming felt his head shake and came to a completely blood red world. Thanks to Gojj02 for the 10,000 reward. Thanks to Jinayugo000 for the 30,000 reward. Thanks to S for the 50,000 red. Seeing red again is inspiring. 80 votes, 25th in the overall ranking. Can it be more fierce? Chapter 638 Breaking Through the Bottleneck. This is the war spirit of the ancient mighty. The moment Lin Ming entered the blood red world of will, he felt a faint pressure. Although this pressure was not obvious, it faintly carried a vast and wild aura, which made people feel terrified. Obviously, because it had been too long, the war spirit of the ancient emperor had been weakened beyond recognition. Otherwise, how could he be captured by Lin Ming? Thinking of this, Lin Ming sighed. No matter how powerful you were in your life, after death, you will return to dust and earth, your body will rot, and your energy will condense into the bones of the devil. Although the war spirit can be immortal for a long time, after tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, it will slowly weaken, and in the end, only nothing will be left. I wonder if the highest realm of martial arts can break through reincarnation and live forever in heaven and earth. Lin Ming knew that neither the great man who created Golden Peng breaking the void nor the saint who was sleeping in the magic cube had ever reached the peak of martial arts. He just didn't know whether the evil god who created the power of the evil god had ever reached that level. One of the main reasons why Lin Ming was determined to climb to the peak of martial arts was that he wanted to see what martial arts would look like when it reached its peak. Red energy gathered in front of Lin Ming and condensed into a demon, which was extremely ferocious. The voice of the magic cube then rang in Lin Ming's mind. This demon evolved after absorbing the will of this ancient emperor. Although it was born from the ancient emperor, it actually has nothing to do with the emperor. Destroying it can temper your fighting spirit. The blood demon bone can not only help warriors break through bottlenecks, but also sharpen their will. It is a rare treasure. If it weren't for this function, the magic light would not be tempted. After the red demon took shape, it rushed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's mind moved, and the purple spear was unsheathed. Thunder and fire flashed. With a sound of Kai, the red demon was pierced by the spear. In the world of will, the fighting spirit is king. Even the complete blood demon bone is not Lin Ming's opponent, let alone the incomplete body now. The red light escaped, and Lin Ming absorbed all the energy into the will body without hesitation. Next, he saw the red will invaded his spiritual sea, and rushed towards the soul with fangs and claws. With a fierce and violent consciousness, it filled Lin Ming's heart. Assimilate this energy, erase its consciousness mark, and turn it into the purest soul energy to absorb it. The magic light reminded Lin Ming in his mind. In fact, without the magic light, Lin Ming also knew what to do. Now that his fighting spirit is gradually taking shape and his heart is as stable as a mountain, it is only a matter of time to devour this will. The consciousness connected to the sea of spirit. Above Lin Ming's sea of spirit, strands of red energy surrounded the small gun condensed from the battle spirit, and were constantly absorbed. As time passed, the small gun became more solid from its original illusion. The whole body showed a metallic blue-gray color, like an ancient bronze. After a full day, the gun was completely formed, with only a little missing at the end of the gun barrel. Lin Ming noticed the change of the battle spirit and subconsciously connected his mental power to the battle spirit. The small gun trembled violently, as if it could not be restrained from rushing out of Lin Ming's sea of spirit. Good boy. Mo Guang couldn't help but admire. Your battle spirit has already gotten rid of the battle spirit prototype before your cultivation reaches a Zuanden stage. If you continue like this, it will soon condense into a shape. You are really a monster. If you want to condense into a complete battle spirit before the Zuanden stage, it is absolutely not enough to rely on natural materials and treasures. You must have a strong personal will. In terms of willpower, Lin Ming's heart of martial arts is needless to say. In addition, he has repeatedly swallowed the fragments of the ownerless soul in the magic cube, and he has the blessing of reincarnation martial arts. Not to mention that the warriors of the Holy Demon Continent are far behind. Even the geniuses of the God Realm cannot compare. Lin Ming said nothing, gritted his teeth, and completed the final battle spirit tempering. The broken strand at the gun barrel was also constantly filling up. After another hour, the battle spirit was completely formed. At that moment, only a faint dragon roar was heard, and a vast and majestic breath escaped from the blue-gray battle spirit, filling the sea of spirit all over the sky. Even Mo Guang, who was sleeping in Lin Ming's sea of spirit, was secretly shocked. It's really formed, a blue-gray level war spirit. Oh, blue-gray level? This was the first time that Lin Ming heard about the classification of war spirits. It sounded like, if this war spirit was to be cultivated, it would have a lot of room for growth. Mo Guang said, the levels of war spirits from low to high are blue-gray, silver-white, gold, blue-green. Because of the color, they are called bronze war spirits, silver war spirits, gold war spirits, and green soul war spirits. You are now in the formation stage of a bronze war spirit. Generally speaking, the emperors of the lower planes are just bronze level war spirits. You have a bronze war spirit with only innate cultivation. Your future is limitless. It seems that the saint's choice to cooperate with you is still very promising. Ha ha ha. Mo Guang laughed triumphantly, and Lin Ming was in a good mood. After absorbing the will of the blood demon bone, the next step was the highlight, that is, breaking through the Zuanden. After the will was erased, only the purest energy was left in the blood demon bone. This energy was also bound in Lin Ming's body by wisps of thunder power. The seal of the thunder force was suddenly removed, and the energy in the blood demon bone suddenly burst out like a flood. The vast energy rushed into Lin Ming's meridians, rushing forward. Even with Lin Ming's tough meridians, it was a bit too much to bear such a baptism. Some meridians were damaged, but with the support of Lin Ming's strong recovery ability, such damage was nothing. Energy gathers in the Danshan, and the cyclone condenses into a pill. Mo Guang's voice sounded in Lin Ming's mind. In fact, without Mo Guang's words, Lin Ming also knew what to do. Among the exercises he practiced, the one suitable for calling the evil spirit was the Great Wilderness Halberd Art. Forcefully running the Great Wilderness Halberd Art, Lin Ming mobilized all the energy in his body to rush to the Danshan. The energy coming from all directions was like a surging sea tide. Wherever it passed, several blocked places in the meridians were all opened. All the energy finally rushed into the Danshan with an unstoppable momentum and collided with each other. Boom. For a moment, Lin Ming's Danshan seemed to be detonated, and the Xinyan Qi cyclone that was originally rotating in an orderly manner was completely shattered. Lin Ming groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. It is not something that ordinary warriors can bear to forcibly break through the Zuanden with violent energy. Warriors who are not consolidated in meridians and have a weak foundation are likely to die from the explosion of the Danshan. However, Lin Ming, relying on his solid foundation, forcibly compressed the torrent of energy in the Danshan. Under such a powerful Xinyan storm, the huge pressure caused some Xinyan to condense into small particles. The small particles are getting more and more dense, like tiny blood evil crystals floating in Lin Ming's Danshan. A new Xinyan Qi cyclone slowly formed. What is different from the past is that this time, the Xinyan Qi cyclone is mixed with many solidified Xinyan particles. If Lin Ming can gather these Xinyan particles, then a Zuanden will be condensed, and he will officially break through the Zuanden realm. This process cannot be rushed. If it is a normal breakthrough, even an emperor level genius needs to spend half a year in seclusion to condense the elixir. Lin Ming's breakthrough with the blood demon bone greatly shortens the time, but it still takes 10 days and half a month. Without bothering to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Ming controlled the remaining energy in his body and continuously gathered it into the elixir field. The pressure in the elixir field became higher and higher, and more true essence condensed into solid particles. These tiny solid particles were slowly rotating under the traction of the true essence cyclone. In the center of this cyclone, a crystal core the size of a grain of rice appeared. After the crystal core appeared, tiny particles continued to settle on the crystal core and became part of the crystal core. In this way, the crystal core continued to grow in a snowball manner. Time passed day by day. In a blink of an eye, it was the 10th day. It had been a month since Lin Ming and others entered the eternal demon pit. According to the speed of the general team, a month would just go 8,500 miles deep into the eternal demon pit. On this day, there were indeed 5 teams gathered at the gathering place 8,500 miles away from the eternal demon pit. There were originally 50 people in the 5 teams, but now there are only 39 people left, and 11 warriors are missing. The probability of death is far higher than when the eternal demon pit was calm in the past. So far, we are only responsible for sending you here. The rest of the way, you can go by yourself, the guide said. After that, they sat down alone, meditating and regulating their breathing. Along the way, they were exploring, analyzing, and calculating all the time, which consumed their souls. It would take another month to go back, so they had to adjust themselves to the best condition. The guides rested one after another, and the warriors moved freely. Lankin, what did you get? In the crowd, Duan Mukwon had experienced this journey, but he was still able to maintain a calm look. He saw Lankin at a glance. The two were of the same race, and were both descendants of the Holy Land, so they naturally knew each other. Very ordinary. Lankin shook his head. Along the way, Sada's team only found 3 pieces of demon bones later. The 3 pieces of demon bones were the size of pheasant eggs, which were considered large among the demon bones. However, compared with a team of 10 people, this harvest was really small. Moreover, according to the rules of the Tower of Babel, half of the income had to be shared with the guide. It's great that you can get here safely. Your team. Duan Mukwon said, and glanced at Lankin's team. Only 7 of the 10 people were left, missing 2 young goblins and Lin Ming. Huh? Where's Lin Ming? Why isn't he here? Duan Mukwon was a little stunned. He didn't quite believe that Lin Ming would die on this 8,500 mile journey. He just thought that he left for something. Lin Ming. Lankin shook his head. Missing, maybe alive, but the probability of dying is higher. As soon as Lankin finished speaking, Duan Mukwon was completely stunned. Missing? Died? Chapter 639 Condensing the Whirling Pill. Generally, the weak ones died in the team. Duan Mukwon never thought that Lin Ming would die. Even when he heard the news from Lankin, he still felt unbelievable. It's not that the probability of dying is higher, but it is basically certain that he has died. Not far from Lankin, a young fairy said with a chuckle. If it was after a disaster, everyone dispersed, it could be said that Lin Ming was just missing, but in the previous situation, they had agreed to gather in half an hour, and Lin Ming didn't come. If it wasn't a death, then what was it? What happened? Duan Mukwon asked. The young fairy immediately described the process of Lin Ming's death in a vivid way, emphasizing how they tried to dissuade him at the beginning, but Lin Ming insisted on being stupid, and ended up throwing a meat bun at a dog, and never came back. After the young fairy finished speaking, Duan Mukwon frowned slightly. The Zumi ring was lost. This reason was a bit far-fetched, but it made sense. If Lin Ming really died, it would be a pity. He couldn't find an opponent in his life, which made Duan Mukwon feel like he had suddenly lost his goal. If a person stands at a peak and cannot see a higher peak, it is easy to waste his potential due to the limitation of vision. While the few people were talking, another team arrived. There were 8 people left in this team. Among these 8 people, there were 2 emperor-level geniuses of Xianji Shura. One of them was Fengshen, and the other was Hishi from the Giant Axe Tower. As soon as Fengshen arrived, he locked his eyes on the team where Sada was. He clearly remembered that Lin Ming was in this team. Fengshen wanted to know what opportunities Lin Ming had gained along the way. However, he did not find any trace of Lin Ming. A trace of doubt flashed in Fengshen's eyes. Don't look for him, Lin Ming is missing. Duan Muquan's voice suddenly rang in Fengshen's ears. Most of the top emperor level geniuses in Tangshan Tower are from the fairy clan. Fengshen also came from the Holy Land and was an old acquaintance of Duan Muquan. Missing? Fengshen was stunned. Well, the probability of falling is very high. Duan Muquan shook his head and felt it was a pity. Lin Ming has fallen? She arrived with Fengshen. He was surprised at first, then smiled disdainfully. Seeing is believing, which made these first-rate emperor level geniuses convinced. Unless they saw it with their own eyes, all the rumors about how talented Lin Ming was were hearsay, so they naturally discounted it in their hearts. She didn't believe it at first, but now that he heard that Lin Ming had fallen after walking only 8,500 miles, he immediately felt that it was just as I expected. He sneered. It is said that Lin Ming is the first genius of the Holy Demon continent in 10,000 years. Isn't the title of the first genius too worthless? He died just in the periphery. That's all. Fengshen frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, the truth is still unknown. According to common sense, Lin Ming must be dead, but incredible things always happen to Lin Ming. Fengshen, I think you are scared by Lin Ming. You have already thought that I'm not as good as Lin Ming. As a warrior, once you have this idea, you will never think of surpassing that person in your life. She looked at Fengshen with disdain. A genius who has lost his pride will have a greatly reduced development potential. Fengshen did not argue about anything else. He did not like to argue with others. He just thought that when Lin Ming entered the Emperor's path for 108 days, everyone thought he was dead, but he suddenly became stronger at the last moment and killed the Dark Lord in one fell swoop. Is he really dead this time? Seeing Fengshen silent, Duan Muquan came over, patted Fengshen on the shoulder and said, although his words are arrogant, he is right about one thing. You have indeed thought that you are not as good as Lin Ming. Fengshen shook his head and said calmly, not as good as Lin Ming. I have never thought about surpassing Lin Ming. As long as I can keep up with him, I'm also qualified to be the protagonist of the future world. After that, he stopped talking and went to a huge rock to meditate and regulate his breath. Among so many geniuses present, he was the only one who came from the same Babel Tower as Lin Ming and witnessed Lin Ming's terrifying talent and even more terrifying growth speed. All these made Fengshen sigh with regret. The news of Lin Ming's disappearance spread quickly, but these people were not from the same Babel Tower as Lin Ming after all. They were skeptical about the rumors about Lin Ming. Now that they heard that Lin Ming had died, they also felt that he was just so-so. Whether Lin Ming really had strength, was just too unlucky, or was rumored to have been there. In short, a dead genius would no longer be called a genius. The success of an emperor is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of people. No matter how brilliant Lin Ming was in his life, his death was just one of the countless dead bones that paved the way for others to become emperors. The disappearance or death of Lin Ming aroused heated discussions for a few hours, but then there were fewer discussions. There were too many geniuses who died. As time passed, such people were destined to be forgotten. People just waited like this for 3 days. Slowly, they found something wrong. When they set out, there were a total of 9 teams, except for some generals who acted alone. Now, there was one team missing. There were only 8 left. After waiting for 3 days, there was no news from this team. You know, these guides have a special way to communicate with each other, but no matter how they send messages, they fall into the sea without any response. The whole army was wiped out. Question mark? Realizing this, everyone present felt a chill down their spines. A whole team of 10 people, with experienced guides and powerful masters, but they were all wiped out. What terrible thing did they encounter? Could it be the evil spirit from the eternal demon pit in the legend? Thinking of this, some warriors felt a chill in their backs. If their team encountered this, the outcome would not be much better. At this time, Sad stood up silently and said, "The time has come. We can't wait any longer. We have to return. You can consider returning with our 8 guides, but you will not get the resources you get by returning. Or, you can enter the 1,500 mile range of the edge of the eternal demon pit. the danger there is doubled, and even we dare not go there easily. Think about it carefully. After Sada finished speaking, he looked around at everyone. Many warriors showed hesitation in their eyes. The news of the annihilation of the whole army just now made them feel scared. Entering the 1,500-mile range deep in the eternal demon pit, the team was scattered. Not only would they have to bear the threat of evil spirits, but they would also have to guard against their companions' murder and robbery. The danger can be imagined. Thinking of this, those geniuses who were originally full of confidence to rush into the 1,200-mile range of the edge of the eternal demon pit began to retreat. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Faced with such an opportunity that was accompanied by great danger, many people were hesitant. When these warriors gathered at the gathering place 1,500 miles away from the eternal demon pit, Lin Ming had also reached the middle and late stages of the Dancheng stage. After breaking through the Zuanden, the energy in Lin Ming's meridians had already been poured into the Danshan. The true essence continued to condense into tiny solid particles in the Danshan. As the true essence cyclone slowly rotated, it got closer to the center, and finally slowly settled at the center of the cyclone, condensing into a crystal nucleus that kept rotating. It was the Zuanden. The reason why the Zuanden was called the Zuandan was because it was constantly rotating. For the acquired warriors, the Danshan had just been opened up, and the true essence in it was disordered, and there was no rule at all, so the utilization efficiency was naturally very low. For the innate warriors, the true essence in the Danshan formed a stable true essence cyclone, and the utilization efficiency was improved by a level, but the total amount of true essence was not greatly improved. Finally, when a warrior reaches a Zuanden stage, the true essence in the Danshan condenses from a cyclone into a rotating true essence crystal core, and the total amount of true essence is greatly increased. The process of the true essence cyclone evolving into a rotating crystal core is just like the process of some rotating nebulae in the universe condensing into rotating stars. The so-called Great Way is connected, and the human body is like a small universe. Another day passed, and the Zuanden in Lin Ming's Danshan was already the size of a pigeon egg. Mo Guang was watching from the side. These days, this sleepy old dog has rarely stayed awake and carefully guarded the surroundings. As a result, it witnessed the whole process of Lin Ming's attack on the Zuanden. The pigeon egg-sized Zuanden is already a little bigger than the Zuanden of ordinary warriors. Mo Guan was not surprised at this. Generally speaking, the larger the Zuanden condensed by a warrior, the more true essence there is in the body. If Lin Ming's Zuanden condensed is not larger than that of other warriors, Mo Guan would feel something is wrong. A day later, Lin Ming's Zuanden grew another circle, and became a more regular and standard sphere, which looked as big as a walnut. Such a Zuanden is 1/4 larger than the Zuanden of ordinary warriors. Mo Guan touched his chin with his dog paw and sighed. Another day passed, and the Zuanden grew again, reaching the size of a pheasant egg. This made Mo Guan a little uneasy, as this size was beyond his expectations. But this was not Lin Ming's limit. On the third day of the pill formation, the Zuanden almost grew to the size of an egg. Mo Guang swallowed his saliva, as this was more than twice the size of an ordinary warrior's Zuanden. How big is this kid going to grow? Mo Guang smacked his dog tongue, staring at the Xinyuan crystal core in Lin Ming's Danshan without blinking. On the fifth day of the pill formation, the size of the Zuanden finally stopped increasing. However, Mo Guang's astonishment did not end, but went even further. The size of the Zuanden in Lin Ming's Danshan remained unchanged, but the Xinyuan contained in it began to condense. As the Xinyuan particles continued to precipitate on the Zuanden, the energy contained in the Zuanden became more and more concentrated. On the sixth day of the pill formation, the Zuanden shrank a circle, and returned to the size of a pheasant egg, but the total Xinyuan contained in it not only did not decrease, but even increased. At this point, Mo Guan was already somewhat numb. This guy was more than just a demon, he was simply a demon. On the seventh day of pill formation, the Zuanden continued to shrink, and turned back to the size of a walnut. This size was not necessarily much larger than the Zuanden and the body of an ordinary warrior, but the amount of true energy contained in it was much more. Chapter 640, The Change of Zuanden. On the 8th day of pill formation, the size of the swirlpill in Lin Ming's body was exactly the same as that of an ordinary warrior, except that the energy in it was several times more. Compared with the swirlpills of ordinary warriors, the color of the swirlpill in Lin Ming's Danshan was darker, and even the speed of its rotation was several times faster. Generally speaking, the faster the speed of the swirlpill, the more active the energy contained in it, and the more terrifying it would be when it all burst out. More condensed energy and faster spinning speed, combined with the two, Lin Ming's strength can be imagined. This kid is really an animal. I don't know what kind of grass he ate to grow up. Mo Guang muttered in his heart. Even he was jealous of Lin Ming's talent. It seemed that, only by hurting Lin Ming in this way could he regain a little sense of balance. At this time, the condensation process of the swirlpill in Lin Ming's Danshan had come to an end. The size of the swirlpill no longer changed, and it began to complete the final formation. The energy in the surrounding Danshans all began to condense into the swirlpill, and fell on the crystal core continuously. The appearance of the Zuandan became more and more round. When the Zuandan was 99% formed, the energy in the Danshan suddenly began to accelerate and settle. The Xenean crystal core seemed to have transformed into an insatiable giant beast, devouring all the Xenean in Lin Ming's Danshan. The emptiness of the Danshan energy caused the Xenean in Lin Ming's body to roll back to the Danshan, like a surging tide. Lin Ming's Danshan was like a bottomless pit with strong suction, which set off a strong Xenean vortex, sweeping all the energy in Lin Ming's body. In just a few breaths, the energy in Lin Ming's meridians was sucked dry. Then, this suction spread to Lin Ming's body, and the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth was also attracted by this suction, and continuously gathered towards Lin Ming. At the moment, when the warrior completed the formation of the Dan, the Zuandan would undergo a qualitative change, becoming solid and full of gravity. This is like the sun in the universe collapsing into a white dwarf or a neutron star. Once collapsed, the mass remains unchanged, the radius becomes smaller, and the gravity increases dramatically. The cyclone in the warrior's Danshan condenses into a cyclone pill. Just like this collapse process, the moment the cyclone pill is formed, due to the strong gravitational force, all the energy in the Danshan is directly condensed. The Danshan is empty, and the newly condensed crystal core will set off a huge gravitational vortex, and then absorb the surrounding energy, which will lead to a leap in the total amount of true essence. This leap will bring about an exponential increase in strength. Not only that, after the cyclone pill condenses, the gravitational force from the true essence crystal core will always be maintained, which makes the speed of energy condensation in the Danshan of the cyclone pill warrior far exceed that of the innate warrior. Regardless of the training speed, endurance, or recovery ability, it is greatly improved. For several reasons, the warrior will have a huge leap in strength from the innate to the cyclone pill. Therefore, even a saint-level genius like Mu Qianxue would find it difficult to fight a real cyclone pill warrior when he is half a step into the cyclone pill. The gravity of the true essence crystal core in Lin Ming's Danshan was more terrifying than that of an ordinary warrior. The true essence vortex was getting more and more intense, with no sign of stopping. A purple cloud of heaven and earth energy formed above Lin Ming's head. In the center of the cloud, there was a funnel-shaped spiral extending down, all the way into Lin Ming's body, and was continuously twisted into the Danshan. Seeing this, Mo Guang couldn't sit still. My god, the momentum is so loud, it can be seen within a radius of hundreds of miles! Exclamation mark. If it were in an absolutely safe retreat, no matter how loud you are, even if you trigger a thunder tribulation, it would not be a big deal, but it's different here. This is the eternal demon pit with murderous intent at every step. Seeing that this kind of relief lasted for a quarter of an hour, Mo Guang's forehead was sweating. Dear brother, it's not over yet. When the hell is this going to end? Now Mo Guang and Lin Ming are grasshoppers on a rope. Without Lin Ming, this residual soul of his has no place to possess. Mo Guang was still hoping that Lin Ming would become successful in the future and get some of his help. Now if Lin Ming died, all his previous efforts would be in vain. After another stick of incense passed in fear, Mo Guang's face finally changed. He knew that the thing he was most worried about had happened. Hundreds of feet away, 7 or 8 evil spirits gathered together, staring at the direction where Lin Ming was. At this time, hundreds of miles away, under a cliff, 2 troll warriors and a barbarian warrior gathered together. The barbarian warrior was on guard, and the other 2 troll warriors were meditating and regulating their breathing. They had some wounds that were not serious for warriors, but if they were mortals, they would have died long ago. An hour ago, these two troll warriors had just swallowed the elixir and were healing their wounds. What a fucking bad luck. I followed an idiot guide who fucking claimed to be a living map of the eternal demon pit. Bah. A quarter of an hour later, a troll warrior finally finished healing his wounds and said with curses. The three of them were the last absent team among the 9 teams of the blood killing plane. This team was not completely wiped out, but only the 3 of them were left. The other 7, including the guide, were all dead. We were tricked to death by this idiot. If it weren't for our strong strength and good luck, we would have become the delicious meal of that evil creature. Thinking of the experience a few days ago, several people still had lingering fears. It was simply a nightmare. They had no idea where the enemy was, but watched their companions explode into a pool of rotten meat, with internal organs and blood flowing all over the ground. To be fair, the guide at the time was actually experienced and strong. However, facing such a situation, he made a wrong judgment and asked everyone to stand in a circle with their backs to each other and be on guard. As a result, more and more people died. In the end, several people couldn't hold on and fled separately. The guide eventually paid the price of his life for his wrong judgment. In the end, only the 3 of them rushed out. The 3 of them are all lords, and they are also the 3 strongest people in the team. In terms of personal strength, they can all be ranked in the top 5 in the Polar Star Tower, and even the barbarian warrior can be ranked in the top 3. In the eternal demon pit, there is murderous intent at every step, and death is everywhere. Many times, when the whole team encounters a disaster, only the strongest people can survive. Brothers, what are you going to do? The 3 of us came to the eternal demon pit, but we didn't get any opportunities, and we almost lost our lives. Are we going back like this? The barbarian lord asked, and the 2 troll lords were silent when they heard it. They have only found 2 ordinary demon bones so far, and there is not much left. It is really unwilling to go back like this, but now even the guide is gone. The 3 of them are like headless flies in the eternal demon pit, and it is also very dangerous to rush in. Seeing that the other 2 did not speak, the barbarian lord pondered for a while and said, "It is difficult to find opportunities in the eternal demon pit, but if you can find it, it is likely to be a great opportunity. There are many grades of demon god bones. The 2 pieces we have now are only the lowest grade. If we can find a piece of earth grade demon god bones, or even the legendary heaven grade demon god bones, then we will be crowned as emperors in the future." In the Tower of Babel, although the Lord is powerful, his talent is often not as good as the top existence among the 7 stars of the heavenly demon, not to mention the descendants of the Holy Land such as Fengshan, Duan Muquan, and Lankin. How can a true genius be willing to be inferior to others? Over the years in the Tower of Babel, when the Lord reaches the death of life, he will naturally leave the Tower of Babel, so the blood-killing plane will change a batch of lords every few decades. But among so many lords, few can be crowned as emperors because of their lack of talent and potential. If there is no great opportunity, the hope of the 3 lords in front of them to be crowned as emperors is slim. Emperor level warriors and life-death level warriors are not at the same level at all. Whether in lifespan or strength, they are incomparable. The temptation of being crowned as an emperor is too great. The 2 troll lords were unwilling to give up. One of them was about to say something, but suddenly froze. He stared blankly at the sky in the distance. There, a purple cloud rose from the sky, and even the surrounding grey fog was cleared by the purple cloud. "Look, what is that?" Huh. The other 2 also looked back. They were all surprised and doubtful. This change may mean that there is a great opportunity there. Of course, it may also be that there is some terrifying existence there, a huge danger. Or, both, danger and opportunity. This possibility is the greatest. What should we do? Should we go and have a look? A troll lord suggested hesitantly, but his eyes glanced at the barbarian lord, who was the strongest among the 3. The barbarian lord gritted his teeth. There is no doubt that this is a gamble, but how can the road of a warrior be without danger? Many people look down on those warriors who have become powerful by chance, saying that they are just lucky. In fact, this is completely jealousy. There are too many opportunities, but they are often accompanied by dangers. The key is whether you dare to take them, and whether you have the strength to take them. If you are timid and hesitant in front of opportunities, it is equivalent to being content with mediocrity. I'm afraid that even Gao Zhang's life will not be achieved, let alone being crowned as an emperor. Let's bet. The three of us will go together, restrain our breath, and find out the situation. If we are unable to defeat them, we will immediately flee. If there is a glimmer of hope, then the three of us will fight with all our strength and achieve our path to becoming emperors. Okay, that's what I mean. Several lords quickly reached a consensus. If such an opportunity is in front of them, they will regret it for the rest of their lives if they don't go and take a look. The three lords restrained their breath. With the opportunity in front of them, they would not be timid, but would move forward at high speed under cautious circumstances. They soon rushed into the land of Padmang, and layers of evil vortexes were broken by them. There were also many low-level evil spirits in this Python land. For the three lords, as long as they were not evil spirits rushing out from the ancient devil pit or monsters that had been nurtured for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, they could deal with them. In this way, they slowly approached the retreat place where Lin Ming broke through the Zuandan. At this time, Mo Guan was still fighting with several evil spirits, and he had been fighting for a long time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641, War Spirit Protection. Lin Ming's condensation of the whirlpool pill caused a shocking phenomenon. The vortex of true essence stirred the surrounding heaven and earth energy, forming a purple cloud group with an area of dozens of miles. The result of such a phenomenon in the eternal demon pit can be imagined. In Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the magic light looked at the increasing number of evil spirits around it, and secretly groaned in its heart. It felt what it meant to be surrounded by wolves. Fortunately, these evil spirits were all low-level demons, and there were no abnormal beings thrown out from the depths of the eternal demon pit. The magic light had no entity, and its combat power in the real world was very weak. It could only release its soul energy to form an energy field to deter these evil spirits. The energy field of the magic light was indeed powerful, carrying a vast breath from the divine realm. However, the vigorous blood and ki in Lin Ming's body was too tempting. These evil spirits were extremely eager for blood and essence. Under the stimulation of their nature, they got closer and closer to the magic light. The magic light could deter 3 or 5, but not a group. After these evil spirits gathered more and more, they finally attacked Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming closed his eyes tightly, completely cutting off contact with the outside world. He was in a state of complete emptiness and selflessness. It was unknown how long this state would last. The first evil spirit pounced on Lin Ming. After one took the lead, another evil spirit pounced out. The magic light sank, and a ball of light burst out from his eyes. The mind controlled it. The body of the evil spirit that pounced out suddenly shook, and the originally scarlet and violent eyes suddenly became blank and empty. It suddenly turned its body in the air and pounced on the second evil spirit that pounced out. The evil spirit was unable to react in time and was thrown to the ground fiercely, and his body was injured. Then the two evil spirits quickly fought each other. In a short while, the evil spirit controlled by the magic light tore the other evil spirit into pieces. One mind control has consumed so much of my mental energy. I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Lin Ming, wake up quickly. Mo Guan was anxious. This was really like a dragon swimming in shallow water being played with by shrimps. It was the dignified lord of the divine realm, but one day it was bullied by a group of low-level evil spirits. After destroying one evil spirit, 3 or 4 more evil spirits came around. Seeing this, Mo Guan felt bitter. 2 more evil spirits rushed over, more powerful than the 2 just now. Mo Guan gritted his teeth and spent 20% of his willpower to control the 2 evil spirits. More and more evil spirits rushed over. Mo Guan controlled 3 evil spirits to fight with them, but 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. Mo Guan could only take care of a limited number of them. 2 evil spirits that escaped the net rushed to Lin Ming and bit Lin Ming's body, protecting true essence. Before Lin Ming entered into meditation, he had set up a layer of energy defense outside his body. When the evil spirit attacked him, a ball of purple lightning burst out. This ball of lightning was composed of the illusionary dream light and the purple dragon god thunder. The illusionary dream light turned to hurt the soul, and the purple dragon god thunder was specifically used to defeat ghosts and evil spirits. The evil spirit screamed and was directly bounced away. However, there were too many evil spirits. After one evil spirit was bounced away, more evil spirits rushed up to kill him. Lightning flashed on Lin Ming's body. Some evil spirits were burned by the power of lightning, but the pain only stimulated the evil spirits' bloodthirstiness. All the evil spirits rushed towards Lin Ming frantically. The magic light could only stop them to a limited extent. The energy of the lightning protection layer was rapidly consumed. After a moment, it could no longer bounce away the evil spirits. A large number of evil spirits hung on Lin Ming's body, just like a giant beast with jackals hanging on it. The magic light was in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, and he was very anxious. Fuck. Boy, I owe you this life, remember that. It's not that Mo Guang can't attack at all, but its soul is incomplete. Once it attacks, it will involve the injury of its soul. When Lin Ming passed through the ancient teleportation array, he experienced a space storm and was exhausted. It was Mo Guang who barely helped Lin Ming through the crisis. However, the price after that time was that Mo Guang fell asleep for nearly 2 years. Now that Mo Guang finally woke up, it was nourished by the evil spirit in the blood demon bone. Mo Guang really didn't want to attack with all his strength again, causing the soul to be injured, but now it had no choice. Once Lin Ming died, it would almost be buried with him. In Mo Guang's body, a small ball of soul power burned, and Lin Ming's spiritual sea suddenly shone with golden light. Those golden lights were like sharp swords, instantly piercing through 7 or 8 evil creatures, and burning them into green smoke. This was Mo Guang's out-of-body soul attack. Originally, the soul attack was a double-edged sword. Fighting with souls, killing 1000 enemies, and injuring 800 of oneself, especially when the soul power is not much different. It is also a great damage to one's own soul, so the dwarf demons who are good at soul attacks must always have soul-nourishing medicine. Mo Guang's soul was originally incomplete, and the damage to his soul after using the soul attack can be imagined. After piercing through more than a dozen demons in a row, Mo Guang was seriously injured. Fortunately, he recovered a lot in the past 2 years, otherwise he would have lost consciousness long ago after consuming so much soul power. Just when Mo Guang was complaining in his heart and didn't know what to do, he suddenly saw 3 warriors from the trolls and barbarians not far away, staring at him in a daze, with a weird look on their faces. Mo Guang's heart instantly dropped to the freezing point. Mo Guang had some impression of 2 of these 3 people. They were the masters from other Tower of Babel. It was really a wave of troubles. Mo Guang would never be naive to think that the other party would draw their swords to help at this time. In fact, these 3 masters really wanted to take advantage of the fire at this time. Isn't that person Lin Ming? The barbarian lord led the other 2 people and carefully came to the central area of the Panmangland. They originally thought that there was some opportunity, but they found that someone had broken through here. It is indeed Lin Ming. He is actually breaking through Zuanden. Is he crazy? This idiot actually broke through at this time and attracted a group of low-level evil spirits to besiege him. He is looking for death. A troll lord sneered. In his opinion, this is a completely suicidal act. Maybe Lin Ming encountered some opportunity. His true essence could not be suppressed, and he had to break through. I remember that his cultivation level was still a long way from Zuanden. He would not be able to break through without more than half a year. If he had not encountered some opportunity, it would be impossible. The barbarian lord said, with a gleam of light in his eyes. The opportunity for a warrior to break through is exactly what he desires most on this trip. He has no teammates and is alone. There must be something strange about him. Moreover, the momentum of his breakthrough is so huge, which is unusual. I have never seen such a momentum when ordinary people break through Zuanden. There is definitely something wrong. The 3 lords almost instantly confirmed that Lin Ming had encountered a great opportunity in the eternal demon pit, so he was able to break through Zuanden with such a huge momentum. Lin Ming's teammates may have died or been separated, so this opportunity fell on Lin Ming alone. Who wouldn't be jealous of such a thing? The three looked at each other and saw a trace of murderous intent in each other's eyes. Killing Lin Ming would most likely find the opportunity. Not to mention that Lin Ming is still at the most critical moment of breaking through Xuanden. Even if Lin Ming's Xuanden is just broken, his strength will not be stable in a short time. Moreover, these three are masters among the lords. They have sufficient confidence in their personal strength. On the contrary, their understanding of Lin Ming's strength is limited to hearsay. "Kill him, don't hold back," said the Blood Barbarian Lord. Now that Lin Ming was besieged by evil spirits, they could have just sat back and reaped the benefits. However, Lin Ming's breakthrough was already at an end. Who knew when Lin Ming would completely condense the Xuanden? It was better to act early to avoid more trouble. The three of them activated their magic essence and rushed out together. A troll warrior drew out his long sword and chopped it heavily on Lin Ming's chest. Crack. This sword directly killed 4 or 5 evil spirits and completely shattered Lin Ming's body, protecting true essence. The evil spirits were angry and rushed towards the three masters. "Get lost," the barbarian master shouted, and the long stick in his hand swept across violently, sweeping these low-level evil spirits directly away. 3 or 4 evil spirits that were the first to bear the brunt were directly shredded into pieces by the energy storm and turned into smoke and disappeared. "Send you on your way." The last troll master laughed loudly, holding a heavy hammer, and smashed it into Lin Ming's chest. Seeing the hammer coming, Mo Guang's pupils shrank. At this time, it consumed too much soul power and could no longer organize an attack that could threaten the 3 great masters in front of it. Lin Ming's body protecting true essence had been shattered, and he could only rely on his body to block. Is he going to die like this? Mo Guang had a thought in his mind for a moment, and then there was a muffled bang, and Lin Ming was directly smashed and flew backwards. The funnel vortex of the true essence purple cloud was twisted, and Lin Ming's body flew more than 10 feet away and fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. Ha ha ha. What a genius in 10,000 years. You boasted so much, but you still died in my hands. The troll warrior who attacked laughed wildly and was hit by his hammer. His ribs were definitely broken and his internal organs were shattered. Killing a titled Shura, the troll master only felt that his thoughts were extremely clear and full of accomplishment. However, he had just laughed a few times, but suddenly stopped laughing, looked forward in disbelief, and even the other 2 masters around him were stunned. More than 10 feet away, Lin Ming's breathing was steady, and he didn't look like he was seriously injured at all. Could it be? With a sweep of his mind, he saw that the clothes and soft armor on Lin Ming's chest were completely shredded by the energy flow, while the skin and flesh on his chest were only shredded and bleeding, and his ribs were intact. How is this possible? The troll warrior holding the sledgehammer widened his eyes. With this hammer, even a piece of black gold would be smashed into a cake, but Lin Ming was only slightly injured. Could his body be stronger than black gold? At this time, the magic light in Lin Ming's spiritual sea was also extremely shocked. It was originally desperate. If it came alone, it could still take over the body. With its soul strength, it is actually very easy to take over the body of a master. But the key is that there are 3 people on the other side. If it takes over the body of one and is killed by the other 2 masters in the process of fighting for the body, its soul will be shattered. So taking over the body is equivalent to suicide for the magic light in this situation. It was originally desperate, but it didn't expect Lin Ming to withstand this blow. This is definitely not a physical defense that can be achieved by just tempering the marrow. The attack power of the troll leader is not to be underestimated. Could it be the body is protected by the war spirit? A flash of inspiration flashed in Mo Guang's mind, and he was immediately stunned. There is another chapter, which will be later. Chapter 642, The Strength of Xuanden Stage. The war spirit is the embodiment of the warrior's will. The war spirit is invisible and intangible, but it can be attached to anything and turn it into a killing weapon. A dead leaf with the war spirit attached can break a treasure, which means that the dead leaf has a harder hardness than the treasure at the moment it is attached with the war spirit. Similarly, if the war spirit can be evenly attached to the treasure armor, the treasure armor can be made stronger. But it is easier said than done. Many warriors cannot control their war spirits freely after they are initially formed. It is easy to use the war spirit to attack, as long as the war spirit is condensed a little. But it is difficult to use the war spirit to defend, because it is necessary to separate the war spirit into a uniform surface. At the moment when Lin Ming was attacked just now, the war spirit in Lin Ming's sea of spirit dispersed and evenly distributed in front of Lin Ming, merging with his skin, instantly making Lin Ming's skin as tough as a top-grade earth level treasure armor. In addition, after the marrow was tempered, the ribs were as hard as gold soup. The combination of the two made him withstand the hammer of the Troll Lord. The moment he realized this, Mo Guan was stunned. Was the fighting spirit in Lin Ming's body protecting him spontaneously, or was it under Lin Ming's control? If it was under Lin Ming's control, did it mean that Lin Ming had already woken up? While Mo Guan was thinking about it, the three masters who attacked him all had gloomy faces. How could they resist the attack of the treasure with only physical strength? Is there some special energy added to the body? The warrior holding the giant hammer muttered to himself. He didn't believe that anyone could withstand his frontal attack with only the body. Nonsense. Watch me. Another troll lord shouted and took a step forward, splitting the mountain. In order to ensure a one-shot kill, the troll lord used martial arts. If he couldn't kill Lin Ming at this time, once Lin Ming formed a whirlpool pill, it would be difficult. With a loud bang, the ground where Lin Ming was chopped and exploded by the troll lord's knife. In this turbulent flow of true energy, Lin Ming's body was thrown away again, and his upper body clothes were safely shattered, and blood was dripping. Not dead yet? The troll lord holding the big knife was also a little panicked. He had just used martial arts, but only injured Lin Ming. What happened? Finally, a lord of the barbarian tribe saw this scene and his eyes flashed with brilliance. His bones made a crackling sound. Tangshan magic skill. This is a secret method of the barbarians to detonate the body's potential. It will cause certain damage to one's body. To use this move, the barbarian lord will go all out. When the second attack still failed to kill Lin Ming, he had an uneasy premonition in his heart. Once Lin Ming woke up, the result would be extremely bad. Lin Ming's current situation is really weird. The whole body of magic energy was infused into the long stick in his hand. The barbarian lord used this stick to go straight to Lin Ming's head. The head is the vital part of the human body. The barbarian lord did not believe that Lin Ming's chest and head were protected by this mysterious power. He wanted to smash Lin Ming's head like smashing a watermelon. The wind whistled, and the stick containing violent energy distorted the space and fell heavily. At this moment, the energy of heaven and earth suddenly became violent, and the magic cloud in the sky seemed to rush towards Lin Ming's Tangshan like crazy. At the moment when the energy turbulence roared like a sea tide, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes, and two scorching eyes like lightning burst out. Seeing Lin Ming open his eyes suddenly, the barbarian lord was shocked. At this time, it was impossible for him to retreat. He roared, and the magic energy in his body circulated to the point where his meridians could hardly bear it. He exerted the power of the stick to the extreme. He calculated that Lin Ming had just woken up at this time and had no time to dodge or block. The long stick whistled down, and when Lin Ming opened his eyes, the long stick was less than 2 feet away from Lin Ming's forehead. Bang! The golden light flashed, and the energy flow swept wantonly. The barbarian lord only felt his hand suddenly shaken, and the tiger's mouth cracked. The long stick in his hand was like iron, and could not move forward at all. Looking up, he saw that the end of his long stick was firmly grasped by Lin Ming. Under Lin Ming's feet, the ground cracked like a spider web, and the cracks extended to 100 feet away. This was obviously caused by a huge impact force, and Lin Ming injured this impact force without even bending his knees. The barbarian lord looked at Lin Ming's right hand holding the long stick, and his lips were trembling. His full strength attack was taken by Lin Ming with his bare hands. This stick was enough to smash a mountain. Lin Ming, you. The barbarian warrior's voice trembled. The strength of Lin Ming in front of him was completely beyond his understanding. At this time, Lin Ming was full of murderous intent, and the Shura force field naturally spread out. With the strength of the barbarian lord facing this force field, he actually felt that he could not resist. Escape. The barbarian lord didn't know what opportunity Lin Ming had encountered, but there was no doubt that he had no power to resist in front of Lin Ming. Without saying a word, he turned around and flew away, not even taking the treasured long stick in his hand. He knew very well that it was impossible to pull this treasure out of Lin Ming's hand. The other two lords were not stupid either. Seeing the barbarian lord running away, they immediately turned around and flew away, and chose different directions to escape. Lin Ming sneered, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the void, the time and space cage. The three lords only felt that their speed suddenly slowed down, and the space became extremely sticky, as if they were trapped in a swamp, and could not escape fast at all. Lin Ming's time and space cage was a level lower than the time and space cage in the king's cage. It could not really lock people, but could only make the opponent move slowly, but this was enough for him. Lin Ming moved his feet and his body burst out. He did not draw the purple Zuan spear at all, but only used the long stick in his hand, using the stick instead of the gun, and directly stabbed the barbarian lord. The barbarian lord roared hysterically, pulled out another long stick from the Zumi ring, and hit Lin Ming with it. The barbarian lord knew that he could not be Lin Ming's opponent with his attacking and non-defending tactics. He wanted to seriously injure Lin Ming before he died, or force Lin Ming to defend. However, his plan was doomed to fail. The moment the barbarian lord attacked, he felt that the flow of time around him became slower. He had only chopped half of his stick when Lin Ming's long stick pierced his chest. The fighting spirit was infused into the long stick. There was a light kai sound, like the sound of paper being pierced by chopsticks. The long stick penetrated the barbarian lord's body protection magic energy without any hindrance, and then penetrated the barbarian lord's body again like tofu. The barbarian lord felt a chill in his heart and an empty body, but Lin Ming in front of him had disappeared. Looking down, he saw a transparent blood hole as thick as a child's arm in his heart. Because of the speed, the blood had not yet flowed out. Killing the barbarian lord instantly was nothing to Lin Ming now. He suddenly changed direction, and the space seemed to shrink to an inch under his feet. With just a few steps, he caught up with the troll lord. The troll lord had already been terrified. Seeing Lin Ming suddenly appear, his face changed drastically. He couldn't organize any decent counterattack at all. Of course, it was futile to organize it, because his attack speed was not fast enough. A flash of black light flashed, and Lin Ming's long stick hit the throat of the troll warrior. Because the speed was too fast, the troll warrior's throat bone was broken, and his head flew up. The head flew off with a stick. Next, the last lord, the opponent, saw his companions died one after another without any resistance, and he had already despaired. When Lin Ming came, he was killed by Lin Ming without any suspense. The long stick hit the warrior's back, and in an instant, his spine and internal organs were all shaken to pieces. From the time Lin Ming took the long stick to the time he killed the three lords, it took only 3 breaths. For Lin Ming now, the lord level warriors had no power to resist at all. Killing them was as easy as killing chickens. At the beginning, Lin Ming failed to break through the Emperor's road, but he comprehended the war spirit. After he came out, he actually had strength beyond the lord level, but it was still inferior to the tower master level. Now Lin Ming has broken through the Zuanden again, and his strength has skyrocketed several times. Killing the lord level warriors is just a matter of a moment. After killing 3 lord warriors in a row, Lin Ming felt that the murderous aura in his body was slightly relieved. At this time, 3 strong evil spirits escaped from the bodies of the 3 lords, and condensed into a 10-winged demon in the air. For Lin Ming now, this kind of demon condensed by evil spirit is just a joke. 3 fingers flicked, attaching a wisp of war spirit to the air, and instantly defeated the 3 demons. After the demon exploded, it turned into the purest evil energy, which continuously gathered into Lin Ming's body, and condensed on the demon tattoo. The feathers of the 10th pair of wings became clearer and clearer. Lin Ming was originally only in the early stage of the 10-winged heavenly demon. Now, he killed 3 lords, 2 of whom were in the early stage of the 10-winged heavenly demon and 1 was in the middle stage of the 10-winged heavenly demon. After killing them, Lin Ming's heavenly demon tattoo finally took another step forward, and entered the middle stage of the 10-winged heavenly demon. Looking at the heavenly demon tattoo that was growing again, Lin Ming's eyes flickered. I'm getting closer and closer to the 12-winged heavenly demon. If possible, I may be able to condense the 12-winged heavenly demon in the eternal demon pit. This will be my best chance. The 3 major force fields of the heavenly demon Wu Yi, Shura, God of Killing, and Emperor. Lin Ming should not think about the Emperor's force field. With his strength, it is too difficult to pass the Emperor's road. As for the Shura force field, Lin Ming has already completed it. The only force field that can be condensed is the God of Killing force field. After condensing the 12-winged heavenly demon, he can have it. He calmly put away the Sumeru rings of the three people and was about to explore what was in these Sumeru rings. At this moment, the voice of Mo Guang sounded in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming, you are simply a human-shaped beast. Speechless. Chapter 643 3000 Worlds. Suddenly hearing Mo Guang's praise, Lin Ming's heart moved, and he asked, how great is the level of genius in the divine realm? Divine realm? Mo Guang was slightly startled, and then he sighed and said, divine realm is a terrifying place. It is too big. Even when I followed the master at the beginning, I was only active in a very small area of the divine realm. In the divine realm, there are so many masters, so many geniuses with terrifying talents. That is really terrifying, and it feels like it is out of reach. It was the first time that Lin Ming saw such an expression of sighing in despair on Mo Guang, who liked to brag. He couldn't help but ask, how big is the divine realm? Mo Guang said, I can't even tell you how big the divine realm is. Let me first talk about the lower planes of the divine realm, that is, the plane where the Xianan continent and the Shengmo continent are located. If I'm not mistaken, these two continents are on the same plane, but they are very far apart, separated by a vast ocean. The world composed of these lower planes where the Xianan continent and the Shengmo continent are located is what is usually called the 3000 Great Thousand Worlds. The 3000 here is not the 3000 we usually say, but thousands and thousands. That is, 3000 multiplied by 1. How many do you think there are? Lin Ming's eyelids jumped when he heard this. Usually, the small 1000 worlds are 1000, the middle 1000 worlds are thousands, that is, 1 million, and the 3000 great thousand worlds are thousands, that is, 1 billion. 1 billion worlds, unimaginable. With so many planes and countless living beings, how many masters should there be? Mo Guang said again, those perverts in the god realm have already gone beyond the scope of human beings. Some of their races have half of the blood of divine beasts in their bodies, or even more, and their talents are immeasurable. Half of the blood of divine beasts. Lin Ming took a breath. At the beginning, he inherited a drop of true dragon blood and a drop of ancient phoenix blood. The 2 drops of blood not only strengthened Lin Ming's physique and changed Lin Ming's true essence attributes, but also improved his qualifications. This is only 1 or 2 drops of divine beast blood. What if half of the blood in the body is divine beast blood? Unimaginable. Lin Ming couldn't help but think of the divine phoenix secret realm. This divine phoenix secret realm was left by the ancient phoenix clan. Then, would this so-called ancient phoenix clan be the kind of divine beast race that Mo Guang mentioned? Thinking of this, Lin Ming was amazed. He had only participated in the final warrior trial when he entered the Shenhuang secret realm. He was not qualified for the king level trial. As for Mu Qianxue, Mu Bingyan, Mu Fengxin and others, they were all saints of Shenhuang Island. However, when they entered the Shenhuang secret realm, they were only warrior trials. The warriors in the army were cannon fodder. Divine realm. Lin Ming took a deep breath and subconsciously clenched his fists. It was a vast world and a holy land of martial arts. There were many masters and geniuses, which made Lin Ming's fighting spirit burn. He was not afraid of masters or geniuses. If a person could not see his opponent or a higher peak, he would limit his own development potential. Only by entering a world full of masters could Lin Ming have the opportunity to reach the peak of martial arts. Mo Guang, let's go. Lin Ming was silent for a long time and said. The road was under his feet. Whether he could achieve glory in the divine realm depended on the foundation he laid now. Let's speed up. Lin Ming had memorized the contents of the map jade slip in his mind. He moved his body, stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique, and flew towards the eternal demon pit. Now, the low-level evil spirits no longer posed a threat to Lin Ming, but those from the eternal demon pit. Lin Ming still had to be cautious. The strength of those monsters was hard to imagine. 3 days later, Lin Ming came to a distance of 1,500 miles from the eternal demon pit. He flew over without any pause. On the fourth day, Lin Ming came to a distance of 1,200 miles from the Eternal Demon Pit. Here, it was close to the 1,000-mile life forbidden zone of the Eternal Demon Pit. The risk factor increased dramatically. Of course, the opportunities contained in it were also enviable. Mo Guang, let's find someone. The Eternal Demon Pit has a diameter of 10,000 miles and a circumference of more than 30,000 miles. However, in fact, the places that are often explored by the 12 Tangshan Towers are only a small area at the southernmost and northernmost ends of the Eternal Demon Pit. Every time the Eternal Demon Pit is explored, the northern 6 towers explore the northern area, and the southern 6 towers explore the southern area. The area is not large. It was not difficult for Lin Ming to find other people in this core area. There are many advantages to teaming up with others. The biggest advantage is that once you encounter danger, someone will act as a shield for you. In this way, you can wait for an opportunity to observe the situation of the sneak attack of the evil spirit and kill it in one fell swoop. Generally speaking, when the evil spirits sneak attack, they will start with the weak. Weak warriors also understand these principles, but they have no choice. If they do not team up with the strong, their chances of survival will be lower. Even those low-level evil spirits will gather together and take their lives. Lin Ming has been letting the magic light sense fully open all the way, looking for warriors around. At the same time, Lin Ming compares the surrounding terrain according to the map in his memory, trying to turn danger into good fortune and look for opportunities. At this time, thousands of miles away from where Lin Ming is, a small group of warriors led by several senior masters are exploring a piece of land. This land is tens of miles in radius, and the sand and rocks there are all a faint blood red. There are 2 mountain ranges around this land. From a distance, these 2 mountain ranges are like the horns of a wild beast, embracing the land within a radius of tens of miles. Such landforms are extremely strange. Shagwen, are you sure that the bones of the earth-level demon god are buried under this land? After searching for a long time, a lord from the White Stone Tower asked. The person he was asking was a dwarf demon warrior from the 5-colored tower, and his name was Shagwen Lord. Generally, the term of office of a lord is at most a few decades, and then he will leave the Tangshan Tower because of the breakthrough of the life. This Shagwen Lord has been in the blood-killing plane for 40 years and has come to the Eternal Demon Pit 3 times. This is the 4th time. He is experienced and not much worse than those guides. Lord Shagwen surveyed the terrain again and said, yes, I'm sure that there are high-level demon bones buried under this terrain. Look at the 2 mountain ranges around. They form a natural evil spirit cage, gathering evil spirits and sealing them underground. In such a place, it is easiest to form demon bones. What's more, the red color of the land under our feet is also a manifestation of having demon bones. The demon bones sealed here are definitely above the earth level and may even be close to the heaven level. Hearing Lord Shagwen say this, the warriors present were a little excited. The heavenly demon bones were legendary things. They didn't expect to dig them out. As long as there was a piece of earth level demon bones, they would be satisfied. Everyone tried hard to find it, but they didn't notice the strange and greedy light flashing in Lord Shagwen's eyes when he turned around. Chapter 644 Living Sacrifice. The team of 7 people spent half an hour searching on this piece of red land. Lord Shagwen seemed very patient, but some newcomers were impatient. The opportunity ahead was very tempting to them. What is that? A troll warrior saw a low mound of earth not far away, like a grave. It was nothing strange to have such a grave on the ground, but the troll warrior felt a strong and restless energy on the grave. This energy made the troll warrior's heart jump. What would be under the grave? Could it be the bones of the earth-level demon god that Lord Shagwen mentioned? Thinking of this, the troll warrior's heart pounded. He looked around and made sure that no one noticed him. Then the troll warrior tiptoed towards the grave. This piece of red land is dozens of miles in radius. Their team searched for opportunities separately. If someone found it alone, of course he would not share it with others. The troll warrior was thinking this way. He was extremely alert and came to the grave carefully. Standing here, he immediately felt that the energy was getting stronger. Sure enough, there is something buried underneath. He hesitated and wanted to dig up the mound of earth, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was not appropriate to dig with his hands. He pulled out a long halberd from the Sumeru ring and wanted to use the halberd to dig, which would be safer. But just as he pulled out the long halberd, his body suddenly shook, his eyes exploded, and his flesh and blood seemed to be burnt in an instant. His flesh turned into ashes, and his blood and energy turned into a ray of red light and shot into the grave. A breeze blew, and the insignificant ashes left by the troll warrior were scattered by the wind. From beginning to end, the troll warrior did not even make a sound. The team continued to search, and after a full hour, someone found something wrong. Several people disappeared out of thin air. "Stop, everyone stop," a warrior shouted. He didn't dare to shout loudly, but used the true essence to transmit the sound. "Why do I feel that there are fewer people?" After hearing this, the warriors of the team gathered together. When they counted the number of people, they took a breath of cold air. 3 people disappeared out of thin air, and they didn't even know it. Where did everyone go? The warriors present felt a chill that penetrated their bones. They didn't think that these 3 people quietly left the team. The biggest possibility was that they were killed. The 3 were all powerful masters. They were killed silently without even a scream. This was too terrifying. "We must leave here immediately," the master from the giant axe tower said with a change of face. Although the opportunity was tempting, they had been looking for so long and found nothing. 3 people died silently. If this continued, who knew how many more people would die? Moreover, they didn't even see the appearance of the enemy. All the dead were killed instantly. The gap in strength was too big. The opportunity is in front of us, and we have to fight for it. But if we don't have the ability to die, then we are stupid. Let's retreat together. Another member of the 7 stars of the heavenly demon from the white stone tower also echoed. "Retreat? We are about to find it. Why retreat? If we retreat now, we will fail." Lord Shagwung shook his head and said, "Yes, there are already clues. We will find it soon. If you enter the eternal demon pit, you must be prepared to die. How can there be no danger on the road of martial arts?" Another lord echoed. His name was Lord Qianxue. Like Lord Shagwung, he also came from the 5 colors tower. Hearing Lord Shagwung and Lord Qianxue say this, the 2 warriors who suggested leaving were stunned at first, and then showed an expression of "You are crazy. If you insist on staying, we can't control it. Let's go," the lord from the giant axe tower said, and raised his foot to leave. Lord Shagwung shook his head and sighed. "It's a pity. If you had cooperated, you might have found it in half an hour. Now it seems." Lord Shagwung suddenly flashed with murderous intent when he said this, and his magic energy burst out. "Go to hell." He suddenly pulled out a long sword from the Zumi ring and chopped it at the back of the lord. The sharp blade cut through the space, and the wind whistled out. The lord from the giant axe tower was not an ordinary person. Although he was slightly weaker than Lord Shagwung, he was not much worse. In the eternal demon pit, he was always alert, even against his teammates. For these demons who walk the path of killing, stabbing in the back is really a normal thing. A flash of anger flashed in the eyes of the lord of the giant axe tower, and he turned around suddenly. A giant sword jumped into his palm, as if it had a spirit, and slashed it with a sword. Boom. The demonic essence collided violently, and the lord of the giant axe tower groaned and retreated violently. After all, he acted hastily, and his strength was not enough. He suffered a little loss from the sword, but it was just a loss, and he was not injured. After retreating more than 10 feet, the lord of the giant axe tower had bloodshot eyes. "Shagwang, are you looking for death?" Lord Shagwang sneered, and actually put away his long sword, as if he was not going to fight. "You." The lord of the giant axe tower was not willing to give up. He was furious, and was about to take a step forward and attack again. At this moment, he suddenly made a light HMM, and then his body shook. In full view of everyone, his body collapsed, and the blood in his body seemed to be evaporated in an instant, and his flesh turned into ashes. Then, all his blood turned into a stream of light, and sank into a slightly raised mound. The sudden change stunned the young man from the white stone tower. A chill ran down his spine in an instant. He didn't bother to figure out how the great axe tower lord died. He only realized that he was in great danger. Whether it was the 2 lords of the 5-colored tower or this GD, they could put him to death. Without saying a word, the young man from the white stone tower turned and flew away. "Where are you going?" Beside the young man, another Lord of the Skies from the five-colored tower had been ready for action. He stabbed out with a gun, piercing the young man's back. At the same time, Lord Sandlight also attacked together, blocking the escape direction of the young man from the White Stone Tower with a knife. In terms of strength, this young man from the White Stone Tower was only a 7 stars of the Heavenly Demon, and was not the opponent of any lord at all, let alone a pincer attack from 2 people. With just a face-to-face encounter, the young man from the White Stone Tower resisted the attack of Lord Qianxue, but was swept by the magic element explosion from Lord Sandlight, and was seriously injured and vomited blood. Just be a living sacrifice for me. Lord Shagwun chopped down with another knife, merging with Lord Qianxue's attack, instantly crushing the Beishita youth's body, protecting true essence, and a bloody arm was cut off. The Beishita youth screamed, and Lord Shagwun laughed, stepped to the Beishita youth, and slapped him with the palm. Bang! The young man was hit by Lord Shagwun without any suspense, and his body flew backwards towards the low grave mound. Then, without a groan, the young man's blood and ki were evaporated, and he turned into a stream of light, and sank into the grave mound. TSK, still a little short. Lord Shagwun shook his head, a little regretful. Lord Qianxue smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Although I'm a little short of essence and blood, it just so happens that another prey has been delivered to my door. It's true that there is a road to heaven, but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell, but you break in." Lord Qianxue said here, and turned to a certain place in the void, and said with a sinister smile, "Which friend is it? You have been watching for so long. Come out and meet me." The void did not react at all. Lord Qianxue sneered, "Don't think that I'm deceiving you. I'm called Lord Qianxue because my eyes can see nothingness comparable to the heavenly eyes. In front of me, no matter how good your tricks are, it is useless. Come out and die obediently, otherwise I will attack you the same way." Lord Qianxue said, holding a spear horizontally in his hand, with the tip of the spear pointing directly to a certain place in the void. At this moment, the void twisted, as if the space was torn apart. A young man in blue stepped out of it, with empty hands, calm eyes, and a calm look. This young man was Lin Ming. At the moment, when the space began to twist, the face of the Lord of Heavenly Eyes changed a little. He did have a pair of strange eyes that could sense the fluctuations of life around him. It was an exaggeration to say that he had heavenly eyes. He could only find the location where Lin Ming was hiding, but he didn't know how Lin Ming was hiding. He originally thought that Lin Ming had used some kind of sleight of hand similar to the invisibility charm, but he never expected that Lin Ming was hiding in the twisted space. The most brilliant way to use space to hide one's body is to tear open the space, hide in the cracks of the space, and isolate all breath. This is almost a legendary skill in the Xianan continent, and even the 8 Meteorites War Emperor may not be able to use it. Lin Ming used another method to distort the space around his body, so that the light would naturally turn here, pass through the body, and hide the body. This is an extremely brilliant invisibility technique, which also requires a very high level of understanding of the artistic conception of space. The Lord of Heavenly Eyes immediately realized that he might have encountered a difficult guy. When Lin Ming stepped out of the twisted space, Qianxue Lord saw Lin Ming's appearance, and his face changed completely. "You are Lin Ming?" Shagwun Lord was also shocked. "Lin Ming, you are still alive." When everyone gathered in the 1,500-mile area at the edge of the Eternal Demon Pit, the news of Lin Ming's disappearance had already spread, and everyone knew it. Moreover, according to the analysis of the news at that time, the probability of Lin Ming's death was very high. Shagwun Lord never thought that he would meet Lin Ming here. After being missing for more than half a month, he crossed the Eternal Demon Pit alone for thousands of miles, and came to the edge of the life-restricted area of the Eternal Demon Pit. How did he do it? What did he experience during this period of time? This thought flashed through Shagwun Lord's mind, and he was suddenly shocked. "You broke through Zuandan." Shagwun Lord only noticed Lin Ming's cultivation, the early stage of Zuandan. Before entering the Eternal Demon Pit, Lin Ming was only half a step into Zuandan. According to common sense, he would not be able to break through without more than half a year, but Lin Ming broke through in just 1 month, and the breakthrough location was still in the Eternal Demon Pit. Combined with the news of Lin Ming's disappearance, a possibility is obvious, that is, Lin Ming encountered an opportunity in the Eternal Devil Pit, and it was a great opportunity. Chapter 645, 10,000 Years Corpse Grass. Damn, why is this guy so lucky? Lord Shagwin was extremely jealous. He didn't know what the opportunity was, whether it was completely used up by Lin Ming, or there was still some left. To prove this, he had to kill Lin Ming. Thinking of this, Lord Shagwin had a murderous intent in his heart. Killing Lin Ming would not only prove the opportunity he had obtained, but also complete the living sacrifice, which could be said to kill two birds with one stone. However, Lord Shagwin still suppressed this murderous intent. Although the strength of Lin Ming was only a rumor, how strong he was remained to be verified, but Lin Ming could come here alone, so he must have some ability. In addition, if he broke through the Zuandan, Lord Shagwin glanced at Lord Qianxue, but saw that the other party was also afraid. The two of them were ranked among the top lords in the Five Colors Tower. Needless to say, their strength was great. In addition, with 2 to 1, the advantage would be even greater. But even so, Lord Shagwin and Lord Qianxue were not sure of killing Lin Ming. If they let Lin Ming escape, they would inevitably be retaliated in the future. They didn't think their talents would surpass Lin Ming. Although the murderous intent in Lord Shagwin's heart was fleeting, Lin Ming still noticed it. He smiled slightly and said, "Why, you want to kill me to complete your ritual?" Lord Shagwin's face froze, then he laughed and said, "Brother Lin, you are joking. How about we keep out of each other's way? Go our own way." A sarcastic arc appeared on the corner of Lin Ming's mouth. "If I were not strong enough, I would have been killed by you and used as a sacrifice." Hearing Lin Ming's obviously unfriendly words, Lord Shagwin frowned slightly. "We really don't want to fight with you, but don't think we are afraid of you. You can't do anything to us, and we are not sure we can keep you. If you want to fight, we will accompany you, as long as you are not afraid of attracting evil spirits. If you don't want to fight, please leave now." "Leave?" Lin Ming smiled coldly. "If I'm not mistaken, the grave behind you is actually a mound of earth arched up by 1,000-year-old corpse grass. You want to take this corpse grass away?" Upon hearing the name of the corpse grass, Lord Shagwin's face suddenly changed. He had entered the Eternal Demon Pit 4 times, and was naturally experienced. He was very familiar with the natural treasures here. However, this was clearly Lin Ming's first time entering. How did he know so much? The 10,000-year corpse grass is similar to the Cordyceps sinensis in the mortal world. Its seeds parasitize in the corpses of emperor-level strongmen and use their corpses as nutrients. During its growth, it also constantly devours the warrior's ki and blood. You killed other people just to nourish this 10,000-year corpse grass so that it would fall into a dormant state after eating, making it easier to capture. Am I right? Lin Ming's understanding of the 10,000-year corpse grass naturally came from the jade slips left by the owner of the Polar Star Tower. Every time he said a word, Lord Shagwin's face became uglier. When Lin Ming finished speaking, Lord Shagwin's face completely sank, and murderous intent flashed all over his body. "Lin Ming, it seems that you are determined to stay and share a share." "Share a share? No." Lin Ming shook his head. "If I'm not mistaken, this 10,000-year corpse grass lacks some nutrients. I'm also a little afraid of this corpse grass, but if I turn both of you into nutrients, it should be enough." Looking for death, Lord Shagwin and Lord Qianxue were both furious. They stopped talking nonsense and attacked Lin Ming from the left and right. Lin Ming looked calm. He wiped his right hand on the Zumi ring, and the purple Zuan spear whistled out. The artistic conception of thunder. Swish. The vision of several people was completely covered by the dazzling lightning. Lin Ming stabbed out with a spear, and the electric current brought by it was like a thick purple python. "What?" Lord Qianxue stabbed the electric python with a spear, and his face changed drastically. The magic energy he emitted was swallowed up in an instant, leaving nothing behind. In the blink of an eye, Lord Qianxue had no time to think about it. Lin Ming swept his spear across, and purple lightning containing the will of the war spirit burst out. The war spirit can attach to any object and greatly enhance its power, including the thunder spirit. The pan-long steel needle that merged with the war spirit whistled out and pierced Lord Shagwin's eyebrows. "Ah." At that moment, Lord Shagwung's pupils shrank, and he shouted violently, slashing at the Panlang steel needle with a knife. With a crisp sound of catcher, the Panlang steel needle exploded under the knife of Lord Shagwung. However, a trace of lightning containing the will of the fighting spirit rushed into Lord Shagwung's body like a poisonous snake, paralyzing the magic essence in his body instantly. When masters fight, it is only a moment of paralysis, but it is enough to decide life and death. Puff. Lord Shagwung felt a chill in his heart. A cold spear seemed to pass through space, tearing open his body, protecting true essence, and entering his body. The spear entered his body, and the true essence burst out. Lord Shagwung's body shook, and blood spurted out. No, Lord Shagwung's voice stopped halfway. The violent true essence injected by Lin Ming into Shagwung rushed out from his 7 orifices and the top of his head, directly shattering his internal organs and brain. Lord Qianxue saw this scene and was horrified. An inexplicable chill rose from his back, and rushed straight to his top of his head. He never expected that after just 2 breaths of fighting, Lord Shagwung was killed instantly. Lord Qianxue turned around, and fled without saying a word. Lin Ming sneered, and took a step forward. The space under his feet seemed to shrink into an inch. With just 1 step, Lin Ming crossed a distance of dozens of feet, and appeared in front of Lord Qianxue. Lin Ming, don't force me. RRR. Lord Qianxue shouted loudly, and his skin burst red, as if bleeding. It was obvious that he wanted to use a secret technique within the race. However, just when he used half of his secret technique, Lin Ming's spear had already stabbed out. In an instant, time slowed down around Lord Qianxue. Puff. A spear pierced into Lord Qianxue's chest without any suspense. With a stab and a twist, Lord Qianxue was killed instantly. He took the zoom earrings of Lord Qianxue and Lord Shagwung. At this time, 2 pure bloody auras flew out from the two, and were absorbed into Lin Ming's body. The demon tattoo on his arm solidified again, the wings became fuller and fuller, and the feathers became clearer and clearer. Lin Ming took a look, and saw that his demon tattoo had finally grown to the late stage of 10 wings. Up to now, Lin Ming had killed 6 masters, and his demon tattoo had only grown to the late stage of 10 wings. Later, he would have to go through the peak of 10 wings, and the transition from the peak of 10 wings to 12 wings, each step more difficult. The difficulty of becoming a 12-wing master can be imagined. Grabbing the bodies of Qianxue master and Shagwung master with 2 hands, Lin Ming threw them to the grave not far away. The moment the 2 bodies approached the grave, they seemed to be evaporated out of thin air. Their flesh shrank rapidly, and their bones melted away, and their blood and ki turned into a stream of red light, sank under the grave, and disappeared. After swallowing the 2 red lights, the grave trembled slightly for a few times, and then slowly became silent, and the energy field around it also weakened. Lin Ming stood aside, silently watching the changes of the 10,000-year corpse grass. A lifespan of 10,000 years is actually only the infancy of this ancient corpse grass. The infancy of the corpse grass is already very terrifying. Its own attack power is very weak, but it has a special ability. It can compress the energy left by the dead emperor level strongman as its predatory force field. This force field is very terrifying. It has 10% of the power of the dead emperor level strongman in his lifetime. If a master level warrior steps into it, he will be killed instantly. However, the use of the predatory force field is greatly restricted. The corpse grass needs thousands of years to condense the force field, but it can only use it a few times before the energy of the force field is exhausted. After that, the corpse grass will fall into a dormant state after completing the predation. The so-called blood sacrifice of the Sandlight Lord is to use other warriors to exhaust the energy of the corpse grass force field, so that the corpse grass will fall into a dormant state and complete the capture. Lin Ming also planned to do the same. At this time, the 10,000-year corpse grass had eaten enough, and it began to fall into a deep sleep. While completing its own development, it was also brewing the next predatory force field. Of course, that was 1,000 years later. How do you plan to use this corpse grass? Mo Guang asked. Raise it. Lin Ming said casually. The 10,000-year corpse grass can actually be used as a plant-type contract beast, and its grade is not low. However, it takes too long to raise it. Lin Ming doubts that by the time the 10,000-year corpse grass is mature, his own strength will be enough to enter the god realm. At that time, the 10,000-year corpse grass will seem useless. In addition, there is another way to use the 10,000-year corpse grass, which is to raise it, feed it with blood essence and blood evil crystals, let it gather and purify energy, and condense a strong energy field around it. When you practice in this energy field, the energy you absorb will be purer and more concentrated, and the effect of practice will be much better than using blood evil crystals to practice. Lin Ming has been waiting patiently until the predatory force field around the 10,000-year corpse grass dissipated 90%. He moved his hands and cast dozens of true essence seals around the 10,000-year corpse grass, directly isolating the 10,000-year corpse grass from the surrounding energy. Then Lin Ming drew out the purple Zuan gun and wanted to break the grave. At this time, the 10,000-year corpse grass became alert. Ah! A piercing scream came from the grave and entered the eardrum like a shrill ghost cry. It was hard to imagine that this was a sound made by a plant. Lin Ming didn't care at all and poked the dirt with a gun. After the predatory force field accumulated over 1,000 years was exhausted, the 10,000-year corpse grass was no longer scary. Even the Sandlight Lord and the Sky Lord dared to attack it, let alone Lin Ming. In the dirt mound, there was a blood-red fleshy plant. On its rhizome, there was a twisted human face, and under the human face, there was a fist-sized fleshy crown beating like a heart. Plants that grow like this are really weird. The nest was broken by Lin Ming, and the 10,000-year corpse grass made more and more shrill cries. Its vines danced all over, trying to drill deep into the soil. However, how could Lin Ming let it do as it wished? He casually pinched a seal and directly blocked the surrounding space. With a thrust of the spear, Lin Ming directly picked out the 10,000-year-old corpse grass. Chapter 646. The Devil's Pit erupts again. After being hit by Lin Ming's gun, the 10,000-year corpse grass was still struggling fiercely, making sharp screams. Lin Ming frowned slightly when he saw the 10,000-year corpse grass. The appearance of this thing was really a bit unbearable to look at. Mo Guang laughed and said, "This thing is a great tonic for the corpse sect. A warrior from the corpse sect will definitely be willing to pay a high price to buy your 10,000-year corpse grass." Corpse sect. Lin Ming knew that some warriors would collect the corpses of the strong to refine weapons, puppets, and even to seize the body. The Mu Qianxue of the Seven Mysterious Valley can also be classified as a corpse sect. Lin Ming sealed the 10,000-year corpse grass layer by layer and then put it into a jade box. "Lin Ming, are you going further?" Mo Guang asked. The two of them have now penetrated into the range of 1,200 miles of the Eternal Demon Pit. Going further in is close to the 1,000-mile life forbidden zone. The 1,000-mile life forbidden zone is said to be a place where birds cannot cross, and those who enter will die. And the place close to the 1,000-mile life forbidden zone is also extremely dangerous. Lin Ming asked, "Did the Demon Emperor enter the 1,000-mile life forbidden zone?" "Of course." Mo Guang curled his lips, as if this was something that did not need to be asked at all. The 1,000-mile life forbidden zone is only relatively speaking. If one's cultivation is high enough, one can enter it without being afraid. The Demon Emperor stayed in the Eternal Demon Pit for more than 20 years, and most of the time, he was in the 1,000-mile life forbidden zone. "I know." Lin Ming was not crazy enough to think that he was qualified to enter such a place. His plan was to walk to the edge of the 1,000-mile life forbidden zone. If he could find an opportunity here, it would be the best. If not, it would be okay. He had already broken through the Zuandan realm and now had a certain amount of capital to return to the southern sky region. Lin Ming was naturally no match for Zuan Wuji, but for the first level life-falling elder of the South Sea Demon region, Lin Ming believed that he had enough ability to kill him. More than 10 days passed in a flash. Lin Ming was wandering in the range of 1,000 to 1,100 miles away from the Eternal Demon Pit. These days were very peaceful. Until this day, the magic light in Lin Ming's mind suddenly said, "Lin Ming, there are people 10 miles away in front of the right." "Oh." Lin Ming was slightly startled. "How many people?" "Not sure, the distance is too far. I just felt a wave of energy just now, and this wave of energy should be emitted by a warrior, not an evil spirit." Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's go find them. Being with other warriors has many advantages." Lin Ming immediately unfolded his body skills and rushed in the direction that the magic light said. However, as soon as he took a step, he suddenly felt the ground under his feet suddenly shook, the ground in the distance cracked, and strands of black energy gushed out. Huh? Lin Ming was shocked. What happened? No. The voice of the magic light changed a little, the evil spirit in the air began to stir, and the few people just found are rushing towards this side. As soon as the magic light finished speaking, Lin Ming saw a few jumping shadows at the end of the misty grey fog. They were actually running at full speed in the eternal demon pit. Are you going to die? This thought just flashed through Lin Ming's mind, and his face suddenly changed. He saw that behind these people, there was a black cloud, which was like a tsunami, overwhelming and pressing down. And the energy contained in this black cloud was extremely terrifying. Damn it. Lin Ming cursed in his heart, and turned to flee. He no longer cared about what was going on. In the jade slips, left by the owner of the Polar Star Tower, it seemed that such a thing had never been mentioned. Lin Ming's speed was very fast, but the people behind him were not slow either. Because of Lin Ming's delay just now, they had already rushed to a place only a few dozen feet away from Lin Ming. At the moment of turning around, Lin Ming saw the face of a person clearly, who seemed to be Duan Muquan. At this time, he no longer cared about asking what was going on. Lin Ming stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique and exerted his speed to the extreme. The demon cloud tsunami behind him seemed to be an ancient beast, swallowing everything it passed by. The black cloud rolled 100 feet high, and the energy contained in it made people have no courage to resist. It is impossible to avoid the magic cloud by flying, because flying is prohibited in the eternal demon pit. In terms of speed, the magic cloud is much faster than the fleeing warriors. Several people ran at full speed, and behind them, the black tsunami was getting closer and closer. Ah! A faint scream sounded, and Lin Ming didn't even need to look back to know that a warrior was swallowed by the black cloud tsunami. His fate can be imagined. The evil spirit in the air was twisted into a turbulent vortex. Lin Ming used the space artistic conception to shrink the earth into an inch and exert his speed to the extreme. He was faster than everyone behind him, but even so, he was still not as fast as the magic cloud tsunami. At this moment, his eyes flashed, and in his field of vision, a black mountain appeared at the end of the fog. Looking at the height of the mountain, it was hundreds of feet high. Lin Ming was overjoyed, and without saying a word, he unfolded the golden peng breaking void body technique and rushed to the mountain at full speed. Although it is said that, if you look at the mountain, you will die, but because of the fog, Lin Ming saw the mountain peak not far away. At his maximum speed, it took only a few dozen breaths for him to rush to the foot of the mountain. Using his body skills to the extreme, Lin Ming rushed to the top of the mountain in one breath. He turned around and saw that at the foot of the mountain, several warriors stepped onto the black mountain and rushed to the top of the mountain at full speed. At this time, the demon cloud tsunami was very close. When it surged forward, the ground was shaking. Seeing the terrifying power, Lin Ming was very worried whether the mountain would be washed away. What's going on? Lin Ming asked, after he calmed down. You are so lucky. The black cloud is the eruption of the eternal demon pit. Generally, after the eruption of the eternal demon pit, it will enter a stable period and will not erupt for decades to hundreds of years. I don't know what happened this time, so I say you are lucky. The teasing voice of Mo Guang sounded in Lin Ming's mind. The demon emperor had also encountered the eruption of the eternal demon pit in the eternal demon pit. Is this the eruption of the eternal demon pit? Lin Ming was shocked. The eternal demon pit erupts every few decades to hundreds of years. Every time it erupts, it will spew out a large amount of restless energy, the bones of the demon god, and the terrifying evil spirits deep in the eternal demon pit. After the eruption, the energy in the eternal demon pit is extremely chaotic, and there are many dead ends, and the probability of falling is extremely high. However, because there are the most opportunities in the eternal demon pit at this time, the eternal demon pit that just erupted has the most warriors entering it. At this critical moment, Lin Ming didn't bother to ask in detail. He only heard a loud boom. The demon cloud tsunami hit the mountain wall heavily, stirring up a black energy flow hundreds of feet high. The black mountain suddenly trembled, as if it couldn't withstand the huge impact, and was about to collapse. Large pieces of rocks were directly torn away by the demon cloud tsunami. A warrior who didn't have time to climb to higher ground didn't even scream and was directly swallowed by the demon cloud without even a wave of spray. At the front of the team, Duan Mukwon and others rushed to the position near the top of the mountain, luckily avoiding the impact of that tsunami. Lin Ming looked down and saw that not far from the top of the mountain, the usually elegant Duan Mukwon was sweating profusely, his face flushed, and he was just recovering from the shock. Obviously, he was also exhausted. Behind Duan Mukwon, there were 2 fairy warriors ranked in the 7 stars of the heavenly demon, and 3 troll warriors. The 2 fairy warriors were Fengshen and Lankin. As for the troll warriors, Lin Ming also knew one, who was Blackstone from the giant axe tower. Blackstone was also a descendant of the Holy Land, from the Holy Land of the Trolls, and his talent was no worse than Fengshen. Lin Ming? Duan Mukwon was the first to see Lin Ming, and he was suddenly shocked. He had heard about Lin Ming from Lankin before, and he thought that Lin Ming had fallen, but he didn't expect to see Lin Ming here. The other warriors also noticed Lin Ming at this time. Fengshen was just slightly startled, and then he was relieved. He didn't believe that Lin Ming was dead in the first place, and now seeing Lin Ming was reasonable. The most surprised was Lankin. She had personally experienced the GD of transformation into demon bones, and naturally knew the horror of the GD. She also saw Lin Ming return to the GD, and failed to come out for half an hour. Although she said that Lin Ming was missing, she had already concluded in her heart that Lin Ming was dead. She never expected that Lin Ming would appear in front of her now. Did he break through the GD and travel thousands of miles alone to the central area of the Eternal Demon Pit? How did he do it? This was not only unbelievable to Lankin, but also to others. It was much more dangerous to act alone than in a team, not to mention that Lin Ming didn't have a guide. At this moment, Fengshen suddenly had an idea, and looked at Lin Ming in astonishment. Did you break through Zuanden? Lin Ming smiled at Fengshen and said, Brother Fengshen is glad to meet you. I found a relatively safe place in the Eternal Demon Pit, and broke through by luck. Lin Ming's casual words made the warriors present speechless. Is there any safe place in the Eternal Demon Pit? Breaking through Zuanden here, are you looking for death? What's more, Lin Ming's cultivation was just half a step to Zuanden. According to common sense, he would not be able to break through without more than half a year. How did he do it? Did he find the opportunity in the Eternal Demon Pit? This is the only explanation. Brother Lin is really lucky. She said sourly, attributing Lin Ming's breakthrough to luck, because he gained so little from this trip to the Eternal Demon Pit. Lucky? Lankin didn't think so. The moment she found Lin Ming's breakthrough, she already knew where Lin Ming found the opportunity. Back then, when Lin Ming was in that GD, he used the excuse that he was going back not to look for the Sumeru ring, but because he had discovered some kind of opportunity and was going back to look for it. But, in that GD, there was a terrifyingly powerful evil spirit hidden. It only took a moment for it to kill a master level strongman. In that case, how did Lin Ming discover the opportunity, and how did he take it away from the protection of the evil spirit? How is this possible? Lankin subconsciously covered her mouth when she thought of this. She felt that Lin Ming in front of her was becoming more and more mysterious. Chapter 647, Entering the Forbidden Land. Lankin, what's wrong? Duan Mukwon noticed Lankin's strangeness and used Zenyuan to transmit his voice to Lankin. Lankin told her guess. Duan Mukwon's eyelids twitched slightly when he heard it. Indeed, the excuse of turning back to that GD in order to find the Zumi ring was a bit lame. Duan Mukwon didn't think about it carefully before, but now thinking about it, there are many doubts. First of all, how could a person like Lin Ming, who is so careful and powerful, really lose the Zumi ring without knowing it? Secondly, according to what Lankin said, it was Lin Ming who led the team to rush out, and there was even a change of direction in the middle of the way. Is it really just a coincidence? Lin Ming is not a fool. Since he is sure to go back, he must have the confidence to deal with that GD. In this way, it is not surprising that he can find resources in the GD. Thinking of this, Duan Mukwon was secretly shocked. He had encountered several GD along the way and witnessed the tragic death of his teammates. He knew the horror of the Eternal Demon Pit. There are opportunities everywhere in this Eternal Demon Pit, but they cannot be obtained by luck. One must have sufficient strength and ability to obtain them, otherwise he will just die. Lin Ming, what secrets does he have? Not only can he see through the many crises of the eternal demon pit, but he can also break through the Zuandan in seclusion here. He is really a hidden talent. The more Duan Muquan thought about it, the more he was afraid of Lin Ming. He felt that Lin Ming in front of him was unfathomable. On the side, she was still completely unaware of all this and still said, if I had brother Lin's luck, maybe my cultivation could reach, or approach the 4-star Demon King now. The so-called 4-star Demon King is equivalent to the life-falling realm of humans. She is not yet 30 years old. If he can really approach the 4-star Demon King now, the talent of the 8 Meteor War Emperor will not be as good as him. Lin Ming just smiled slightly at this complaint that was obviously jealous, and did not explain anything. Luck is also a kind of talent. Another warrior spoke up. He was the lord from the giant axe tower, and was born in the barbarian tribe. When he was halfway through his words, the mountain suddenly shook violently. At the foot of the mountain, a large piece of the mountain was washed away by the black torrent. Then a shocking crack spread out, splitting a black mountain into 2 halves. The black torrent rushed into the crack, and rushed up to the sky under the huge pressure. The barbarian warrior who was speaking, was hit by this energy torrent. Ah! A scream rang out. The energy torrent was like a highly corrosive acid, burning half of the barbarian warrior's body, and turning it into bones. This scene happened in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked and retreated. The barbarian warrior was washed away by the black torrent and only half of his face was left. On the other side was a bloody skeleton. His expression was distorted violently. He stretched out his hand to ask for help from everyone. However, who dared to go over at this time? Seeing such a miserable barbarian warrior, everyone stepped back a few steps, their faces pale. Crack. The barbarian warrior's leg bones were broken, and his whole body fell to the ground like a puddle of mud, dying. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming felt sweat in his palms and a chill in his heart. Just now, he felt the energy under the barbarian warrior's feet was agitated, but he was only secretly on guard, and he never thought that the consequences would be so serious. Boom. The black mountain peak shook again, and everyone present was shocked. Their faces turned pale, and they were ready to retreat at any time. Who knows if there will be cracks in the mountain again, and another energy torrent will be ejected. Hoo-la la. Large areas of the mountain were washed away, and fell into the surging black torrent and disappeared. Seeing this scene, all the warriors felt an inexplicable chill rising from their backs, fearing that the black mountain peak would collapse. Once that happened, no one would want to live. Everyone focused on the surging torrent on the ground. Fortunately, the collapse did not continue. After half an incense stick of time, the surging torrent under the mountain had weakened. The mountain under their feet had been washed away to pieces. Fortunately, except for the eruption just now, there has been no similar eruption. Everyone felt like they had survived a catastrophe, but before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a lord suddenly exhaled heavily and said in despair, "It's over. We seem to have entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone." What? The 1,000-mile forbidden zone? No way. The sudden words made the warriors present panic. They had just fled in a hurry and had no time to pay attention to the direction. The flood blocked the other side, so they could only flee in another direction. After fleeing for so long, they actually escaped into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone? Question mark? Lin Ming frowned slightly and looked around. The black torrent had passed, and the grey fog was washed away, leaving only a mess of land. The black mass stretched to the end of the world. Mo Guang, didn't you say that the eternal demon pit erupted just now? When the eternal demon pit erupts, doesn't it mean that energy flows rush out from the inside and spread outward? How could energy flows rush out from the outside and drive us into the eternal demon pit? Mo Guang shook his head and said, it was just a small-scale eruption just now. It was an energy flow that rushed out from the cracks on the outside of the eternal demon pit and flowed back to the eternal demon pit. If the main body of the eternal demon pit erupted, it would be terrible. The diameter of the main light of the eternal demon pit is 10,000 miles. The energy flow that spewed out from there would be thousands of feet high, rushing straight into the sky, covering the sky and the earth. Even the owner of that kind of torrent would have to retreat and fall if he was not careful, let alone you. If you were in that kind of torrent, you would have been swallowed up long ago. Do you think it would be just a little bit like what you saw just now? When Mo Guang said this, Lin Ming suddenly realized it. Indeed, if the eternal demon pit with a diameter of 10,000 miles erupted with energy on a large scale, it would be terrifying to think about it. What should we do? The warriors present, even the descendants of the Holy Land, had a trace of fear in their eyes. The eternal demon pit was not an ordinary forbidden area. In the past, too many geniuses and strong men had fallen in the 1,000-mile life forbidden zone. These people were no worse than them. What you fear will come true. It is rumored that there were 2 geniuses with the title of Shura level who entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone of the eternal demon pit one after another, and they fell without exception. When a warrior said this, the people present subconsciously looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was also a titled Shura, but at this time, Shura was useless. Not to mention young heroes, even emperor level strong men. How many fell in the eternal demon pit? Don't panic, everyone, said a fairy leader from the White Stone Tower. Although there are many geniuses in the fairy tribe, only a few are willing to stay and become leaders. This is related to the character of the race itself. The fairy tribe is branded with a sense of pride and superiority in their bones, and they are not willing to submit to others. This is just the outer area of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone of the eternal demon pit. We have not yet gone deep into the eternal demon pit. Over the past tens of thousands of years, those emperor-level strongmen who fell in the eternal demon pit have all entered the eternal demon pit. We are only on the outer area. If we are lucky, we can get out. The words of the fairy clan lord were obviously mostly self-consolation, but at this time people were very willing to believe this self-consolation. Another warrior followed and said, "The lord is right. Let's go down the mountain now and start walking back. Things are in our hands. We may not be unable to get out." People have a herd mentality. At this time, a few warriors who took the lead felt a lot more at ease. They were about to leave with everyone. At this time, Lin Ming said, "Wait a minute. Huh? What's wrong?" Duan Mukwon raised his head and looked at Lin Ming. He cared about Lin Ming's opinion very much. He even suspected that Lin Ming had been to the eternal demon pit. "What are you waiting for now? We are in the most dangerous area of the eternal demon pit. The longer we delay, the more likely we are to encounter danger." A lord said this feebly. Lin Ming said, "The black torrent has just passed, and there is still a lot of residual black energy on the ground. This energy can kill people. If you are not careful and fall into an energy swamp, your feet will be gone." In some places in the eternal demon pit, the soil is soft, and the black energy flow mixes into it, forming a muddy swamp. Once you fall into it, the consequences can be imagined. Lin Ming's words make sense. The corners of the mouth of the lord who had opposed it before moved, but he did not object. Everyone had to wait for a few hours. During these hours, everyone meditated and adjusted their breath, trying to restore their physical condition to the best, ready to face the next hell road. Lin Ming also entered the ethereal martial intention to meditate and adjust his breath, constantly consolidating his cultivation. A few hours passed, and no danger was encountered. Around the Black Mountain, the residual black energy flow began to evaporate into black mist, and then the mist faded, from black to grey. Seeing this scene, everyone finally knew where the grey fog that was everywhere in the eternal demon pit came from. This grey fog was actually formed by the evaporation of the energy flow erupting from the eternal demon pit. "Can we set off now?" Duan Mukwon suggested, turning to look at Lin Ming. "Yes, it's okay." Lin Ming stood up. He had never expected that he would end up here by accident in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone of the eternal demon pit. A group of people began to go down the mountain. After determining the direction, based on the position of the stars, they carefully walked towards the periphery of the eternal demon pit. According to the estimation of the lord who had entered the eternal demon pit, the depth of their penetration into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone of the eternal demon pit was no more than 100 miles. In other words, they were still 900 miles away from the eternal demon pit, and it was very likely that they would be able to get out. As Lin Ming walked, he was also extremely alert. Since this 1,000-mile zone was known as the life forbidden zone, it was naturally terrifying. It would not be so easy to get out safely. Mo Guang, you once followed the demon emperor into this place and stayed here for more than 20 years. Do you know what kind of dangers there are here? Why have so many geniuses died here? Mo Guan shook his head and said, the demon emperor was much stronger than you back then. Some things were not dangerous to him, but they are fatal to you. For example, the small-scale eruption of the eternal demon pit just now happened to the demon emperor twice, but he was not in any danger at all, but several of you died. Now let me analyze the dangers. I'll tell you how to analyze it when you encounter it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648 is out. After the eruption of the Eternal Devil Pit, the team, including Lin Ming, had a total of 10 people, 4 of whom were from the 7 stars of the Heavenly Demon, namely Fengshen, Lanqin, Duanmukwon and Heshi. These 4 were all descendants of the Holy Land. The other 6, including Lin Ming, were all honored masters. The 10 people were all top masters, and among them there were people like Duanmukwon whose own strength was close to that of the Tower Master. The 10 people walked cautiously towards the periphery of the Eternal Devil Pit. They walked very slowly, even slower than when they first entered the Eternal Devil Pit. The 10 people were fully aware of their fear of being attacked by evil spirits. However, nothing happened along the way. 50 miles, 80 miles, 100 miles, 120 miles. These warriors knew how far they had walked. Seeing that they had walked more than 100 miles, they should have almost left the 1,000-mile restricted area of the Eternal Devil Pit, or at least approached the edge. Realizing this, these warriors were a little excited. Could it be that they really came out like this? The closer they were to the edge of the restricted area, the more careful they were. No one wanted to fail. The 1,000-mile forbidden area was said to be a place where there was no return once you entered, and birds would not cross. This rumor that had been passed down for so many years was definitely not groundless. Who knows, the moment they finally stepped out of the critical line, they would encounter some danger. In this way, people walked another 20 or 30 miles in fear. It was probably a total of 150 miles, but nothing happened. They just came out like this? Question mark? The warriors present felt a little bit unbelievable. They entered the 1,000-mile forbidden area without encountering any danger. It was extremely peaceful all the way. They entered peacefully and walked out peacefully. This 1,000-mile forbidden area is not as scary as the legend says. Didn't we enter it and come out safely? She breathed a sigh of relief and said with some disapproval, the 1,000-mile forbidden area was an exaggeration. Maybe many people really died in the 1,000-mile forbidden area at the beginning, so this rumor was formed. It was said that there was no return once you entered, but in fact it was just a little more dangerous. We were just lucky and didn't encounter any danger. We just came out like this. Some lords followed suit. Haha, I have not lived in vain to enter the 1,000-mile forbidden zone once in my life. It's a pity I didn't find any opportunities. If I could dig out 1 or 2 pieces of Earth-rank demon god's bones in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, I would be rich. A lord from Qianxue Tower said with some regret. Just now, he was busy being careful of evil spirits, so who had the mind to explore the bones of the demon god? Now think about it, it's really a pity. He was scared by those rumors. No wonder they say that a lot of words can melt gold, and 3 people can make a tiger. Rumors can kill people. If you want to dig, you can go back and dig. No one will stop you. If you enter again, you may encounter the bones of the Earth-rank demon god. Another lord laughed and teased. The previous lord of the Qianxue Tower looked a little unnatural when he heard this. He was still frightened by the tense experience just now. He laughed and said, forget it. I walked out in fear. I may not be so lucky if I go back. What's more, I'm alone. It's too dangerous. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. A lord suddenly said, since this 1,000-mile forbidden zone is not that dangerous, why don't we go back once? Everyone was being careful and alert just now, and didn't have time to explore for sources. If we go back once, with the strength of the 10 of us, we may not be unable to cope with the danger, if we really encounter it. You know, few people have entered this 1,000-mile forbidden zone in the past thousands of years. They were all scared by the rumors. The resources inside have not been mined, so you can imagine how rich they are. As soon as the Lord said this, many warriors present became active. Yes, since the reputation of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone spread, few people have entered it in the past thousands of years. The resources outside the eternal demon pit have been explored once every 10 years, and there are not many anymore. And there must be rich reserves inside the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Moreover, the Qianxue forbidden zone is closer to the eternal demon pit, where there are probably quite a few earth-level demon god bones, and there may even be the legendary heaven-level demon god bones. Heaven-level demon god bones are something that even the original owner of the blood-killing sect does not have. If a heaven-level demon god bones is dug out, then there will be no need to worry about resources in this life. They were originally talented, and with this heaven-level demon god bones, they will definitely break through to the emperor level. Everyone looked at each other, and finally their eyes focused on two people. One was Mu Qianxue, and the other was the Yuanxue Lord from the Qianxue Tower. The strength and prestige of these two people are recognized as the highest in the whole audience. Mu Qianxue, needless to say, was born in a super holy land. After entering the road of the emperor, his strength was close to the tower master level, and Yuanxue Lord ranked among the top few among the 16 masters of the Qianxue Tower. You must know that the strength of the Qianxue Tower's lord is the strongest among the 12 Tangshan towers. The ranking of Yuanxue Lord is extremely valuable, and may not be weaker than the strength of the worst Tangshan Tower's lord. Mu Qianxue pondered for a moment. He couldn't make up his mind. For a warrior, if he didn't fight for the opportunity in front of him, he would be mediocre for the rest of his life. However, this 1,000-mile forbidden zone was not an ordinary dangerous place. There were countless rumors over the past few thousand years, and all kinds of peerless geniuses fell in it. They just came out safely. Maybe it was just luck. Once they return and encounter powerful evil spirits, they might be wiped out. Mu Qianxue couldn't help but glance at Yuanxue Zunzu. Yuanxue Zunzu didn't know what to do at this time. After thinking about it, he made a compromise suggestion and said, let's retreat 50 miles. This distance is probably just the edge of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone of the eternal demon pit. We will stay in this area for 1 or 2 hours. If we find opportunities that are obviously richer than those outside the eternal demon pit, then we will go in another 50 miles. On the contrary, if we encounter powerful evil spirits, then we will go back. Yuanxue Zunzu's suggestion was neither aggressive nor conservative, and everyone responded. Good suggestion. Brother Yuanxue's method is good. Haha, Brother Yuanxue is still smart. Let's do it. The suggestion of the Yuanxue Lord is indeed good. At this time, a wrong step may lead to the annihilation of the whole army, but this suggestion can be said to be both offensive and defensive. The warriors present were excited, as if they were about to dig up the bones of the heavenly devil god. There is no time to lose. Let's go now. The lord who first made the suggestion was a little impatient. Mu Qianxue also nodded to show his agreement. Just as he was about to return with everyone, Mu Qianxue suddenly had an idea and glanced at Lin Ming, wanting to see what Lin Ming meant, but he saw that Lin Ming's face was solemn, his hands folded on his chest, his head lowered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Everyone had taken a few steps, but Lin Ming was still thinking on the spot, obviously not intending to move. Brother Lin, will you come with us? Mu Qianxue made an invitation. He really hoped that Lin Ming could come with them. Lin Ming had too many secrets. Mu Qianxue believed that if Lin Ming followed them into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone of the eternal demon pit, he would definitely be a great help. He might be able to escape danger at a critical moment and save the whole team. Lin Ming seemed not to hear and was still in deep thought. Brother Lin, do you want to come with us? Mu Qianxue asked again. Lin Ming, if you want to go together, please leave quickly, or you can stay here. Yuanxue Zunzu said, frowning slightly. Mu Qianxue asked twice, but Lin Ming didn't say a word, which was really not very polite. Haha, it seems that Brother Lin doesn't want to come in. Let him stay here and let's go. She rolled his eyes and interrupted hurriedly. While speaking, he took 2 quick steps, fearing that Lin Ming would change his mind and catch up. Blackstone's idea was very simple. Lin Ming had not yet entered the depths of the eternal demon pit. he could encounter an opportunity to break through the Zuundan by just walking around the periphery. This kind of luck was so good that he thought he was far inferior to him. Of course, he did not want Lin Ming to come and share a share. Originally, there were 10 people sharing the opportunity, and one person would not have much. When the time came, Lin Ming would share and steal, and take away half of it. What would the others have to share? Not only Blackstone had this idea, but many lords also had this little calculation in their hearts. One lord used his true essence to transmit sound to several teammates and said, "Let's go quickly. This kid surnamed Lin probably doesn't dare to come back. Yeah, it's just right that he didn't come. One less person can get more. Humph, how can a warrior be crowned as an emperor without taking risks? Even if he is a top emperor level genius, he must keep working hard, otherwise his talent will be exhausted, and he will become mediocre." As he spoke, several warriors took a few more steps. The Yunsha Lord also decided not to take Lin Ming with him. Only Duan Muquan, Lankin, and Feng Shen were still looking at Lin Ming, waiting for Lin Ming's answer. Among the three of them, Feng Shen knew Lin Ming's strength, while Duan Muquan and Lankin knew Lin Ming's ability. He was able to find opportunities in the Eternal Demon Pit not because of good luck, but because of his unknown ability. Bringing Lin Ming would certainly allow the other party to take away more opportunities, but it was better than losing his life. "Brother Lin, what are you thinking about?" Duan Muquan was not unhappy at all after being ignored for 2 consecutive questions. Instead, he asked Lin Ming again in a gentle tone. The other masters were waiting impatiently. This time, Lin Ming was silent for a few breaths and finally said, "I'm thinking there is something wrong along the way." "Wrong? What's wrong?" Duan Muquan's heart tightened. If someone else said this, he would just think he was suspicious, but he didn't dare to be careless about Lin Ming's words. "I can't say. If I could say it, I wouldn't have thought so hard." Lin Ming shook his head. He always had a strange feeling along the way. If he asked Mo Guang couldn't tell. "Then you can think about it slowly here, we'll go first." A lord laughed. Although his words were polite, the mockery on his face was very obvious. He was still suspicious, even after leaving the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. He was either a psychopath or pretending to be awesome. "You can think about it slowly here, that's good. I'm just afraid that you will catch up." Many warriors had this thought in their minds at this time. Chapter 649 The Giant Mouth is approaching quietly. "Duan Mu, let's go." The Cloud Demon Lord glanced at Lin Ming, also with an expression of disbelief. Would it be considered attracting other people's attention to say such a groundless thing? Besides, they had already walked out of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Duan Muquan still looked at Lin Ming. "Brother Lin, what's going on?" Lin Ming lowered his hands, looked up at the dark red land in the distance, and said after a long silence, "I feel we haven't walked out of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone at all." "What?" Lin Ming's words shocked the whole audience. "Are you kidding? You said that a group of us are lost. How is it possible? We walked in the direction of the stars. In the Eternal Demon Pit, because there are always stars in the sky, there is no possibility of getting lost. They have walked more than 150 miles, at least 30 or 40 miles beyond the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. This guy is stupid, ignore him, let's go our way," a lord said. Before, he used his true essence to transmit sound because he was afraid of Lin Ming, but now he was too lazy to use it. He heard it, so what can he do? Lankin was a little skeptical when she heard Lin Ming say that, but she believed that, even if Lin Ming said something wrong, he must have a basis for it, and would not be sensational. She asked, "Lin Ming, what do you think we should do next? Continue to go out and return to the Eternal Demon Pit to seek opportunities, or change direction and move forward?" Lin Ming shook his head. He really didn't understand it himself. As for what suggestions he made now, how could others listen to him? Sure enough, after hearing what Lankin said, a lord said disapprovingly, "Lankin, why are you asking him? If he says to change the direction, do we really listen to him? What if we walk into a dead end? At this critical moment of life and death, no one would feel at ease to hand over their lives to others. This is also human nature." Duan Muquan was in a dilemma at this time. On the one hand, he was willing to believe Lin Ming, but on the other hand, he could not stop because of Lin Ming's doubts, not to mention that Lin Ming could not give any valuable suggestions at the moment. Feng Shen, on the other hand, sat down beside Lin Ming without saying a word. Feng Shen, what are you doing? A warrior saw Feng Shen's action and asked in confusion. Wait. Feng Shen's words were extremely concise, and everyone was a little confused. What was he waiting for? Wasn't he planning to wait for Lin Ming to come up with a solution? Feng Shen, are you stupid too? She was speechless. Feng Shen, who was a very opinionated person in his impression, actually sat down and waited for the other party to come up with a solution, just because of Lin Ming's doubt that he himself couldn't explain. This is a joke. While everyone was talking, Lin Ming didn't pay any attention at all. He was communicating with the magic light in the sea of spirit. Magic light, what's going on? Lin Ming asked. He didn't feel anything at first, but slowly, he found something wrong. He always felt that he was being stared at by something. But no matter how he explored the surroundings, there was nothing unusual. Even the magic light released perception. It couldn't detect anything. I can't tell for sure. It's useless to wait like this. If you stay, you will definitely be separated from those people. When the time comes, if you encounter any terrifying evil spirits, you won't even have a shield. You mean, go with these people into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone? Lin Ming frowned slightly. He hadn't analyzed anything yet. It was too dangerous to go back rashly. Mo Guang said, it's not a good idea for you to stop here. In fact, now we can't even figure out the direction. It doesn't matter which way we go. We have walked 150 miles in the direction indicated by the stars and haven't walked out of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. There must be something wrong. How about this? You make a mark every 50 feet. In this way, you may be able to find something. Make a mark. Okay. Lin Ming thought about it for a while and had to agree. Now he could only take one step at a time. It was Mo Guang's elder brother who accompanied the Demon Emperor in the Eternal Demon Pit for more than 20 years. Mo Guang inherited very limited memories from his elder brother, and it was not omniscient and omnipotent. Brother Duanmu, I'll go with you, Lin Ming said suddenly. Oh. Duanmu was slightly startled, revealing a puzzled look. He didn't know what Lin Ming had discovered and why he changed his mind. But no matter what, it was always a good thing to have Lin Ming following him. Why are you following me again? Didn't you just say that something was wrong? A lord curled his lips in disdain. He said he wouldn't come, but he followed me shamelessly. He looked down on Lin Ming's behavior. Lin Ming didn't bother to pay attention at all. It was meaningless to say anything now. The only thing that mattered was that they could get out. He would rather these people go back and make the correct judgment. Of course, this was basically impossible. This guy. She felt depressed. When Lin Ming came, he might take away something. There were already quite a few people. With the addition of Lin Ming who had good luck, what would he have left? Let's go. Since Lin Ming wanted to follow, Yuncha Lord couldn't refuse and could only lead the team back. Lankin looked at Lin Ming in confusion. His lips moved, but he said nothing, while Feng Shen stood up without saying a word and followed behind Lin Ming. He believed that there must be reasons for what Lin Ming said just now and the decision he made, but others just didn't know it. On the way back, everyone was cautious. Every 50 feet, Lin Ming left a formation mark. The other warriors naturally discovered this, but this move seemed to them to be purely mysterious. They walked back for 20 or 30 miles without encountering any danger. As a result, people relaxed a little. It seems that the 1,000-mile restricted area is not that scary. I don't know what we can dig this time. Haha, if there is a piece of upper middle grade demon god bone of the earth grade, I will be satisfied. After walking for so long without encountering even an ordinary evil spirit, several warriors couldn't help but start chatting. Digging earth grade or even heaven grade demon god bones makes people look forward to it. Don't be distracted, be careful. Duanmu frowned and warned. I know. The warrior responded with a laugh, obviously not taking it to heart at all. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the smile on his face rose. He stared blankly at the horizon, where there seemed to be an ethereal black flame rising into the sky, connecting the sky and the earth, burning the stars. What is that? The warrior opened his mouth wide. As he said this, everyone noticed the flame that was rising into the sky. Because of the flame, the whole world was dark, as if the sky was covered by a large black curtain. This scene made everyone feel uncertain. Several warriors walked forward a few steps quickly. The grey fog seemed to disperse a little at this time, and then they saw the full picture of the flame. It was a sky-burning flame that was thousands of feet high. The air around the flame seemed to be slightly distorted because of the scorching. The flame was completely different from the flames we usually see. It seemed to be virtual and transparent, without substance, making it look like a misty black mist, hazy and unclear. Under the black flames, at the end of the earth, there is a vast void as black as ink. That void gives people the feeling that the space and the earth are split apart by a certain god, revealing the spatial fault of another world. A vast and majestic breath escapes from that void. People are immersed in this breath and inexplicably feel a suffocating grief. In the haze, it seems that a sad and desolate elegy is singing in the ears. Heaven, that is. The Yunsha Lord pointed a finger at the sky, and his voice kept trembling. The endless black void at the end of the earth is clearly the eternal demon pit. That is the real eternal demon pit. Even the strongest man in the holy demon continent back then, there was no return from the eternal demon pit. Impossible, impossible. The Yunsha Lord shook his head palely, unable to accept this result. We should be 1,000 miles away from the eternal demon pit. How is it possible that we can see the eternal demon pit here? Lord Yunsha said this, and all the warriors present were stunned. The eternal demon pit? What? You are kidding. Every warrior was pale, and even Duanmukwan was terrified. That's the eternal demon pit. Got. The 1,000 miles around the eternal demon pit are already known as the life restricted area. If they go deep enough to see the eternal demon pit, how close are they to the eternal demon pit? Thinking of this, they all trembled in their hearts, and a bone-chilling chill came out of their backs. They had entered the 1,000-mile restricted area more than 100 miles before, and then returned 150 miles along the original route. Logically, they had already walked out of the 1,000-mile restricted area, and there were still dozens of miles left. Now they have returned 20 or 30 miles, which should be the edge of the 1,000-mile restricted area. But now looking at the eternal demon pit, it is only a few hundred miles away from them at most. How is this possible? At this time, Lin Ming's words suddenly rang into Unmukwan's mind. I feel we haven't walked out of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone at all. They haven't walked out of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone at all. They have been walking towards the eternal demon pit, whether moving forward or backward. Not only do Unmukwan realize this, all the warriors present thought of this. She looked at Lin Ming with trembling lips. The other lords looked at Lin Ming with trembling hearts. They have been moving towards the eternal demon pit. Looking at the eternal demon pit, it was like the huge mouth of a beast, waiting for them to fall into the trap. The eternal demon pit, where even the strongest man in the holy demon continent fell. Once you enter it, you can imagine the fate. Thinking of this, the face of the Yunsha Lord was extremely ugly. He turned his head to look at Lin Ming, and said with trembling lips, Young Master Lin, what is going on? Lin Ming exhaled heavily. Things finally developed in the worst direction. He spread his hands and said, I haven't thought about it yet. Chapter 650, Force Field Closure. As early as when he came out of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, Lin Ming said that he felt something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. At that time, many warriors sneered at this, but this time, no one dared to ignore what Lin Ming said. The warriors who suggested going back to seek opportunities have already regretted it. The horror of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone of the eternal demon pit has been rumored for thousands of years. It is said that anyone who enters will die, and even birds will not cross. How can it be false? At the beginning, there were a few unbelieving titled Shuras and Tower Masters who tried to enter the 1,000-mile forbidden zone to look for opportunities, but they still died in it. Originally thought that the rumors might be exaggerated, but now it seems that it couldn't be more true. Faced with such a terrifying eternal demon pit, they actually proposed the absurd suggestion of going back to dig a few pieces of earth-level demon god bones. They really wanted to die. Young Master Lin, we are confused. You must think about it carefully. The lord who suggested going back was almost crying. He looked at Lin Ming eagerly. Now Lin Ming has become his life-saving straw. Although it is a slim hope to rely on Lin Ming, there is always hope. Hisha's voice was trembling and bitter. Brother Lin, Please be magnanimous and don't care about the stupid things we did just now. How did you know that we didn't leave the 1,000-mile forbidden zone? Do we still have hope to get out? As the descendant of the Holy Land, she was so arrogant. Now he apologized so humbly, which really confused him. Lin Ming glanced at she. Naturally, he didn't bother to care about the previous things. The most important thing now was to get out of the eternal demon pit. If he could get out, he would rather have made a wrong judgment. However, unfortunately, things still developed in the worst direction. He shook his head and said, I don't have a good solution for now. Hearing Lin Ming say this, the warriors present were half disappointed. Yes, Lin Ming is not a god. Although he can sense that something is wrong, it does not mean that he can lead them out. He is a titled Shura, but since ancient times, there have been many titled Shuras who have fallen in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Moreover, in terms of strength, Lin Ming may not be able to defeat Duan Mukwon and Yun Shizuntu. What should we do? What should we do? A sense of despair surged in the hearts of the warriors. At this time, Lankin suddenly asked, Young Master Lin, are we lost? Could it be that the stars in the sky are an illusion, guiding us in the wrong direction, deliberately misleading us to walk into the eternal demon pit? Lin Ming shook his head and said, no, the direction of the stars is correct. The problem is under our feet. If my guess is correct, if we walk away from the direction of the eternal demon pit, we will get closer to the eternal demon pit by 100 miles for every 100 miles we walk. If we walk towards the direction of the eternal demon pit, we will get closer to 200 miles for every 100 miles we walk. Before, we walked a total of 150 miles towards the eternal demon pit, and 150 miles away from the eternal demon pit, which means that we have advanced a total of 450 miles in the direction of the eternal demon pit. Now we are only 550 miles away from the eternal demon pit. When Lin Ming said this, everyone felt a chill in their backs. It was only 550 miles. But now looking at the location of the eternal demon pit, it is really about this far. As long as they walk a few hundred miles more, they will fall into the eternal demon pit and their bodies will be gone. Even Duan Mukwon, who was always calm and composed, turned pale at this time. Brother Lin, do we have a hope of getting out? Lin Ming's face was solemn. He lowered his head and pondered for a long time, then shook his head and said, I don't know, maybe we can get out, maybe we will be trapped here forever. Lin Ming's words were not very meaningful, but to everyone, they were already the sound of nature. Just because Lin Ming said maybe we can get out. At this time, no matter how small the hope was, they had to try their best. Lin Ming was their last straw. Young Master Lin, then let's not leave yet. Wait until young Master Lin comes up with a solution. A warrior said hurriedly, and other warriors responded one after another. Yes, wait until young Master Lin comes up with a solution, and no one should disturb him. Let's be alert all around. Don't let the evil spirits affect young Master Lin. At this time, these warriors showed their courtesy and tried their best to show their value, fearing that Lin Ming would abandon them because of the previous festival. In fact, they thought too much. Now, Lin Ming must stick together with this group of people. With them, the danger can be reduced. At least if a powerful evil spirit comes here, there is a shield. If he wants to go out alone, his hope is even slimmer. Lin Ming lowered his head and pondered for a while, then said, even if we stand still, we are slowly approaching the eternal demon pit. What? The warriors present changed their faces. Going back would also lead to the eternal demon pit, not to mention going forward. Now even if they stand still, they are approaching the eternal demon pit. Is there any way to survive? In despair, the only thing that can make them feel at ease is that Lin Ming is still calm. Don't panic. Let's go back the same way first. Ah, can we go back the same way? The warriors present were overjoyed when they heard this. Lin Ming said, at most, we will go back a little bit. I made a mark before. Mark. Yes, mark. Before, Lin Ming would leave a formation mark every time he walked 50 feet. At that time, many warriors felt that Lin Ming was being mysterious and pretending to be powerful. Now it seems that he is farsighted and had expected this to happen. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's image became more and more unfathomable. Everyone was excited and had more and more confidence in Lin Ming. Lin Ming led everyone back. He felt the energy fluctuations of the mark left before. He did not walk in a straight line, but walked in a big arc. Finally, he found the last mark he made 50 feet away. However, when he saw this mark, Lin Ming was mixed with joy and sorrow. He was happy that he could find the way back according to the mark. He was worried that this mark was clearly left an incensed of time ago. It should last for several months. But now when he returned, the mark had become blurred, and half of the energy had dissipated. What was going on? Lin Ming frowned, and went to find the next mark. He walked in an arc again. There was even a section of the road that seemed to be going back to the crowd. However, at this time, no one dared to say a word. They followed Lin Ming wherever he walked. After a while, Lin Ming found the penultimate mark. As expected, the energy in this mark had almost been consumed. Calming down and feeling the third mark, it was completely gone. Lin Ming's forehead was sweating. The situation was worse than he thought. The energy contained in the array mark was wiped out by something. At this rate, he had no good way out. What's wrong? Duan Mukwan noticed the cold sweat on Lin Ming's forehead, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Lin Ming sighed slightly, and shook his head and said, "There's something wrong with my mark. I don't know what is in this 1,000-mile restricted area. It wiped out all the marks I made." What? The warriors present were nervous, and a strong sense of despair filled their hearts. The mark failed. Are they going to be trapped here forever? The opening time of the Eternal Demon Pit is only more than half a year. After half a year, the passages closed and reopened 10 years later. However, all the warriors who failed to come out within half a year disappeared without exception after 10 years. No one has ever come out. Being trapped here is equivalent to sentencing them to death. Lin Ming remained silent, but was constantly communicating with Mo Guang in his mind. Mo Guang, have you figured out anything? What exactly erased the array pattern marks I left? Was it an evil spirit? Mo Guang said, it shouldn't be an evil spirit. Although I still haven't figured out a solution, I roughly know what's going on with this 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Oh. The 1,000-mile forbidden zone is said to be a place where you can't return once you go in. It's probably because the powerful energy contained in the Eternal Demon Pit condenses into a special force field around it, and the range of this force field is exactly 1,000 miles. Once you enter it, it is very difficult to get out. The array pattern you left was also erased by the energy in the force field. Lin Ming pondered slightly. Along the way, I did feel that the power of the surrounding space was a little strange. Maybe the space around the Eternal Demon Pit was closed by the force field, but the curved surface of the closed space is too large. If you don't pay attention, it feels like you are walking straight. With my understanding of the power of space, I didn't notice it the first time. Is the space closed by the force field? After Lin Ming's words, Mo Guang suddenly remembered something and said, when I was in the divine realm, I heard that in the vast divine realm universe, some suns would explode and then collapse into a special celestial body with extremely heavy weight and extremely small volume. The force field around this celestial body is so strong that it can twist the space and form a complete closed spatial surface. Anything, even a powerful divine realm warrior who has just glimpsed the peak of martial arts, once enters this closed surface, will never get out. Oh. Lin Ming's heart moved. This was the first time he had heard of this kind of celestial body. Even a powerful divine realm warrior who has just glimpsed the peak of martial arts can't get out. The illusory peak of martial arts is Lin Ming's goal. Even the peerless strong man who has just glimpsed the peak of martial arts is powerless against this kind of celestial body. One can imagine how terrifying it is. Mo Guang said, I just heard about it. But don't worry, the force field around the Eternal Demon Pit is nothing compared to that special star. The Demon Emperor was able to get out, so we should be able to get out too. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. Although he had a good understanding of the spatial realm, he still felt extremely exhausted when facing the super large-scale spatial distortion surface formed by the energy field of the Eternal Demon Pit. Moreover, he couldn't even use the array mark now. At this point, he could only take one step at a time. Lin Ming stood up and said to the warriors around him, follow me. At this time, Lin Ming's words were unquestionable orders. Who dared not to listen? Everyone followed Lin Ming, fearing that they would be left behind. Thanks to Xiaoji's red Thanks to Leo one single reward. Thanks to everyone for the monthly ticket. Thank you so much. I have some heartfelt words in my heart. I want to say them at the end of the month. I will still try my best to update 3 times today, but it will be very late, so don't wait. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.